Ladies and gentlemen, viewers from all over the world, welcome back to Day 3 Finals Day of the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. Surprise, surprise, Cox Bay, the waves are absolutely firing. We have a huge day, only semifinals and finals, so just the cream of the crop for the next 7-8 hours. Grab yourself totes of popcorn. Make sure you get yourself set up nice and cozy because you're going to be here for a while. Dino, it's finals day, bud.
Yeah, Robbie, and I couldn't be any happier. This has been an insane day, a weekend of surfing. It's been incredible. The conditions have been amazing. We've been blessed with some amazing weather. We got some typical West Coast weather today, a little bit of cloud, a little bit of rain. We got beautiful conditions out there today. The swell is stuck around all weekend long. We have howling offshore winds right now, grooming those faces up for these surfers. So I'm excited, Robbie. I know we finished off the day yesterday with some fireworks in some of those pro men's and open men's divisions. Yeah, we're going to be kicking things off with the pro women's semifinals. And again, I'm expecting nothing less this morning. We have surfers out in the water right now. In red, Matea Olin, surfer in white, Jasmine Porter, surfer in yellow, Kat Rosine, and in blue, Amy Shmizu. I'm extremely excited for this event. I know a lot of people have heard of Matea Olin. She's kind of the top dog out here these days. But Jasmine Porter, you can't put any shade over that girl. She is. She's feisty. She'll get you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's going to be that giant target on Matea Olin's back for every heat she's in all weekend. She's kind of stepped up and taken over as the woman to beat here in that pro women's division. I think she's also in the under 18 division as well. But Jasmine Porter is nipping at her heels, and she's saying not so fast, Taya. As we are up to live action, we've got our surfer in red, Matea Olin, doing a nice sweeping carve. She's got a nice open face here. A little bit soft, but really good hit off the top. And just tries to go for a little finishing move, but just comes unstuck. So she gets two kind of little turns there, but gets her feet in the wax just 1 minute into this heat.
Yeah, I like that decision from Matea. Just get things off the bat. Get moving early. A nice couple of smacks off the top there. Just testing out that equipment there and seeing what the conditions are like, how powerful these waves are today. We've seen a little bit of it's Cox Bay's come in all shapes and sizes this whole weekend. I know walking down to the beach this morning, we saw some big sets rolling into the bay. So we'll see how these girls kind of capitalize on the conditions out there. But, we saw Matea capitalizing on that one wave. Unfortunately, couldn't ride out of it as comfortable and confident as she wanted to, but she got a nice little score under the belt. A 4.17, that's not bad.
Yeah, and just like I said, just get your feet in the wax. I know a lot of these pro women's, because they didn't surf yesterday, and a lot of them are in multiple divisions. I heard Pete kind of giving some advice down to the Olin sisters, and he said, conserve your energy. You could be surfing 6 heats today, and imagine surfing like ladies and guys were coming in after the last couple days just saying that one heat was so exhausting. As we go to live action, our surfer in red up again, just looking for a nice big hit. Oh, nice layback jam.
Man, Matea looking pretty deadly here in semifinal heat number 1. I love it. It's just building up for this end section here. Just working that board rail to rail, gathering some speed here, and just throwing everything to that fin blow. And Matea just laying back, riding out clean. It's going to be another good score there from Matea. And we saw that yesterday. You could get those scores on one maneuver waves. So we'll be excited to see what the scale the judges set today for those kind of maneuvers.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see yesterday. We saw a couple of single maneuver waves come up into the 6 and 7 point range. So, when you're starting to get in those kind of scores, that one maneuver, if you're committed on a big section and you ride out and show some of that confidence, that can win or lose you a heat. So Matea trying to warm up that big, because we know that she has some of the biggest maneuvers, man, really on planet Earth that I've seen pulled off. So,
she's really fine-tuned her surfing throughout the years, and it's almost like she's kind of slowed things down a bit and really fine-tuning that style. And man, she's got some of the smoothest surfing I think I've seen from any women out here in the Pacific Northwest. And she's showcased her skills around the world. She's won some international events in longboard divisions, and she's made it pretty far in the shortboard divisions in the Pan Am Games and ISA World Games and stuff. So it's awesome to see Mattea throughout the years fine-tune those skills, hone them in, and really put them together when it counts.
Yeah, absolutely. And and just making sure that the other women in this heat are no slouches. Jasmine Porter, one of the young up-and-coming, I think she's in around the 16 years old, but she's been surfing in the pros and always been in those finals with Mattea and Sanoa, each and every Queen of the Peak. So she's absolutely no slouch and is going to be making sure to keep Mattea honest throughout this heat. And then our surfer in yellow, Kat Rosine, who has also been a frequenter of this event, always surfing double duty. And no slouch herself. Seen her out at Wick many, many times, and trust me, I'm backing off of tons of Kat's waves because she's always on everything.
She's not afraid to take any wave from you, that's for sure.
No.
Here we go, Mattea up and around. Oh, unfortunately going down. Looking like she kind of got her rail caught there on that maneuver there, but man, she was coming out swinging on that last ride.
Oh man, that was huge. And then our surfer in blue, Amy Shimizu, has also been doing double duty as we got our surfer in white, Jasmine Porter, up and riding. Oh, going for a huge floater, but unfortunately just comes unstuck. But also showing that she's going to try and go for that one big maneuver as well.
I mean, Robbie, we can see the size of the waves out there. They're at least overhead for these girls right now. And these girls are just attacking them, Oh, man, it's got some unreal conditions here for finals day. It's really great when those stars align, and we do have contestable conditions for a whole weekend of surfing. So yeah, it's no easy feat today. It's a little bit more contestable than it was yesterday out there right now, but by no means is it easy.
No, you're right, and I got a chance to chat with Pete down on the beach, and he said the conditions should actually get better as there is a new swell filling in, but it should fill more into the north end of the beach. So this southern end should kind of stay at that nice contestable size. And as well, he said that the rain should dial off for a little bit as we go back to live action here. We got our surfer in red, Mattea Olin, throwing board up into the coping there, trying to get around this section as this thing looks like it's going to open up for her. She kind of does a little two-stage cut back there. She's eyeing up another section. Will this thing stand up for her? Well, it looks like it's going to. Oh, she goes completely inverted on that backhand turn, but just can't ride it out.
Yeah, that was nice surfing there from Mattea. I just love how she's so aware of what is to come on the wave there. You see her stepping on her back foot, checking the speed there. Gathering a bit of speed there, doing a nice little check turn there. Unfortunately, this wave got a little bit too frothy there on that end section, and she couldn't ride out of it. But man, it just shows the confidence she has in her surfing right now there, Robbie.
Yeah, and the thing I'm liking to see from Mattea, because I know from my experience of watching her, when she surfs best is when she just throws caution to the wind. There's nothing safe about her surfing. Every section and every chance that she has, she goes as radical as humanly possible, and if she starts to stomp those maneuvers throughout the day as she starts to warm up, which I'm sure she will, a heat or two in, she's going to be pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, we were touching on this earlier about just kind of certain heat strategies while you're out there. Here we go. I have Jasmine Porter up and right on her backhand. She's got a nice looking wave in front of her there. See if you can get back to that power source there. Unfortunately, that wave just kind of going flat on her on the inside, but. Yeah, some heat strategy, staying busy, and that's a really big confidence booster out there. Is if you're staying busy and you're catching waves and you kind of feeling that board underneath your feet there, and gaining some confidence at the early stages of the heat. We got surfer in blue on your screen, Amy Shimizu. Unfortunately, not liking what you saw there kicking out, but yeah, trying to get as many waves as you can on your belt because it's nothing worse. Listen to the beach commentator throw out scores for your competitor, and you've only got one or two waves that aren't very high scoring, and you're like, man, you got a little bit of an uphill battle now.
And it also can be, I think, a little bit intimidating when you're seeing, a surfer like Mattea, and she's getting so many waves. Her and Jasmine are both just throwing themselves into whatever they can see, and if you're kind of sitting there waiting as Domi would say, anchor set. You know, you got to have pretty good nerves of steel to not be able to panic a little bit as we hit about the 11.5-minute mark of this pro women's semifinal heat number 1 of the Rip Curl Pro Nationals. And currently our surfer in red, Matea Olin, with a 7.9 combined heat total. Our surfer in white, Jasmine Porter, with a 4.00. Our surfer in blue, Amy Shimizu, with a 1.17. And our surfer in yellow, Kat Rosine, with a 1.0. So still early days. It's always tough, I think, in this first heat as well. If you're just trying to get a handle for the conditions, you haven't really seen anybody else go. And just off screen here, we do have our surfer in yellow, Kat Rosine, kind of trying to work her way back into the power source there, but unfortunately that one doing a little bit of the Cox Bay inside outside as we see some really nice sets rolling through. What a great shot, just seeing so many lines, you know, and I think it make it a little more challenging today. The weather is a little bit cooler. As we go back to live action, we got Matea Olin on a nice little right-hander trying to make it around this section.
This thing's starting to open out. Unfortunately, just decided to kick out there. Probably a good decision there. We got some sets rolling out. We got Surfer out the back, up and riding. It looks like Surfer in, unfortunately, not on your screen there. Seeing two different things here, live action, and unfortunately, it wasn't on your screen, but Jasmine Porter just picked off a wave. Unfortunately, just decided to kick out on that one.
Man, what a perfect day to have the Tough City Saunas here, hey? Yeah. Tough City Sauna is setting up down with their mobile sauna that they have, and it is a chilly day here, so it's a little bit cooler, a little bit of that southeast wind. There's definitely rained pretty heavily overnight, but the rain has definitely died off, and apparently it's going to stay died off till around 5 o'clock, Dino, which kind of works out perfectly for us.
Oh, man, do I like that, Robbie.
That sounds good, eh?
When I was looking at the weather forecast this week, looking at that daunting 75 mils of rain we were supposed to have today, I was like, oh, no.
Well, I think we got
soggy
it all last night.
popcorn all day.
Yeah.
It's not going to be good.
But we need to keep the popcorn dry.
Oh, yeah. And then, last night it hammered down rain. It was tough to get some sleep. And then, I woke up. You know, a little bit of wind, a little bit of mist. But, hey, it's a beautiful fall day here in Tofino. It's great.
This is classic fall Cox Bay. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I love seeing that, the faces there with that offshore wind, that southeast wind. Cox Bay does face pretty much directly west, so anything blowing from the southeast is just completely firing offshore. So you see the lips of those faces just like horsetails wisping into the wind there, offering up some beautiful conditions there for the surfers. So it's going to be sticking around all day, Robbie, and I'm excited to see what these surfers can do out there. It's just, it's been awesome. I can't remember another contest that's had perfect waves like this all weekend long out here in Tofino. It's amazing.
No, you're absolutely correct. And I was sitting around last night with a couple of the surfers from the competition that have been here for a few years. I was lucky enough to hang out with the handsome and talented Garrett Holt, Kieran O'Connell, and Michael Darling. We had a little pet and pizza party last night.
How's that for some?
I know, it was great. And it's funny, they were all talking about the 2018 when it was like 10 foot and blowing onshore. And I was like, man, you guys must be stoked as we go to a little bit of live action. Jasmine Porter with a nice little hit into the whitewash. Beautiful turn off the top, oncoming section here, and throws it up and ditches excellent surfing from surfer in white, Jasmine Porter. That is going to be the highest score of the heat thus far. So you just throw caution to the wind on this final section, Dino. If yesterday told us anything, the judges are going to love that.
Yeah, that was a beautiful finishing maneuver there from Jasmine Porter. She was just looking for a 5.4 to move into first place. She's got a couple of twos. It's easily replaceable with that last ride. And, you couldn't have attacked that end section any harder there. But Jasmine, like we said earlier, just capitalizing. And, 20 minutes, that's all you got. And you got to throw it down and press these judges up here in the panel, and she did just that. We'll get some scores relayed to you guys in just a second here. But yeah, that's exactly what you have to do there if you want to beat the likes of Matea here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And if that's any indication of what's going to be going on today, Jasmine Porter locks in a 5.83. So the judges were rewarding her very handsomely for that huge end section hack. So really great surfing there from Jasmine Porter. Kind of doing a little bit of a, Matea, I know you got those, but I got these. Oh, man. I feel like this is like a preview for the next, 20 years of this competition is those two girls battling it out.
Oh man, yeah, the rivalry out here between the young ladies has been it's starting to heat up. You know, we've had the sibling rivalry between Matei and Snow for so many years now, and uh, you know, we have Aqua, Breweiler, Jasmine Porter, all of those young ladies nipping at their heels, and it's
Osha Green.
Osha Green.
Oh,
It's just endless, you know, and it just shows how fiery and how fired up these young ladies are to get in that limelight and showcase their skills. And man, they've just been surfing so well, you know, and kudos to them for putting their bodies out there in these cold and sizable conditions today. It's no easy task any day out here in Tofino, no matter what season it is.
No.
It's tough surfing out here.
Yeah, and you know what I just thought about? Also, we haven't even seen Sanoa surf yet, plus all the other incredible women that are going to be in these different divisions. But we have four different divisions that they're all competing in, because we got Pro Women's, Open Women's, U16, and U18 to go, which a lot of them are doing double and triple duty. So if you want to have a showcase of the future of Canadian women surfing, you need to stay tuned to this webcast, because you are going to see the best Canadian females battle it out multiple times. There's going to be multiple storylines where they're battling in the same heats over and over and over again. So if they wanted a chance to surf against one another multiple times, this is their chance.
Yeah, that's a big day for any surfer, especially when you throw that jersey on. You know, they got to calm those nerves and compartmentalize all those feelings and you know, years worth of just built up emotions, and being able to channel that and throw it down in a 20-minute heat, and especially when you have to do multiple of them.
Oh man,
it's exhausting.
And then it's like you beat me in the last heat, so I'm going to beat you in this heat.
Oh,
then,
yeah.
you know, like there's going to be so much cat and mouse today. It's just going to be fantastic, as we see another really beautiful right-hander rolling through. Our surfer in yellow, Kat Rosine, with a nice little check turn up at the top, trying to kind of race this section to give herself some open canvas. She throws it up. Oh, committed into the coping, but unfortunately just a little bit late on that one. I've definitely seen Kat throw a few into the coping in my day. So
yeah, she's definitely going to want to have this one back. You know, she had a great setup here, this end section. Maybe just got a little bit caught there and couldn't quite get that board up into the lip there. But man, yeah, I've seen surfing with Kat throughout the years. You know, she is an incredible surfer, and she's going to be wanting to have that one back. And yeah, it's crazy, you know, when she gets a little bit of fire in that out of that board of hers, she kind of just turns into a savage animal out there, and it's just, you know, get out of my way. This is my wave. I'm getting it, and I'm going to try to get that score. So yeah, it's yeah, she's definitely able to kind of push emotion aside there and just turn into a fierce competitor there. So here we go. We got Kat Rosine up and right in again on this nice inside section, so you can get around it. Oh, unfortunately, just getting a little bit caught in that whitewash there. But you know, it's probably good surfing there from Kat. You know, you got to stay busy here with 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. She's gonna need a couple of scores here to get herself back in the mix.
Yeah, and Kat also doing double duty as mom as well. The wonderful wife of our beach marshal, Jay Rosine, and their two youngins. So, and also one of the fittest women I know. So, you know, she is no slouch, a fierce competitor, and just an overall fierce human in the best possible way. So, again, with about 3 minutes left, do not count Kat out, because she just needs a 5.97 to get herself into that transfer spot, and that's very much within her wheelhouse.
Oh yeah, and you know, and it's needing a 5.97, like. That's only a couple of threes as well. So if she can pick off a couple of smaller scoring waves, she can get herself right back in the mix there. So, you know, obviously, you probably, you know, the mentality out there is you really want to get those big scores, you know, to feel confident and throw down to the beach. But I mean, honestly, all you really need is a couple of small, middle range scores there, and it'll get you right into the mix there with the top two surfers there in Jasmine Porter and Mateo Olin. So, yeah, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, the ocean just hasn't stopped there. You can see out the back there, the lines rolling in. Here we go. We got Jasmine Porter up and riding. That's your current heat leader. Beautiful wrapping cut back there, Robbie. Right into that power source there. Oh, another huge turn there from Jasmine. See if this inside section will stand up for her. I think the damage was done there in those two turns there. That was nice surfing there from Jasmine.
Yeah, that second wrap was really, really strong. Her technique has just gotten so much better in the last couple years. You know, yeah, it's just really incredible to see this young crop of women, like, Jasmine again, like most people would look at this and be like, oh, Matea's a walkthrough, and Jasmine is just going blow for blow. And here we go. We have our surfer in blue, Amy Shimizu, right in front of the camera woman. Nice little turn off the top, hoping this thing's going to kind of open up for her. See if she can get a little bonus section at the end here. Unfortunately, that thing running away on her, but Amy Shimizu is definitely going to improve her situation. She's just sitting on a 1.17, so she will definitely improve and hopefully make it a little bit easier, something a little bit more attainable for that second transfer spot.
Yeah, that being in that second transfer spot, it's nerve-wracking because, yeah, everyone in fourth and third there is chomping at the bit to get in there. So here we go, Mateo Olin trying to attack that lip there and try to catch up to Jasmine there. That was a beautiful first turn there from Mateo Olin, whipping that board around and ditching those fins out. And man, that was a pretty sick maneuver there, and probably one of the most critical section of that wave. And being able to ride out with a nice little foam climb there. Matea has already dropped a 4.17 on her first ride. She has a backup score of a 3.73.
Wow. Some really, really intense stuff for that first and second place here, because we just had another wave come in for Jasmine Porter, and it came in as a 3.43, so she actually improved her scenario. So now Matea's looking for a 5.1 for that last turn. I mean, the judges really did reward big committed turns, and that was definitely a committed turn. Little fin drift there as well, some high performance stuff, so we will see where it comes in. As that is the end of Pro Women's Semifinal Heat number 1 here at the Rip Curl Pro Nationals. And it looks like it's going to be Jasmine Porter and Matea Olin making it through. We're just waiting to see who's going to be first, who's going to be second.
But yeah, we're still waiting for some scores to drop here from Matea. And yeah, Robbie, I don't know. I had really, really liked that maneuver there from Matea. That was an insane turn in pretty much the most critical section of that wave, showing a ton of commitment there. We'll see what the judges throw down. She already dropped a 4.17. It looks like she's going to replace that 3.73. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to catch up to Jasmine. Locked in at a 4.43, so Matea's still holding on to that second place transfer spot, booking herself a ticket onto the finals along with Jasmine.
So first heat, the Jasmine versus Matea show. We got to give notch to Jasmine.
Yeah, she's got to be feeling pretty fired up about that one, you know, taking out the legs of Matea. But I mean, it is semifinals. Jasmine did enough to get through, and yeah, dropping that 5.83 in that turn. So hopefully she can build off that moving into the finals. And Matea, you know, she did enough, and she's just no slouch to any competition. Though she knows exactly what to do when she throws on a jersey. So yeah, that was great surfing there from Matea. Unfortunately, Amy Shimizu and Kat Rosine, not enough to move on to the finals, but I have a feeling we're going to see them next year.
That is very much a truth. So really good stuff as we head into Pro Women's Semifinal Heat number 2. Some very, very unrecognizable names here. So our surfer in red, our top seed is Sanoa Olin, the sister of Matea, and Matea, the sister of Sanoa. You can't really say either, is because they're just both such incredible surfers. We have surfer in white, Kath Bruweiler,
throwing the jersey on.
I
know she took a little bit of a hiatus over a couple years, or over a few years, not throwing a jersey on, but. Maybe, you know, sitting on the beach here and watching all the young guns kind of take down these contests over the past few years. I think Kath's probably fired her up a little bit here and throwing a jersey on again. It's great to see Kath back in the water in competition here. And we got split screen action here. We'll focus in on Sanoa here, that surfer in red. As you see here, Sanoa, beautiful wrapping cut back there on her forehand. Nice little end section here. See if it'll stand up for her. Doing a couple of big turns there right off the bat. Sanoa, your top seed. So as you see surfers throughout the competition in the red jersey, that's your top seed there. And you can see why Sanoa just linking a couple of nice turns there. Unfortunately, this wave flattened out on the inside. Probably a good decision to kick out and try to get out back and get herself in position there. But beautiful surfing there, and with a minute and 30 seconds into that heat.
Feet in the wax.
Wanting
Board
to
is
get
warm.
to the finals. Top 2 surfers advance. Sanoa putting a staple down with a 4.50.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff there from Snow Olin. And we do have our surfer in yellow, Shandy Kariatsumari, doing double duty as well, throwing on the jersey. And then our surfer in blue, Danielle Nelliston, as well, throwing herself into that pro women's mix. As we do have a little bit of live action, we have our surfer in white, the Forever Grom, Kath Breweiler, ripping herself down the line. Nice open face here. She's going to do a nice little carve. Looks unfortunately like that wave is going to run away from her.
Yeah, I like that decision though from Kath. You know, she's I mean, I can't speak for her, but I know she knows exactly what to do out there. You know, with 2 minutes into the heat, just getting up on the board and just testing out the waters of Cox Bay. You know, just feeling out how powerful these waves are, seeing how that board's going to be reacting with that southeast wind as well. You know, it tends to kind of work against you when you're up and riding. So, yeah, just trying to get your bearings straight out there. That's all you can do here in early stages of the heat.
Yeah, and it's exciting to say that I think that's our 7th Breweiler to enter into the competition. So, you know, the Breweiler clan is very well represented, and you, like I said yesterday, you know, you have a Breweiler in your heat, and you're kind of like, oh man.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday it was so exciting at the end of yesterday watching the vintage Sept Breweiler show. Man, that was just so incredible to watch.
I feel like if there was ever a dictionary of terms relating to this area in Tofino,
yeah,
staples would be right beside the Breweiler.
Totally.
They've been staples in this community and in the surf industry before I was even born.
Yeah, totally.
You know, I remember reading Transworld surf mags and
in the late 1900s or what?
In the late 1900s, and just covered with Breweiler photos. Raph, Sept, Kath, you know, just the Breweiler clan. It's just been to the forefront of Canadian surfing for so many years, you know, and it's insane to see. You know, we saw Sept yesterday. I think Sept was surfing the best surfing I've seen him surf in years.
It was incredible.
You know? And seeing Kath throw on a jersey again, it's just like they just won't go away.
It's fantastic.
Like you can't get rid of them. You know?
Yeah.
They're here to stay. They're just taking their home beach home with them. And what better feeling would it be to take the W here down at Cox Bay for either of them? It'd be pretty amazing.
Yeah, it would be fantastic. It was funny. I was chatting down with Shannon Brown on the beach after his heat. And he had a little laugh, and he said, you know, they forgot about Sepp and me. You know, everyone was talking about, you know, Reed and Michael and Peter and Caleb.
Would you call them underdogs? Would you?
Yeah. Would I call Shannon and Sepp underdogs? No,
I don't. Crazy to put them in that category. You know,
anybody in that semifinals for the men was an underdog of any variety.
Yeah, that was it was exciting stuff there yesterday when everyone booking their tickets onto the finals. And we are here, day 3, finals day. This is the cream of the crop. All the best surfers of the weekend are surfing today. You can see why, you know, as the day goes on, the caliber of surfing is just starting to increase, making it tough for these judges. You know, keeping them on their toes and trying to set some proper scales out there. It's got to be tough when you have that kind of caliber of surfers out in the water.
Yeah, absolutely. The beautiful part about the finals day is that everyone's earned their way to get here. So it's anybody who is in this finals day has surfed well throughout the weekend, deserves to be here, deserves to be going up against these top seeds and really just giving them a run for their money. So there will not be an uncompetitive heat for the rest of the day, which is just fantastic. As we got a little bit of live action here off screen, we got our surfer in white, Kath Breweiler, throwing a huge wrap into the pocket. As this thing looks like it's going to open up for her, Dino. And a nice little tap off the top there. Really good surfing for Kath.
Yeah, that was nice conservative surfing there from Kath. Linking a couple of nice turns there to start things off. And, I like that foam climb and being able to ride out clean on that last one, or the last maneuver, sorry. Kath, just like we said, building the foundation, working her way into that beautiful mansion that she wants to build in order to get herself into that final. So Kath Breweiler, you know, she already dropped a 2.67. That's easily replaceable. as we see scores starting to drop here from Cal, that surfer in white. Just dropped a 4.00 on that last ride, Robbie.
Yeah, really good stuff from her. Like you said, she's kind of building that foundation, get your feet in the wax, get the board up into the lip, and then just slowly build upon those scores. You know, it was really incredible stuff. We saw it. You know who we saw it probably best from yesterday was our men's open, Ryan Cameron. You know, he basically got himself a couple of mid-range fives, and then it was just over and over again. He just kept replacing his low scores. As we go back to our surfer in red, Snow Olin, kind of doing a bit of a two-stager there, cutting herself back into the pocket. Now starting to look at this thing open up as a lovely little wrap off the top, and another little cut back into the power source. Unfortunately, that thing looks like it's going to gas out a little bit. So no major turns of consequence, but some really phenomenal technical surfing there from Snowa, kind of manufacturing a backup score because she already has a 4.67, and she just needs a 2 to get herself into that first spot. And I dare say she has done it. So really good surfing there from Snowa. You're kind of seeing a little bit of a mirror of the two tactics between the experienced competitor and the young gun.
Yeah, you know, Snowa's she's got to be feeling confident already dropping a 4.67. That's a great score to build on. And you can see scores starting to funnel in here. Last of red there. That's Sanoa dropped a 3.30, so moving herself up into first place there. The combined heat total score of a 7.97. Yeah, it's got to feel great. You know, those mid range scores of 4.67 and 3.30. Those are great scores to build on. Here we go, got Surfer in yellow at south end of the Shandy doing double duty up in the tower here, judging heats, and heading out in the semifinals here to surf her heat and trying to get herself into the finals. Man, it would be feeling pretty nice to get the ticket there to surf in the finals and the chance to win some of that sweet cash we have on hand here for those ladies this afternoon.
Wow, when you feel as rich as I do right now, Dino, you don't even care about the cash. Don't even care about the cash.
You know, Robbie, we were talking about this yesterday. I don't think I've met anyone more positive than you.
Wow.
The cup is always full,
Life's good,
brother.
Man. Life's good.
The cup is not always half full. It's always full with you, brother.
I don't want to say that my life is better than anybody else's, but I definitely have the best version of my own life that I could have ever wanted. So, you know, happily married, happily fathered.
And look what we get to enjoy every day.
I know. This is just fantastic.
The beautiful location here at Tofino, and again, thanks so much to Tourism Tofino and the district of Tofino, as well as the districts of Ucluelet and Tourism Ucluelet, for just making this event happen. I mean, we kind of had a little bit of last-minute decision to bring the contest up here to Tofino again, and again, Tofino, as they always do, opening their doors for us and allowing us to throw a contest on the beach, just due to some worldwide events that have occurred over the past 2 years. And it's great to see contest surfing back in Tofino.
Yeah, and honestly, my new thing that I'm gonna start to champion is called the #United. Tofino and Ucluelet, #United. I lived in Ucluelet for a few years. I love Yuki, man. It has so much to offer. It's such an incredible place, such incredible people. Like, if you haven't been and you're like, oh, I come to the coast for go to Yuki. It is honestly one of the best places on the coast. As we go to live action here, Shandy Kariatsumari with a nice little top turn there, but unfortunately just kind of getting blown out of that thing. So I don't know if that's how social media works. You do hashtags, #United, Tofino Ucluelet United.
It's a great connection and union that the both communities have developed over the years. You know, it's great how they've been able to work together as well with the National Park, the Government of Canada, in between, a great middle ground for everyone to meet, and you know, some of the most beautiful beaches in the entire planet down there in the National Park. So it's a true spectacle. If none of you guys and girls tuning in have been out to the west coast here of Vancouver Island, it is one of the most beautiful places I think I've ever been to in my entire life. Growing up on the island and doing a lot of traveling in my day, I gotta say I look so forward to coming back here.
Oh man, it's the best. And if you haven't tried a little culinary tour of Ucluelet, I highly recommend it. We were lucky enough to get delivered some Yuki bowls yesterday. Oh my God. when I heard that there was poke on the lunch menu, I was like, yeah.
Poke's hot right now.
I know, it's a hot thing right
Poke's
now.
hot right now.
And I had a lovely little chicken poke, and it was delicious. It hit every mark. So thank you, the team over at Yuki Bowls. You guys are awesome. That was just great.
We can't forget Surfside Grill.
Oh, Surfside Grill.
Speaking of culinary art, this is great.
My team.
You guys come on down. They got the Surfside Grill Shack set up there at the Pac Sands. They've been treating us like kings up here in the booth, dropping off breakfast sandwiches, lunches. Man, and what a spot. You get to hang out on the beach over at Pac Sands.
Man, it is insane. Like how gourmet of food is literally 10 feet from the beach. Like, I mean, I make gourmet, but it usually gets covered in sand and dirt by the time I actually get a chance to eat it. So as we go to live action here, Snow Olin, our surfer in red, with a kind of about a 6-stage cut back there. Really good technical surfing from her as she's hoping that this thing kind of stands up on the inside for her. Taking that high line, looking for that one big maneuver. Here she goes. Oh, throws it up into the lip. Nice spray there. Good work from Snow. And off your screen, you have Kath, our surfer in white, doing a nice little cut back there. And a beautiful trademark Kath carve as this thing stands up. She just needs to finish that. Oh, fantastic surfing there from Kath Breweiler. Man, there's a whole lot of not so fast going on right now.
A little yin and yang right there. Kath finishing this one strong, as you can see in the replay there, riding out clean, compressing that body, showing a ton of control in that in that last maneuver there. And yeah, Sanoa taking off on that beautiful left, being able to link a couple of nice turns, and she finished off that wave strong. But hold on a second. We're not going anywhere.
We're not
Kath
going
Breweiler
anywhere.
answering right back there with a beautiful wave of her own. We'll update you with some scores here. So Kath already trying to build with that 4.00. It's looking like she's bettered her situation. Moving up into first place with 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Kath Breweiler dropping a 6.67 on that last ride.
Yeah, it's like she knows what the judges are looking for or something.
Yeah, Kath again. We have two of our head judges out in the water, Kath Breweiler and Shandy Kariat-Samari. So Catherine answering back and flexing her muscles over Sanoa. Last her red, Sanoa dropped to 5.67, so Kath bettering her by a point. Jumping her up into first place there with 6 minutes left. This is a little battle of the, I don't really want to say past, but it's the present against the potential future here of surfing here. It's like, this is great to see Kath not backing down to these young, frothy ladies out in the water there. It's just goes to show that how she still has that fire in her gut there.
I think, honestly, Dino, I think we're getting the best of the generational everything this weekend. It's like even the elder statesmen are all showing up and being like, look, I ain't dead yet. I ain't retired. I ain't underground. You young bucks think that you're, like, you look at all of the last sets of pro heats, and there's always a generational gap. And, again, we had Sept Breweiler, Shannon Campbell-Brown. We got Kath Breweiler right now, that older generation. And they're just like, hey, this is still my stomping ground until you take it away from me. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. You just like, there's a reason why a lot of those young surfers are out in the water, with the likes of Kath Breweiler and Sepp and Shannon and Pete and everyone just kind of paving the way for these young froth bombs out there. And yeah, I love it how the old guard is not backing down. If you want to take the title, it's not going to be given to you. You got to take it. You got to go out there and take it. And we've seen, in years past, a lot of these young Grammies have been controlling the lineup, but this is great to see the style and the kind of surfing that Cass is throwing down here. Let's see if Sanoa can answer back here. Oh, a nice little turn there, getting that board super vertical on that one maneuver. She's looking for a 5.10 to move up into first place with 4 minutes remaining. I mean, we did see some big scores getting dropped on one maneuver waves there, Robbie, but yeah, we'll see what the judges kind of throw down there for Sanoa. But man, she's already got a 5.67 and a 4.67. Those are great scores to build on. I would be a little nervous if I was Catherine. She's got a couple of good scores, but all of these surfers on the water are capable of throwing down 6, 7, 8s, and 9s. So it's no one's safe out there.
No one's safe. I don't think anybody's safe for the rest of the day. I don't even think we're safe, and we're not even competing.
Oh no, I'm already starting to sweat up here, man.
I don't want to live safe.
Yeah, the temperature has just risen about 7,000 degrees coming into day 3 here with finals day underway. It is just unbelievable conditions out there. I'm just so excited to have a finals day with contestable conditions because we have the best surfers that have been surfing all weekend long in the water and the best possible conditions we could ask for a contest. It's just a recipe for something great.
Yeah, and I would also say contestable is a little bit of an understatement. These are highly contestable conditions. Yeah, it's about as good as it gets here. And like I said, there's just so many great storylines coming into finals day. Like we talk about the generational stuff. And then, again, like we don't usually get conditions like this for competition, especially 3 straight days of it. And not only are we getting pumping swell, but the actual paddle doesn't look quite as bad as yesterday. So that's pretty good. It's actually gotten less terrible over the last 3 days because the first day I'm sure that there was millions of calories burned by these surfers. As we go to live action here, we've got our surfer in red, Snow Olin, with a beautiful carve off the top, lining up this inside bowl section. As this thing looks like it might stand up for her. She kind of do a little bit of check surfing to get herself into somewhere of consequence. Just not quite standing up for her. Oh, on the inside.
There we go, bonus section.
Ooh. Gets a little bit of the Cox Bay face first wash there.
That's got to be a little frustrating there from Sanoa, just working that wave all the way to the inside. But yeah, it just wasn't quite cooperating with her. And right at the last section there, it decided to stand up for her, but unfortunately we're not able to connect on that last maneuver. Snow with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. She's chasing a 5.00, and here we go. Answering back there, Catherine going on the left. Pretty funky looking wave there. Unfortunately, just flattening out there. And we saw these conditions yesterday, Robbie, as the tide dropped. Different banks started to light up, but man, what a decision bringing it down here. Right in front of the Snabby Tower here, the south end of Cox Bay. It's just so groomed out there, and these corduroy lines of swell funneling into Cox Bay. It's a pretty ideal location to have a contest.
Yeah, again, really, really great call by contest organizer Dom Domish to bring it down to the southern end of the beach because we really, really have gotten incredible waves all weekend. And even spots down the beach that normally you would think are the more consistent, better spots just haven't been as good. They just have not been as good. So, and with this contest zone, we've had a lot of room for movement. So lots of different waves and banks to surf as we have some live action up and riding in yellow. Shandy Karietsumari trying to get herself a little inside section here, throwing it up into the lip, rides out. Whoa. She knows to ride out with confidence. But she's also in need of an 8.34, and that's a pretty hefty score. Haven't really seen anything of that consequence just yet, as Sanoa has decided to call it and bring herself on in, as she knows that she's going to move on through to that next round as we count down the final 5 seconds here of Pro Women's semifinal heat number 2.
3, 2, 1.
And that is the end of Pro Women's semifinal heat number 2, as we have our surfer in white, Catherine Bruweiler, and our surfer in red, Sanoa Olin, making it on through to the finals. Unfortunately, Shandy Karietsumari and Danielle Nelliston, you will not be making it through this year, but we will definitely be seeing you next year. Really great stuff, as we do have quite a heater of a Pro Women's final set up here, Dino.
Yeah. Jasmine Porter and Mateo Olin, we saw in the last heat, booking their tickets onto the final here. And then we have Catherine Bruweiler and Sanoa Olin moving on to the final as well. That is going to be a serious heat there between all of those surfers. They've been surfing extremely well all contests long. It's going to be exciting to see what the swell has on offer later today. That tide's going to be shifting. Right now we do have a dropping tide, and then probably later today, as those women paddle out for the finals, we'll have a tide. The tide will be swinging in. So, man, if that's signs of things to come. I can't wait to see that final and the pro women's. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be phenomenal stuff, but the hard part for us is we're not even going to know which heat to pick as our favorite because we have like 20 different heats that are all going to be fantastic as we set up our U18 boys semifinal here, as we've got our surfer in red Wheeler Hasberg, who's been a massive standout all weekend in the pro men's division and the under 16 division. As soon as the hooter went, Wheeler locked into this left-hander. He's about 4 turns deep at this point, and he's known for a huge end section maneuvers, but unfortunately just coming unstuck. But he did some serious damage on that outside bank. He was able to connect together a few different turns there.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge score there for Wheeler that he dropped in on one of the bigger sets we've seen. And I think I counted about 5 or 6 turns he was able to link all the way to the inside. Unfortunately, he got a little squirrely on that last section there, but Wheeler just been a standout all weekend long, and you can see why.
Yeah, and 3 of these gentlemen are all doing double and triple duty as well, as we have had one of our standout surfers for the weekend, Shea Breweiler, who's been blowing up in not only the under 16 division, but also the open men's division as well, and Clay Chiaviti, who's also made it to the men's semifinal, which I think both of them are about 12 or 13 years old, so they're basically swinging outside of their weight class in 3 different weight classes and throwing knockout punches.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible to see these competitors surf multiple divisions here in a day. It's a lot of surfing to do in a day. It's not just physically exhausting; it's mentally exhausting as well. You have to get yourself into contest mode. I mean, I know everyone wants to get out of the water. You know, it's all buddy, high fives. But once you get in the water there, it's it's a little ice cold out there.
Oh, for sure. And then we do have our surfer in blue, Elijah Stoll, as well. I think it's the first we've seen Elijah all weekend, so we're looking forward to see what he can do here in this U18 semifinal, heat number 1. And the first of Wheeler has just dropped a 5.00 there from the young Californian, who's really been a standout not only in the water but out of the water as well. I don't know if you've talked to him or had a chat with him yet, but that's a forever puppy right there. He's just he's stoked. He's definitely really been tapping into the Red Bull tent with the gummy bear selection down there, because that kid is just stoked. The best part of all of yesterday, one of my highlights, was after the men's semifinal, Shannon Brown in the heat with Wheeler, and they're in the athlete area, and Wheeler walks up and he just looks at coach and he goes, "Next year," with just dead eyes. It was awesome. As we got our surfer in red Wheeler Hasberg with a nice little 1-2 combo here, cutting back into the pocket. So this thing's going to stand up for him. Another beautiful wrap. Really getting that board on rail, Dino.
Yeah,
quite a soft turn, but here we go.
Surfing here from Wheeler.
Last section.
Oh, he wanted to load up there. You could see there. Unfortunately, that wave flattening out. Man, I was on the tip of my toes there, waiting for something big there, but the damage was done with those beautiful wrapping cutbacks. You wanted to unload there. Unfortunately, that wave flattened out. Probably a good decision, kind of backing off there last minute, but man, Wheeler is looking dangerous. He already dropped a 5.00 from his opening ride. He's going to back that up with another good score. Wheeler looking pretty confident here with first 5 minutes of this heat, Robbie.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And he's definitely a guy who can get a bunch of waves in a big hurry, as he's shown. We're barely 5 minutes old, and he's already dropped himself a 5.0, and a 6.0 has just come in for the last of Wheeler Hasberg. You know, in both of those waves, he didn't quite get a finishing maneuver, and I would say that he's probably been the standout on closeout sections this weekend. Like, he's just thrown some incredibly radical maneuvers. You know, when you're talking about the surfers that are getting those one-turn waves, that are getting those 6s and 7s, I think Wheeler has about 5 of them.
Yeah, we can just see that now. The last of red dropping in at 6.00 for Wheeler Hasberg, flexing his muscles on the rest of the pack here. Got a heat total score of 11.00, but here we go. Shea Breweiler trying to answer back and get himself in the mix. Nice tap off the top there. Riding out strong, Shea Breweiler. Trying to get that golden ticket to go on to the finals. Man, he's got to be looking busy here. That was a nice little direction change there. Getting up to the coping there, riding out strong. Shea Breweiler trying to get a score under his belt, trying to catch up to Wheeler. Dropping a 4.00 is looking like on his opening ride. He's got to be feeling pretty good about that last ride.
Yeah, he definitely did everything he could with that. He had to kind of play the patience game to get himself to the inside, and then he really fit in 2 turns in a very short space of time. After that first cutback, he got straight back up into the lip. As we go to live action, we've got our surfer in yellow, Clay Chiaviti, with a really nice cutback there to get himself back into the power source, and now just trying to work his way down the line. So he looks a little bit of a section in front of him. Still trying to get down the line, and a big floater. Oh, well done. Clay Chiaviti rides that whitewash floater into the flats and stomps it out with confidence. So he's going to open up his account as well and throw his name into the mix.
Yeah, Clay Chiaviti there. That was nice surfing there. You know, the first 7 minutes of the heat. Yeah, you want to get busy. You want to start getting those scores on the board so you can start building off of some scores here. We got Shea Brewer live action here on your screen. He already dropped a 4.00 on his opening ride. Oh, trying to get loose on that end section. Unfortunately, getting a little bit caught in that foam ball. But man, Shea trying to catch up to Wheeler. Wheeler kind of put a bit of a stamp on this heat, trying to get to that final later on today, dropping a 6.00 and a 5.00. We got a couple of scores dropping here. Shea just dropping a 2.33. And last of yellow, Clay dropping a 3.33. So don't take your eyes off the screen here. We got lines approaching. Frothy U18 boys semifinal in the water. Oh man, you know how good that would feel to get yourself into the finals out here and have a chance to take down that U18 boys champ. Man, that would feel good here at Cox Bay, especially in these conditions we have. It's now easy task out there for these U18 boys. You know, it may look small on the screen there for when you see the pro men's or women's out there, but you got to remember these U18 boys, you know, a couple inches shorter, and those waves are still the same size.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's, again, this is a lot of swinging outside the weight classes, as we do have Shea and Clay are both in that 12 to 13-year-old range, and this is a U18, so they've got 4 to 5 more years. So, you know, all of a sudden they make the final, and it's like you're making the final, like it kind of shades of the Olin sisters, right, where they were making the U18, every U18 and U16 final
just
had
dominant.
those 2 ladies in it.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, just dominant out here at Cox Bay, and yeah, it's crazy to think that they still have 5 more years of U18 boys division.
Yeah, super glad I'm not in the U18 boys division. And
yeah, I'm fine up here.
Yeah, we're good. Stick to what we're good at, Dino.
Yeah, it's nice. You know, I got a coffee machine right behind us. I got my main man Robbie right to my left here.
Surfside breakfast.
Surfside breakfast behind me. This is first class treatment. You know,
this is fantastic.
I can't pass this up. You kidding me?
Oh, as we do have about 11 and a half minutes remaining, and Dino, look at that shot on the webcam. Are you kidding me? Like, look at those lines of swell. That's about as classic of a swell line as you can see.
Oh, man, the pleats in the
The
Pacific.
term? Pleats?
The pleats in the Pacific rolling in here. Yeah, look at those lines just stack up there. We got a bit of a set, clean out set rolling through the bay here. Hopefully those surfers can get out past this set, not wear it on the head here. But we got surfer at the back, up and riding on your screen. Surfer in red. Wheeler has
oh
a huge
my God.
jam off the top.
Oh my God.
Out of that radical bouncy section there. Okay.
Right?
Here we go, Shea Breweiler answering back. Oh, the another end section.
Oh.
Doesn't look like he was able to ride out clean out of that section here, but here we go. Shea trying to answer back. Got a beautiful open section here to deal with. Oh, trying to get up, but yeah, all that whitewash there on the face of that wave, making it pretty tough to ride out there, making it really turbulent out there for these surfers to ride out clean. But man,
Wheeler
pretty good out there, pretty smooth. Wheeler, I think Wheeler's going to be dropping a pretty big score on that last ride.
Is that going to be one of those big one-turn maneuvers?
Maybe. He dropped a 5.00 on his opening ride. He's backed it up with a 6.00. It's looking like he didn't do as much as he could have. He dropping a 4.500 or 4.50, sorry. on that last ride. But, man, Wheeler is looking dangerous out there.
Yeah, he's I said it before, but he's kind of set himself apart as the end section guy today and yesterday and the first 3 days of this competition. Man, he's just been incredible. Like, he has absolutely no fear of an oncoming lip. It doesn't matter if it's 2 foot or 6 foot. He's just going to throw himself into that lip and stomp out, and his completion rate is so high. So while he did just get a 4.5, I might even say that yesterday that probably would have been in the 6 range, but again, just bearing in mind that they have to set the scale here, especially going into these finals days, because the level of surfing is so high. They have to leave room for bigger and better stuff. Because if all of a sudden Wheeler puts together 2 turns and then a turn like that, where do you go from there?
Yeah, it's tough being a judge as these later heats come into play. You know, you never really want to pinch yourself too into a troubling spot there as a judge. But here we go, back to live action. Shea Breweiler, being cut back. Trying to engage those fins in the face there, and he's got a nice bonus section to deal with here. Nice little foam climb there, riding out clean, Shea Breweiler. But yeah, that's got to be that's tough being a judge, as especially the caliber of surfing goes up in value. You know, the pinching yourself between scores and not setting that scale properly can really hurt you, you know, and I know all these judges really, really want to throw some big scores down on the board there for these guys. So yeah, I don't want to be over there. I'm fine over here right now.
Yeah, we can just talk about all the decisions they're making. This is great. And we are still waiting for our surfer in blue. Elijah still hasn't been able to get himself into one. Oh, he ended up getting scratched. Sorry, my apologies. So this is a 3-man heat now, as we are waiting for a score for the last of White to come on through, and he should better his situation. He is looking for a 7-point ride to put himself into first place, and our surfer in yellow, Clay Chiavidi, looking for a 3.01, but it will look like Shea will improve his score as we hit about the 7.5-minute mark of U18 boys semifinal heat number 1 of the Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona and Red Bull. And we are sitting here at classic fall Cox Bay conditions, howling southeast winds. Beautiful corduroy lines pumping through constantly. It just seems like, just look at this view here, Dino. It looks like there's literally just going to be waves forever. Waves are just never going to end.
I know, it's relentless. It's all weekend long. It just hasn't turned off, and it's been unbelievable. You know, this bank out front here has just been light enough for the surfers out there, and yeah, we're seeing some great scores being dropped, and I can't remember. I know there's another contest out here that usually capitalizes on some pretty unreal conditions. You know, the QOP has always been a pretty good, you know, welcome to fall contest, but what a great decision there by Rip Curl and Surf Canada by shifting this contest into the end days of September. And, I mean, you're pretty much guaranteed epic swell when you start rolling into fall out here.
Oh, man. It's just unbelievable. And for those of you that don't understand how surf contests work, we are really at mercy of the conditions. So to be able to roll the dice and have us roll the dice that we've rolled this weekend is just absolutely incredible. It almost feels like a little bit of a once in a lifetime moment. You know, we hope it's plenty more times for the future Rip Curl pros that come down the pipe. But man, are we ever staying pretty grateful for what we've got today.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for anything more, really. You know, we have beautiful conditions. It's that southeast just still howling offshore. Going to be howling offshore all day long. The rain has held off a little bit. We were supposed to get nuked by a little tropical storm there from rolling in from the Pacific, but unfortunately it just hammered down rain last night, and it's held off so throughout the day. So looking at that report, it was calling for 75 mils of rain earlier in the week, but yeah, you know, it's tough. We are at the mercy of Mother Nature, and that's why this is probably one of the most exciting, if not the most exciting sport to watch in the world.
You know, absolutely, and just to add more to the story of how ridiculously freakish our run of weather has been, pretty much 15 minutes after packing up last night, torrential downpour.
I couldn't believe it.
Not a drop of rain the whole day. The second we packed up, torrential downpour. As I was coming here this morning, still raining. As soon as I got here, rain was done. right?
Yeah,
Come on.
It was like someone was having a freak gravel fight outside it. We rolled in, got off the beach, and then next thing you know, it just the floodgates open and it just poured. But that's what it's what you expect out here on the West Coast.
Yeah.
We are on the edge of, North America, the edge of the island, the wild West Coast. So anything goes out here, and that's why we love it.
It's
That's
got
why
its,
we love it.
It's got its own weather system, and it will keep you guessing. As we hit about the 4-minute mark here left in the U18 boys semifinal heat number 1. Current situation, we do have our surfer in red, Wheeler Hasberg, on the strength of that 5- and 6-point ride. He's got an 11-point scoreline. And the last of Shea Breweiler has come in at a 4.23, so he did improve his scoreline. That was the best way of his heat so far. So he's got an 8.23. He needs a 6.77 to get himself up into that first place position. And then Clay Chiaviti just sitting on that 3.33. He's looking to find a backup score of a 4.9 to bump Shea out of that transfer spot. So tense moments, I can dare say that Shea is not feeling super comfortable, but at the same time, he knows if he gets himself an opportunity, he can improve on that 4.00. So it'll be a really interesting last 3.5 minutes here as we look out onto the horizon. We see a few sets rolling in.
Yeah,
I feel like we can just always say there's a few sets rolling in at this point.
We've got some lines approaching. You can see the surfer's just a little bit far, but we got that set looking like it's going to stand up here. Let's see if any of these surfers are in position to capitalize. We know Wheeler was able to capitalize on a couple of those set waves, and he dropped a 5.00, and then he found another one and dropped a 6.00. That's your heat leader, Surfer in red. And not far behind, we got Surfer in white, Shea Breweiler, dropped a 4.00 and dropped another score to 4.23. But here we go, we got Wheeler Hasberg on his backhand. Nice little jam off the top there. Staying busy. Nice foam climb. Let's see if he's got a bonus section. Are you kidding me? A little direction change. He got another section to deal with. Oh, a little hair reverse, unfortunately going down. Wheeler just doing everything he can out there to get into the finals. Man, this is incredible surfing there from the young man from California. He is part Canadian, which is great to see. He has thrown on the jersey for Canada at a couple of events around the world, so it's great to see Wheeler coming up, throwing a full, thick 5mm wetsuit on, jumping in the water, and showcasing his skills down here for everybody at the beach.
Well, and I think that he heard us up in the tower talking about his end section prowess, because he was like, if you thought that was good, how about I just throw 2 end sections at you? I'm just going to do a huge end section, make it away around, and go for another one. And he ended up locking in a 6.5, even though he came unstuck on that second end section. That the judges rewarding that commitment up into the lip on that backhand hit. Imagine if he'd have stuck that little air reverse at the end too.
Oh man, yeah, that would have been definitely up in the excellent range there. But 6.5, you got to be feeling pretty comfortable and confident with that score. And, a couple of 6s, that's not bad.
No, that's pretty darn good. Yeah. As we got about a minute and a half remaining here, so Wheeler did improve his situation, leaving Shea Breweiler needing an 8.27 to get himself into that first place. Clay is still looking to replace that 3.33. Again, that battlefield out there, it's kind of doing a little bit of the Cox Bay inside-outside. It's definitely really howling that southeast, which can make it really challenging to get yourself a good entry into the wave. But these are very, very talented surfers, so with 1 minute to go, anything really could happen. Pretty exciting stuff in this U18 boys semifinal.
Yeah, it's starting to close down here in Heat 1. I don't want to call it too early, but it's looking like Wheeler and Shea, definitely doing what they needed to get done in order to move on to the finals. Still 45 seconds. Clay chasing a 4.90, so you can't count out Clay. We've seen all day yesterday we saw some last-second heroics from multiple competitors in multiple divisions, so I don't want to count Clay out. He is definitely capable of getting a 4.90. We saw that yesterday. He was able to drop a couple of 4s and 5s, and so we got 20 seconds remaining. Oh man, I love that. I love it. I love the dying seconds of this heat when surfers kind of pull everything together and see if they can, get the score they need. But we got 10 seconds remaining. Come on. It's looking like Devotion's just going a little bit flat for Clay. Unfortunately, not being able to get the score that he needed. All right. Looks like two competitors are moving on to the final. Wheeler Hasberg and Shea Breweiler booking their tickets onto the final. We'll see them surfing later today. Unfortunately, Clay, just not enough. But I'm sure we'll be seeing him next year. You know,
Well, we've got him in 2 more divisions still. We haven't seen the last of Clay for today. As we will head into the U18 semifinal heat number 2, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back to the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. Stick with us. We will talk to you soon. And welcome back to the 2021. As we go straight to live action, we've got surfer in blue Seth Steer going straight up into the coping and riding out of that one as we are heading into the U18 semifinal heat number 2 of the boys in the Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. In this heat, we have our surfer in red, Pro Men's finalist Reed Platinius doing double duty in the U18 boys. We've got our surfer in white, Finn Spencer, who was a standout from yesterday as well. Our surfer in yellow, Tristan Day. And our surfer in blue, who you just saw on screen, Seth Steer. As we go to live action, we've got our surfer in blue again, Seth Steer, just trying to get his feet in the wax, get as many waves as possible. He gets a nice little combo there, but can't quite ride out of it. And then our surfer in the camo gear, joined once again by the lovely, talented, and extremely articulate Noah Cohen. Welcome, Noah.
Thank you, Robbie. Nice to be back. Wow, there's just a barrage here. We got Reed right off the hop, too.
Oh. Bottom turn right up into the lip. That backhand on full display with Reed. He's looking for that end section. Throws it up and rides out in confidence. Noah, you got to like that.
That'll be solid. Yeah, that was a good start. He kind of had to carve through these first couple turns as the wave was a bit flatter, but he got definitely up into the lip through here on the finish and punched the tail out a little bit. So, yeah, he'll be looking to put the strongest score on the board, and there it is, 667.
667.
Right,
wow. With our surfer in yellow, Tristan Day, with a little 2-stage cutback and then doing a little frontside hack off the top. Noah, you're no stranger to the conditions that we see here today at Cox Bay. What's the winning recipe?
Yeah, this is a classic Cox Bay winter day. It's crazy how much it changed with that hard southeast, and it just went full downpour last night.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, this is what I remember. But yeah, these days can be really fun. It's looking a little soft, so when you have this hard of an offshore wind with slopier faces, it makes it a little challenging to go up into the lip sometimes. But for carving turns, it's great. You can find some really smooth faces if you catch the mid-sized waves, and we've definitely seen some big scores already through the early heats. I was watching on the beach and saw some great surfing from Jasmine and the Olins and Cass. So we got another up and riding. It's blue.
Seth Steer.
Getting busy, Seth. Third wave already. Nice little bank.
Yes, Seth's got a bit of a vendetta, I think, from his open men's heat. He had a bit of a shocker yesterday. You know, it's funny, we were talking around the table last night, and 20 minutes isn't necessarily a phenomenal description of how you actually surf. But those people that do show up and really put it together for 20 minutes, it's such an impressive feat.
Yeah, and I always lean on the Peter thing for this one. It's so incredible that you can consistently find, you know, the winning formula with heats that quick, because you'd think eventually you're just going to have bad luck and not find waves, you know. So yeah, it can be frustrating as a competitor. You feel like, oh, if it was a 30-minute heat, there's no way I'm losing to that guy or that girl. So it can be challenging, but there's certain people that seem to have the recipe worked out, and they just find their 2 numbers in those 20 minutes. And
so we've got some storylines from yesterday I want to hear your opinion on. Number 1, the Ryan Cameron docu-series. We've decided that there's going to be a Ryan Cameron docu-series because he literally comboed the entire field with his backup scores yesterday.
Wow, so he could have dropped his top 2 highest, and he still would have comboed them with his 3 and 4 scores.
Or not comboed, but he would have won pretty significantly.
Yeah, wow, that's
as we go to a little bit of live action here. Oh,
Finn actually, he had a strong start we didn't see on screen too, so he had already had a 5, and that's going to be that's going to rival Reed's score as well. So he's looking strong as well. His first turn on the right, like I said, off screen was spicy, and these two are not bad either. Get something in the lip right here. Yeah. He's got flow. I like his style and his timing, and his flow is really nice. He's nice to watch on, especially like a longer right. He links things really, really well.
He had one in the Pro Men's semifinal that was pretty impressive. Or, sorry, Pro Men's quarterfinal that was pretty impressive. He was in a pretty loaded quarterfinal, and he surfed really, really well and kind of just didn't make the cut. Then yesterday, another one of our big stories was the resurgence of Sept Breweiler.
Yeah.
That was vintage Sept. Did you go back and watch it?
Vintage, was that like a Vince pun that you just threw in by accident right there?
Vintage Wicked?
I watched it from the water while he was freaking smashing me in our heat. Yeah, he did a really good job. I know he seems hungry, and he's been surfing a bit more lately, and his board looks really good, and I think he's more confident than usual, and it's, to be honest, like, it's really just nice to see. Like, on a personal level, I was actually, I rarely root for people other than Pete. Like, Pete's usually my guy in heats if I'm going to lose, but I kind of was enjoying seeing Sept up on top yesterday. I think a lot of the community was stoked as we see Tristan Day on a little left, trying to make the connection and fades out. But yeah, no, it was great. I think the whole beach was pretty stoked to see him surfing at that level again, and yeah, a little feel-good moment.
Yeah, feel-good moment. And that we were joking that that semifinal was basically a final all in itself. When you and Caleb don't make it through to the final, it's pretty ridiculous. But that must have been a cool heat for you, seeing Caleb, kind of the up-and-coming guy, a guy that you've spent a lot of time surfing with, and then Pete and Sept, your two mentors growing up, and you being smack in the middle of it. That must have felt really good for you.
Yeah, that was a really nice little homecoming heat to get to paddle out, and it was so the vibe on that one. We can get back to that in a sec, because we see Finn riding out a screen, but he's riding. We can confirm. Oh, he's now down. So that won't be into his top two, as he dropped another 5, 6, 7 on the last wave, I believe. So yeah, he's got a strong start here. 2 good numbers.
Once I figure out technology, don't worry. No.
Yeah, we're gonna get the scores up here. We can see their totals. I'm just trying to do math, and I've always been more
there
of a
it is.
words guy.
Here we go. Tell us what it's all about, Noah.
5 and a 5, 6, 7. So I was on to one. My grade 11 3/4 math skills served me well.
Nailed it.
Those are pretty easy, easy numbers to work with.
But it's an interesting scenario right now, because where our surfer in second, Reed Platinius, has a 6.83, which is the highest wave of the day, and he has no backup yet. So he just needs a 3.84 to bump Finn out. Our surfer in blue, Seth Steer, the froth monster, he's got a 3.83 and a 2.67. So he's looking for a 3.01 to get himself into that second position. And then Tristan Day has a 3 and a 2, so he's got a 5.00. So he just needs a 3.84 to get into that second position as well. So it's pretty tight race here, but I'm going to give advantage to Reed because he still hasn't gotten that second score in. And we know once Reed gets one of those long, slopey right or left-handers, his technical skill has just gotten so much better over the last couple of years. He really can manufacture a score out of anything.
Yeah, and I don't think he'd be fretting at all about this position. He's got, like you said, the highest single wave score of the heat. There's still got tons of time, so he's just going to sit there and put another solid number on the board, I would think, and kind of seal it shut. So that's a good spot to be in. When you can drop a 6+ in the opening minutes, you can then really relax, and I think it changes your heat approach a ton, and it really helps your surfing when you're surfing relaxed and not kind of panicking looking for a number. And often surfing to a number is super apparent. You see people getting ahead of themselves and rushing things, and it looks a little discombobulated comparatively to like that relaxed and flowing timing that you normally see out of surfers of that caliber. So it's crazy what that early score can do for your heat management and overall even your surfing itself. It's a really beneficial thing to start strong like that.
Yeah, and I've always said a relaxed surfer is a dangerous surfer. As we go into live action here, we've got our surfer in blue, Seth Steer. Nice little cut back into the pocket. Unfortunately, that wave just not providing for him. A little bit of that southeast wind playing a little bit of the devil there for him, just pushing that and making it a little bit too slopey. But yeah, like you said, when you've got talent of this level, it's, the talent isn't really the separator. It's who's got the mind game and who's the most relaxed going out there.
100%. It was a little paddle battle.
Whoa.
Finn.
There's the Hawaiian coming out in Finn Spencer there.
Those Jaws arms.
Right? As he does a nice little cut back into the pocket again. He's got an end section here, and
nice finish, Finn.
Oh, how'd you like that?
That was solid. That was good. A little sleepy off the beginning, couple kind of sweeping turns, but he definitely finished strong. And again, you see like he's just got good style, good polish, like really nice technique. I think he's worked a lot with Shannon as well from afar. And yeah, like I said, really enjoy the way he serves. I'm sure Reed would have liked to split that peak and go left, but
Of course.
didn't want the interference. Without priority, it's kind of, yeah, you sometimes got to be tentative. And if you're in a place like Reed is with the big number, you don't really want to risk that. Just be patient. You'll get your opportunity soon. It looks like we got some bumps coming.
Oh, yeah, there are some definite swell lines heading towards the lineup here as we hit about the halfway point. This one might be a little deep. Do the old Cox Bay wash through here.
Man, there was some duck dives yesterday. Holy smokes.
Man,
You'd sit there for like 10 minutes and nothing would break, and you'd start like cheating in, looking for a mid-size one, and then there's like a 40-wave set on your head. And I was like, ugh, great. those will tick the time off real quick in a heat. If you get one or two of those sets on the head, all of a sudden it's...
Yeah, I was saying to Dino how good it is. I was talking down to Pete on the beach, and he was talking about how challenging it was out there. And then you, as we go to a little bit of live action, Seth Steer throwing it up into the lip. Nice timing on that turn. Nice little ride out there. But how for the rest of us, it makes us feel so good when you and Pete are telling us how challenging it is. And I just chalk that up. I asterisk my surf, and I'm like, well, Pete and Noah said it was challenging, so
yeah,
you know, it was challenging. Okay.
I mean, I don't know if I'm just out of Cox practice and been too busy surfing lowers and
They're
getting
about the same
spoiled.
quality, aren't
they? Oh, here we go.
Oh,
Reed
yeah.
on a
We got
nug.
Reed up and riding.
Huge first turn.
And it looks like this thing might open up for another section.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Just coming unstuck.
Get those morning jitters out. That first turn alone is going to probably almost rival that first number. That was giant. I don't know if that was wind or if that was just those 6'4" tree trunks he's got, but there was some spray flying right there
was. Yeah, and Noah, don't worry. He only needs a 1.33, so that's probably going to shift him up into that second position.
Yeah, I would think he's going to jump straight into first with that number. And there we see.
Oh, hold
what did we
stop
drop?
The presses.
5.50.
Stop the presses.
Yeah.
So apparently it wasn't the wind. It was those 6'4" tree trunk
legs. That's what the judges are thinking. And yeah, just on the strength of that first move alone, that's a pretty decent number. So I think if he finishes that one, we're looking at sevens all day.
All day long.
And yeah, Reed's definitely, he seems like he's working his way into gear. Heat by heat, he's improved through this event. And, hopefully peaking at the right time for finals day. Obviously, I have a little bit of bias and want him to bring home the bacon. But that pro men's division is stacked, and it's going to be a really fun final to watch with Sept being in that form. And then obviously our, reigning champion, Mr. DeVries. Always a tough guy to beat.
And that guy, Shannon Campbell-Brown.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy. I let him do all the talking because he wants to tell everyone anyway. He's going to win. Yeah. But he went out and actually had a super good heat yesterday. I saw he was really on fire on that left. That little board he stole from Chrissy looks good.
Yeah.
As we see Reed
did you hear his mind games? Did you hear what he did?
I didn't, no.
He strutted up to Reed and Michael as they were getting changed, stared them both in the eyes, cracked a Red Bull, chugged it in front of them, crushed the can, and walked away, making eye contact the whole time.
And then went out and got 2 7.5s.
Yeah, totally.
You're like, uh-oh. Coach is on. Coach is on.
We were laughing and joking about it. Like, there's absolutely no one I've ever met who is as competitive as Shannon Campbell-Brown. Like, and you know what the funny part about him is? He doesn't care what his involvement is in the competition. It's literally, if he's the coach, if he's the commentator, if he's in the competition, like if he's literally providing food for he's still like as competitive. It has to be the best.
He seriously doesn't care about anything that he's doing. Like it can be the most like mundane daily chore, and he'll be like, "See that espresso range on the machine? That was perfect."
Yeah.
Like it's always a battle. I've lost way too many ping pong games to him.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, but he's the best. I actually miss him a lot, and I really enjoy his coaching. I think I lean on a lot of things that he's taught me as a coach with the kids that I work with down in California. And I'm not necessarily in a coaching role in my job, but we, inevitably you do a lot of kind of preparation and post-heat breakdowns with your kids, and a lot of the stuff I've learned from him has been passed along, and a lot of the technique work too. I find he's really looking across the board, even at the CT level coaches. I find he's more on point than a lot of those guys are, to be honest. So he's done an amazing job, and he's really brought the level of surfing in Canada with him. I don't know if he gets the credit he deserves for that, because all the youth right now finally have this amazing coach to work with that when I was a kid, it was like I just went surfing and watched movies and liked what I saw and tried to emulate it. And now it's like there's such a drive and a focus for those young athletes to have. And you can see it with the Wheelers and the Reeds and the Olins. Like the technique is flawless already. And we just didn't have that. I think it's a testament to Pete and Sept and Raph's natural ability too, because they got there without any of that support. So I think we're going to see a huge improvement with this new generation because of people like Shannon and people like yourself giving them guidance in the fitness and nutrition category as well. It's so good to see that click in from a young age.
Well, it's such an interesting sport because all of those extraneous things weren't really a part of it up until about 10 years ago. And now it's like if you don't have a fitness plan, you don't have a nutrition plan, you don't have a quality coach. Well,
you get left behind.
Yeah,
you just
for
won't.
sure.
At the top level, those splitting hairs or seemingly splitting hairs type things can make or break. And, I mean, realistically, being fit and healthy is not splitting hairs. That's a huge benefit to your whole program. So if you're not doing that, you're just not going to keep up no matter how talented you are. I don't think any of those from what I've gathered being around those events, any of those top tier athletes are out, having drinks or not really honing in on their mental and physical game pre-event. So yeah, there's no room for that anymore.
No more Mick, myself, and Eugene anymore?
Yeah, I mean, ironically, Mick, he was obviously touted for having that Eugene side where he liked to party, but his injury led him down the road of training and fitness and health, and he was kind of one of those early guys. Like, he was the first dude that had the exercise ball on the beach and was doing push-ups, after heats or whatever. And I think it's funny because he was the face of both parties almost, and I think it's good. And to be honest, I've had the same thing. Like, when I was young, I liked to have fun, and then injuries lead you to take better care of yourself. And if you don't do it, you're gonna lose a step, and you're not gonna be able to surf and compete the way you want to. So it's super, super important.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go to live action, we have our surfer in blue, Seth Steer, going for broke on that end section. Really good effort there from Seth.
He's had a couple big single maneuver waves.
Well, and he was rewarded pretty handsomely for one of them because he did lock in a 3.83, and I'm pretty sure that was a one maneuver wave as well. So we go to a little replay here. Really good timing there, maybe a touch late, but still got his board up and elevated into that lip. As we do have about 3 minutes left here in under 18 semifinal heat number 2. As our surfer in red and heat leader. Oh, wow.
Cannot hang on.
He's going for that backside rotator.
See, I like that. You put your 2 numbers down, and then you start having fun and showing us what you got, and that's going to be a huge score if he can ride out of that.
Oh.
Just coming undone. Yeah, it looked like he was all over it and maybe just caught his toes a little bit in that foam. But, yeah, the wind right now is actually perfect for those. So when you're doing airs on the rights, you literally have what feels like Velcro. The wind just will press that board against your feet, and you can get really inverted. He got the tail pretty high up on that one, but you'll see a lot of the flips and the inverted airs go down in these kind of side offshore winds, and it really acts as a beneficial thing for those airs. And conversely, going left, it's really challenging because the board's just going to fly away in that wind. So if you do see someone be able to put down an air on a left today, it's kudos to them because it's not easy.
So you're saying that's why I can't do frontside airs?
Dude, that's why you can't.
Oh, man.
Honestly,
see, I thought it was lack of talent, but I'll stick with what you're saying.
No, I saw that dive from the top rope yesterday. There's talent everywhere. You're dripping.
I think there's still water coming out of my ears this morning.
Oh man, yeah, those are fun.
As we do have a little situation update, 2 minutes to go here in the U18 semifinal heat number 2. We've got our surfer in red, Reed Platinius, with a 12.60. We've got our surfer in white, Finn Spencer, with a 10.84. He needs a 6.93 to get himself into that first place position. Our surfer in blue, Seth Steer, with a 8.16. The last of Seth came in at a 4.33, so he did improve his situation, but he still needs a 6.51 to get himself into that transfer spot. And our surfer in yellow, Tristan Day, who is sitting on a 3 and a 2, has a 5.0, but he needs a 7.84. As we go to live action, and we've got our surfer in red, who's just loading up on this left-hander. This thing is running down the bay for him as he does a nice little carving turn back into the pocket. You know he's going to be looking for something big on this end section.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. I thought he was gone right there. He got all extended and managed to hang on. That was a huge, huge turn. I thought he was going to go to the air, too, after we said that. I was
So
like, all
did
right,
I.
here we go. Make me eat my words, but that was better. I like that more than an air, almost.
That was, I think at one point he actually disappeared.
As we
Oh,
got
so we
a
got, I think
replay of
that's Mateo
Matea
Olin.
early.
Yeah.
Queued
Matea,
up the
nice.
wrong replay,
Yeah.
but it's
That's
great
okay.
wave.
Yeah, really good wave.
As we see Reed switch foot
Yeah.
with the women's Rip Curl logo on the nose.
Oh, as he locks in a 7.83 for the last of red. So, man, the judges really love that last turn.
That's
as,
how you
as
put
did
your
we.
stamp on the heat,
Oh,
hey?
man.
Just a little victory lap.
That was fantastic. I think that was him, and it was interesting because we have so much crossover in the U16, the U18, and the pro men's. But that was we know that Wheeler's going to be in the, and he's kind of set himself apart as the end section guy. Like he's just thrown some insane end section maneuvers, and Reed's just like seeing the final bud.
Yeah, Reed's coming for that, and I know these two have battled a bunch at events down in California, and I know Reed had him penciled as someone who was going to be a tough competitor for him. As we see Sept on a good one right before the
Right
horn.
before the hooter. Yeah, got a nice little right-hander here. Hopefully he can do some damage on the end section. Really good work there from Sept, so that's going to make things interesting. He was looking for a 6.51. I'm not sure he's quite in that range.
I was going to say I'm not a judge, but I think I will be a judge today at some point.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the number, but a nice way to finish the heat.
Yeah,
always
really
good to
good.
finish strong like that. And I can speak from personal experience that it really sucks when you're sitting out there and you don't at least get to ride a wave to conclude the heat. So that'll be good for Sept regardless.
So we are concluded here, U18 boys semifinal heat number 2. We are going to take a short break, and we will be back with our open women's semifinal heat number 1. So do not turn off your screen. We'll be back in a short while. The RIP 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull.
For the title.
Nope.
Rip Curl Boys National Champion. Ready for the resume.
All right, we're back here with live action here for the open women's semifinal heat number 1. Unfortunately, Micah Hearson is not showing up for the heat quite yet, and we've got it underway. So out in the water, wearing red, Osea Green, and in white, Amy Shimizu. A 2-person heat out there. Tons of room for these surfers to let loose and book a ticket on to the final heat 1 of 2 of the women's open semifinal. And we'll see how everything plays out here. Beautiful conditions out here at Cox Bay. Beautiful sweeping offshore wind, grooming these faces up, and tons of swell on offer. I'll give you guys a little update here on the swell report we're going to be looking at all day long. It's beautiful 4.5 foot at 13 west-southwest swell. It's supposed to be increasing a little bit throughout the day, kind of peaking at around 6 feet at 12 seconds from the southwest, and then tapering off in the afternoon. And then, oh man, it's a good thing we're not running contest tomorrow. The ocean is supposed to jump up to 15 foot tomorrow, so thank God we're getting this contest done today. That would have been a monstrous day of surfing, but here we go back to live action. Here we got Osa Green pumping her way to the inside. Unfortunately, that wave just going flat for her, not offering up enough any scoring potential, but
2.0, and Ocean Green scores dropping in right now.
but yeah, beautiful conditions today for day 3 of the Rip Curl Pro. Tofino, presented by Corona and Red Bull. I just want to thank everybody for tuning in all weekend long to the live webcast here. If anyone wants to tune in, you can head to our website, surfcanada.org, and click the live stream link and tell your friends that can't make it down to the beach here and support all of our Canadian athletes out here in the Rip Curl Pro Tofino. It is finals day, so the best of the best that have been ripping all weekend long are out in the water all day long today, and we will be crowning champions later today, so don't go away. Exciting stuff to come, but out in the water with 15 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, Osa Green posting up a couple of scores here. Sorry, a score of 3.33, pushing her up into first place, and then Amy Shimizu dropping a 2.00 on her opening ride. And it's pretty much a free surf out there right now. Top 2 surfers advanced. Unfortunately, Micah Hearson unfortunately did not show up for her heat. I'm not sure what happened there, but so it's looking like just a bit of a free surf out in the water between these 2 surfers out there. So that's got to feel pretty good when there's zero pressure and you know the top 2 surfers are advancing and you're the only 2 out in the water.
I mean, I was just excited at the thought of doing a 4-person heat out at Cox Bay pumping, and now it's you basically just drop the crowd by 50%. This is fantastic, and this is a really good demo for Osha as well to get herself in, because I think she's got a lot of surfing ahead of her. I'm relatively sure she is in the U16 and the U18s as well. And the crazy thing is Osha's only 12 years old, 12 or 13, and she was the standout surfer in this open women's division. So again, one of those major themes of this competition has been people punching outside their age class, and Osha, another one of the students of the talented Shannon Brown, really showing that she is just an incredible young talent. On day 1, she was out here and she caught a left that was probably double overhead, maybe a little bit bigger for her, and threw down a 2-turn combination for a 7.5 or something. And it was just, honestly, it was one of the best waves ridden of the whole day, and it was huge for her. So again, that up-and-coming talent. So this is kind of just a warm-up heat for both these ladies if Micah does not show up. So it's really, really good way to get your feet in the wax, kind of get a handle for the conditions, because I think conditions are going to stay relatively similar except with the shifting tides all day. So good for Osha to get her free surf in there with absolutely no one out. So it's going to be hopefully a good demonstration of what she has to offer for us today.
Feel free to be the first user.
Well, I'm getting a little whiff of that Tough City sauna down there. They've got the wood fire
I
sauna.
know, it's kind of, I lost my train of thought there, Robbie. I was going to answer back, and then I got a whiff of that smoke, and yeah, the sauna is fired up right now down here at the beach, and it's pretty awesome to, have conditions like this today. A little bit of overcast and a bit of rain and some wind. Nothing better just to go hop in the sauna and warm up. So thanks to Tofino Sauna for bringing that sauna down to the beach here and warming up anybody, not just athletes, anybody.
Coaches, support staff. It's really the one of the things I've noticed they've done way, way better even this year is just, again, the amenities for all the athletes. I was lucky enough to go in, and I got a gift bag with a beautiful Yeti water bottle, a nice Rip Curl toque, got some Corona swag. Like, it's absolutely insane what you get just for entering. I mean, I just entered. That's all I had to do to get all the swag. The Red Bull Athletes Lounge, I got to, during the fog break yesterday, I partook in the yoga and foam roll area, worked out the body. Sitting for 8 hours is always a challenge for me. But
That's why you look so young.
yeah, I know, right? I went down there and I chatted with Josh, who's the Red Bull representative here, super duper nice guy, and he's just saying how stoked Red Bull is to be able to put on events again. You know, he's a part of that events department. He said the last 18 months has been really challenging for him, but he said it's just the best breath of fresh air. He just reminding how much he loves to work for Red Bull and how much he loves to come and do their events. And when he got told that he had to do 4 days in Tofino, he was obviously super duper upset. So that Red Bull Athletes Lounge really stepping up. They've got the lounge for all the chairs where it seems to be pretty Grammy dominated these days. The Grammies are definitely taking most of the chairs. And then we've got Ron and Rich down there from Pacific Rim Chiropractor doing some cracks and adjustments. And then they had a few RMTs in there yesterday as well. They had Antoinette from Adapt with Antoinette down there helping out, and they have the medical tent. So Red Bull really stepping up for the athletes' amenities. And then if you go towards the north end of the tower there, we've got the Surf Rider tent where they're partnering in with Island Savings and Surf Canada, and they're doing the donation where they're doing a 2-to-1 matching of donations from Island Savings. So big thanks to those guys there. And then at the Surf Rider tent as well, they're doing by donation coffee and treats, which that's the main thing I go for is the treats because, frankly, I just love treats. So even on a rainy, cooler day today, there's just so much to do down here, so much action. So hopefully we'll be just as packed as we go to live action here as we've got our Surfer in Red heat leader, Osha Green, on a kind of running little left-hander here. She's looking for this thing to stand up on that inside bank. A couple nice little carves back into the pocket. This thing looks like it's going to stand up for a nice little wrapping carve there. So fortunately, the wave not giving quite as much as she would have wanted, but Osha doing everything she possibly could to manufacture a score there. So that should improve her scoreline as she just has the one wave. So with 10 minutes remaining, it's a 2-horse race out there, Dino.
Yeah, Osha Green looking pretty smooth out there, and you touched on it earlier about having a surf coach and how massive of an impact that is that has on your surfing, and understanding how to read the lineup and put yourself in those positions in order to get good scores, and also just building that confidence, you know. And it's crazy, you know, I sound like a broken record saying confidence, man. Confidence in anything that you do in life, or especially in sport, is such a huge factor, and it comes into play. And if you are paddling out there with a ton of confidence, man, it is hard to knock you off your pedestal.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the interesting part about surfing is the elements have such a massive factor. And, you know, there has been no day thus far that has been less than overhead. So if the confidence is not there.
And Shannon being the majority of the ladies and Groms and men's coaches out here, he, if it's massive, if it's windy, if it's whatever, he's throwing you out there.
Oh, for sure.
He's getting it on camera, and you have to watch yourself battle the elements. So, you know, putting yourself out there and not just surfing perfect conditions all the time. If you can go out there and scramble when it is the worst of the worst, you know, that's you know, you kind of have that in the back of your head. You know, you're like, oh well, I surfed here a couple days ago, and it was 10 foot and howling cross shore. But now, you know, we have beautiful groomed faces, 4 to 6 feet, nice big period as well, and perfectly groomed faces. This is what you dream of when it comes to competition and also being a surfer out here in Tofino. Yeah,
this is about as good as Cox Bay gets, to be honest with you. It's funny, we talked a lot about classic Cox Bay, but the last 2 days hasn't really been classic, specifically because you don't really get sunshine and offshore winds and pumping swell all at the same time. But this little more gray skies, a little southeast, a little rain. This is definitely a lot more classic Cox Bay conditions. You know, a little more battling of the elements. This is about as fall as it gets out here. But that also makes for the most contestable and quality conditions humanly possible for these pros to really showcase what they're doing. And it couldn't be a better day for finals day, because in the end we want to see the best surfers on the best waves, and that's what we're going to get all day today.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go. We got surfer up and riding. That's Osha Green. She's already got a couple of scores in her belt. She's got a 4.83, backed up with a 3.33. She's got a nice end section here. She can attack it. Nice redirect there from Osha. Oh, man. Beautiful surfing there from Osha Green. Love that, how she was able to attack this end section there. still have a ton of speed, wrapping it around and trying to redirect there, going on her backhand. Unfortunately, that couldn't ride out that last section there, but man, Osha putting herself in those critical positions, and I think she's going to get rewarded for that last maneuver there.
Well, and it's so incredible to see her, especially. This has been a huge coming out party, I feel like, for Osha, and she's not even done yet today. You know, she's got so many more divisions to surf in, but if you didn't know who she was before, man, you sure do now, because it's incredible to see, like, you see all those, like the Mateas and the Jasmines and the Sanoas and those girls, they've got to be opening their eyes and be like, holy cow, like, maybe this isn't going to be as easy for me in the coming years, you know? You know,
just when you think you're getting comfortable with your surfing, you know, then you're like, oh, wait a second, there's a Grom right behind me, a couple of years younger than me, chomping at my heels, and now I got to up my game again? Are you kidding me?
That's great.
It's a psychological warfare out there.
Oh, I know, but it's so exciting for Canadian surfing, right? It's just the best, because we have just constantly improving, and you know, it's that, again, especially in that female division, there's such a young contingent that the future is so bright in female surfing in Canada. Like, brighter than it's ever been, and it's so exciting because of especially the jumps on the world stage that female surfing has taken. And you know, again, you're going to see this pro women's final, and none of these women are going to stick out in a CT heat. They're just that good. So it's really, really exciting and stuff. The future of women's surfing in Canada is so bright. As we hit about 5:45 left in this open women's semifinal heat number 1, the 2-horse race of Osha Green and Amy Shimizu. And the last of Osha came into 6:17. So the judges really liking the commitment on that finishing turn. You know, Coach Shannon Brown was giving a little round of applause to that one for sure.
Yeah, you know, you got to be feeling pretty confident when you're dropping a 6 out there in the conditions that we have, and especially for Osha there, it's not an easy task out there scrounging for 6s. You know, it's a tough battle out there. There's still a lot of whitewash to battle through and get yourself out there in positions. And I mean, yeah, sometimes you got to go for broke, and you got to take chances there. You only have 20 minutes to throw down a couple of good scores, and all you need is 2 scores, Robbie. You just need 2 scores. And we talked about this earlier about capitalizing and going on ways that you think that will give you a chance, and sometimes you are rewarded. We saw Osha able to hit that end section, and the next thing you know, she had a bonus section on her backhand. So anything can happen out there at a beach break, which I find one of the most epic arenas to have a contest, because it's super random and you really put your surfing knowledge to the test.
Well, and the big difference is, you know, when you get those perfect kind of reef breaks, everyone kind of gets the same opportunities, where this is not just a test of how good your technical skill is, but how good you are at navigating the lineup. Because there are very few lineups, I'm going to go so far as say on planet Earth, that can be as challenging as the lineup at Cox Bay. So it's really a war of attrition out there, you know, and getting yourself into the right position. You know, watching on the screen is super easy. Up here, I know that was the biggest difference I saw from going out there yesterday and being out here today. As we saw in live action, our surfer in red, Osha Green, had a really nice top turn on that right-hander. She's got a little insider kind of running through. Not quite connecting for her. But, you know, like I said, it really puts your ability to read a lineup, you know, to the test. And as we've seen, you know, a lot of surfers have struggled this weekend with, again, the shifting lineup, the big outside sets. You know, Noah was on earlier and saying that, you know, you'd be sitting and be flat, and then you'd take a 40-wave set on the head. So, you know, it's not as simple as just sitting on the peak and knowing exactly where the wave's going to break every time. Cox Bay is really just, it's pretty random when it comes through. So, again, just makes all the more special what these surfers are doing here today.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not easy surfing out here on the West Coast. You know, you have to battle the elements, battle the conditions as well. You know, Cox Bay is pretty known for relentless battle outs, especially as we go transition into fall swell. I mean, I was just looking at the forecast there for today. It's looking awesome, and then we're getting a bomb of a swell bomb tomorrow. It's supposed to jump up to a 15-foot. So, you know, that's the tail of the tape out here come fall season in wintertime. It's completely random, and we are on the edge of the world. So it's it's awesome. It's awesome. It's such a great again arena for contest surfing here in Canada, and you know, these girls are really have their money cut out for them coming down here to the beach, throwing on a wetsuit, braving the cold.
Oof.
You know, there's so many factors that play into surfing well out here in Canada, and I mean, we're seeing it today. All these girls are here for a reason. It's finals day, day 3, and yeah, they've all earned a right to be here. And I mean, you can see why. You know, Osha dropping a 6.17, backing up over 4.83. Yeah, it's just great surfing from our top seeds and from everyone. I mean, that's why they're here.
Yeah, it's really just amazing stuff. And I think that's a really good point of what's going to come into play, because with the cold and braving the elements, I mean, there's got to be at least 10 surfers that are surfing in multiple divisions today. As we go to a little bit of live action, we got Amy Shimizu with a nice little cut down there, looking for kind of a little race around section. Fortunately, this thing looking like it's just going to get away from her. Oh, almost made it around. But she did get a nice little direction change there, so she will improve on her total as she just has that 2.0 in her score line. But I was, again, I was overhearing, you know, Peter talking to a couple of his surfers, the Olin sisters, and being like, hey, this is going to be about energy management today. You know, you could potentially surf 5 or 6 heats. You know, they're 20 minutes, and, like, if you want to talk about getting your heart rate up, surf a heat, because it's a lot of paddling. It's very, very fast. You're never off. The stress is on. So, you know, when you're getting into 3, 4, 5, 6 heats in one day, energy management is going to be a huge part of what's going to provide you success, because I know there's a lot of surfers out there today that are not looking to take home just one category. They want to take home multiple because they want to have the bragging rights for the next year.
Yeah, you know, and to think about going out and surfing for 3 days and walking away with a little bit of a padded pocket at the end of this thing, it's a bit of a bonus as well. And not just, you know, getting those bragging rights for the year and walking away with a trophy. There's a bit of cash getting thrown around to a lot of the contestants out there that do end up or that we do end up crowning as champions. So, you know, that's not a bad day at the office.
That's a decent payday. Yeah, no, it's so awesome to see. You know, again, these prizes seem to get bigger and bigger every single year as we come to the end of our Open Women's Semifinal Heat number 1. No, the prizes seem to get bigger and bigger every year, so big shout out again to our presenting sponsors of Rip Curl, Corona, and Red Bull for making this, you know, again, a good paycheck to take home, because people are really doing the work and really getting some pretty intense surf in. So we do have the end of the Open Women's Semifinal Heat number 1. Our winner, standout Osha Green with an 11-point ride or 11-point scoreline. Our surfer in white, Amy Shimizu, is also going to be seen in the finals with a 6.0. Congratulations, ladies. We will see you in the final of the Open Women's of the 2021 Rip Curl Pro presented by Corona and Red Bull, and we will be right back with Open Women's Semifinal Heat number 2.
Looks like we got a great
Just running
first
dials.
race. Right, Aqua Brew dropping a hammer of a score of 7.33.
All right, thanks for joining us here. We are rolling on into Heat 2, the Open Women's semifinal. We have 18 minutes remaining left in this heat, and we've got a couple of scores that have dropped for Surfer in white. Aqua Brewer coming out strong, dropping a 7.33 on her opening ride. It's a pretty big statement there from Aqua Brewer. So out in the water for Heat 2, yeah, Surfer in white, Aqua Brewer, Surfer in red, Kirsten Johnson, and Surfer in yellow, Jasmine Turner. 17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Man, Aqua coming out swinging here, dropping a 7.33, trying to get herself into the finals, a chance to take down this Open Women's division, and seeing if she can go and meet up with the likes of Osha Green and Amy Shimzu from the previous heat. Unfortunately, we had a contestant, Micah, that fortunately didn't make it to the beach here, and so it was a two-person heat for Heat 1. A little bit of a free surf, a little bit of practice there for the finals. So out in the water, Aqua trying to stir up the pot here and get herself to the finals. She's made a pretty big statement there, dropping a 7.33. 16 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. And sets are still rolling in here into the bay. It hasn't been able to turn off here, which has been an amazing weekend of surfing. This for the Rip Curl Pro Tofino, presented by Red Bull and Corona. And thanks everyone for tuning in all weekend long. It's been a pretty incredible weekend here of surfing, and here we go, live action there. We have Jasmine Turner linking a nice little turn there, that end section. So yeah, with 15 minutes and, just under 16 minutes remaining left in this heat, Aqua Brewer sitting pretty comfortable out in front there, dropping a 7.33 on her opening ride. Man, she's got to be feeling pretty confident there, dropping a 7.33. Separating herself from the pack there, Robbie. That's a great way to start a heat.
I thinking about, aside from the men's semifinal, pro men's semifinal, I think the Breweiler clan has advanced in every single heat so far this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have.
Changed the name to the Breweiler Classic. Yeah, really, really good stuff from Aqua Breweiler, who again she's, we've talked so much about this young up and coming. I feel like every time we feel like we've gotten everybody, there's a new up and coming young woman that's absolutely killing it. So this is Aqua, who I'm fairly sure is about 14 or 15, maybe 16, somewhere in there, in those early teens, kind of a couple years younger than Matea, and showing that she's like, don't forget about me. You guys forgot. You forgot about me.
Yeah, Aqua is making a name for herself out here. I mean, just that whole crew of ladies there, young ladies, I should say, pushing themselves every single day in and out of the water. It's great to see them finally have everything come together for them. When you throw a jersey on, and it's great to see. You can see Aqua being rewarded there with all that knowledge and practice, and being able to link it together here in a contest. It's always got to feel good when you're able to drop big scores here. When we only have one contest a year, and she's able to do that today.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. And then our surfer in yellow, Jasmine Turner, did drop a 4.00. So that's put her into second position. We're just waiting for our surfer in red to open up her account as we have live action here. Jasmine Turner with a nice little drop, little toe up there on the, getting all the way around. Just pumping down the line, looking for a little bit of an end section here. Here she goes up into the coping. Confidently rides out. Really good stuff there from Jasmine Turner. You know, she could hear the judges saying, "Stomp it out with confidence," as she did. So we see a little replay here of this end section floater. Really nice up and off lip. Really nice timing there from Jasmine Turner, our surfer in yellow. She's going to prove her score. So she needs a 3.34 to get herself into that second or that first position. But we are also waiting for a wave for Aqua Breweiler. So we'll see how this plays out, as we do have scores starting to drop for the last of Jasmine. And it looks like it's going to come in and around that 5-point range, which is going to put her into first, but not so fast, because we are going to have another score drop for Aqua as well. So we will update you as we get those scores in. That is correct. The last of yellow comes in at a 5.0. So again, the judges really showing that they like those committed end section turns. And we wait for our surfer in red to open up her account, as we have about 12.5 minutes left here in Open Women's Semifinal Heat number 2 of the 2021 Rip Curl Nationals, presented by Corona and Red Bull. So still lots of surfing to happen in this heat. Lots of surfing to happen today. Even seems like the ocean's gone a little bit quiet. Maybe it's going to do that thing where not as many massive sets roll through, and it's just going to give us perfect contestable stuff all day and make it a little easier on these competitors, so they don't have to battle quite as hard as they've had to the first 2 days of this competition.
Yeah, we'll see what Cox Bay has in store. Right as we were saying that, Robbie sees something out the back starting to work its way into the bay here. We'll see if this set, what the set does on this bank. But man, it has just been relentless. You can see the corduroy lines rolling in here for these girls out there in the Open Women's Heat 2. Yeah, currently Jasmine out front, dropping a 5.00 and a 4.00. But I mean, Aqua's got a pretty massive score to build upon. That 7.33, one of the highest scores we've seen today.
That's huge.
And still waiting for a score for Kristen Johnson. And with 11 minutes and 20 seconds, man, we do have sets approaching there, Robbie.
Oh yeah, there's some sets rolling into the lineup here, and another really interesting thing to see is we've kind of got that little bit of a south kind of wind swell, solid wind swell coming in, and that northern end of the beach where we would have normally held the competition almost would have been a little bit too big today, a little bit too much of a battle out there. So again, another, like, we haven't been raining down enough compliments, but great choice by contest director to bring it down to the southern end of the beach, because I feel like it's been the best place to surf all weekend, and today is no different. But it would have been a really challenging finals day in that north end. If you have a look down the north side, there's some pretty massive sets rolling through. So the gift that just keeps on giving here with just over 10 minutes remaining. So our surfer in yellow, our heat leader Jasmine Turner with a 9.00, sitting on the strength of that last 5-point ride of hers, and our surfer in white, Aqua Breweiler, just sitting on a 7.33. She paddles into this one. We got some live action of Aqua Breweiler pumping down the line, looking for a nice hit section. Oh my gosh, Dino, that was a spicy end section turn. Aqua's obviously gotten the memo that our judges are looking for something huge on that end section. She just lines up. She knew what she was doing right from moment one and wraps that board all the way around, and with some speed and precision. That was just beautiful stuff.
That was some pretty great surfing there from Aqua Breweiler there, trying to build on that 7.33. It's looking like she's going to get a pretty decent score for that one turn there. She's able to just engage those fins in the face of that wave. And yeah, it looks like she's been rewarded there with a 5.83. And here we go, Jasmine Turner answering back. She already has a 4.00. She's looking for an 8.16 to catch up to Aqua. A little bit of work to do here, but she's staying busy out there, and that's all that matters at this moment. Top two surfers advance. She's getting the job done. With a 4.00 and a 5.0, so those are pretty good scores there, and Jasmine being able to link another wave to throw into her score line. But man, Aqua,
the one-turn wonder,
dropping some big scores on some very sizable waves, capitalizing on her opportunity there, and yeah, back in that 7.33 with a 5.83. Man, she's looking like someone to beat today there, Robbie. Dropping that 7.33 is the highest wave total or wave score that we've seen all day today. So yeah, a little shades of the final that might be going on, a little foreshadowing for what's going to happen.
Well, and I would have to assume that Aqua has also probably made her way into the U16 and U18 as well. So this is going to be another one of those triple duty. As she says, she is not done yet. As Aqua, our surfer and white heat leader, with a nice wrap back into the pocket. This thing's going to open up for her. She has another kind of little check turn at the top, and now she's lining up this end section, and she is going to go up into it. Oh, wow. She goes for complete broke on that end section. She's like, well, I got to replace the 583, so I got to do something special. So Aqua really throwing some radical maneuver into that end section. Really like that. Opened up, nice hit. Just got swept by that Cox Bay whitewash wall, but really amazing stuff there from Aqua Breweiler. So even without that turn completed, she still looks in a 5.17, Dino.
Yeah, she's definitely picking off some of the bigger waves here in the set, and you can tell, you know, the bigger the wave that you can take off on, the more scoring potential it's going to give you, and she's been able to capitalize. Unfortunately, got a little bit loose on that last section there, and I love how she's just able to whip that board around and spring those fins loose. Man, Aqua is looking clean and cut surfing there from Aqua there. It's man, I'd be taking some notes here if I was the other competitors there. But the finals will be going on later today, so
I'm taking notes. As we had about 7 minutes remaining in Open Women's semifinal heat number 2. We've already got our first 2 competitors booked their way into the final of the Open Women's in Osha Green and Amy Shimizu. So we're just looking for 2 of these ladies to join them in that Open Women's final. You know, it's so interesting having these open divisions, you know, and there really is so much high octane action, and they're really sought after divisions, especially because there's so many kind of amateur, intermediate to advanced surfers in these divisions that are a little bit nervous of going into the pro because the pros are so strong. But you know, the line is getting more and more blurred between the open and the pro, because I can tell you right now, Aqua Breweiler is surfing a lot like a professional and not much like an open surfer right now. So
yeah, these open divisions have got to be the most exciting divisions that we have here. Just with the difference in surfing caliber we have, and there's so many names coming out of the woodwork. You know, here we go, Jasmine Turner up in a beautiful looking lefter. She's got a lot of face to work with. She's working her way to the inside, and that one's going to go die on the inside. But yeah, this open division is it's pretty much like throwing feathers into a fan. You know, you never know what's going to get thrown at you. It's just it's stacked with such a range of surfers out there, which is such an awesome division that that Rip Curl and you know, Surf Canada have been able to throw in there. It's I always find it's one of the most exciting because you get a lot of underdog names, and so also some names that we're not really too familiar with, but you get familiar with them pretty quick.
Well, and it's funny, we were talking about this last night, but the emotions are so high because you have so many people from so many walks of life, and then all of a sudden you get into a final and you're surfing in a proper final. As we go to a little live action off screen, we got Aqua Breweiler with a massive, beautiful, beautiful right-hander. Oh, man. Just comes unstuck on that second turn of that 2-turn combination, but she really put together a really beautiful first turn here, Dino. Look at this first turn. Wham! So
coming out of
spray,
nowhere onto the
straight
screen.
into the coping.
Are you kidding me? Aqua
That is
Breweiler?
radical. That was shades of Raph right there. Man, even if Raph's not in the competition, he's so well represented by his kids. I mean, they'll surf just like him.
He's probably out lost in the wilderness hunting or chasing or scoring waves somewhere. He's probably on the beach supporting his daughter. That's you know, why would you go anywhere else? You know, when Aqua's ripping the way she is, you know, that's incredible stuff there from Aqua. It's man, that was insane. Coming whipping into the screen there and just linking up one massive turn and going for broke on that last maneuver there. Unfortunately, yeah, kind of lost lost footing there on her board, but oh my goodness, Rob, that would have been a massive score.
Yeah, for a single turn score, that's about as good as they get. You know, again, it's just testament to the judges what they're looking for. They just want to see commitment, and Aqua has shown no shortage of commitment throughout this entire. Is that a delicious Red Bull you just cracked for breakfast? Is that a brekkie? Is that a brekkie Red Bull?
Yeah.
You're gonna need the energy, bud.
Yeah.
You're gonna need the energy.
Don't worry. I might have to dip into a nice cold Corona soon too.
Right? Oh, man. And we got these beautiful Rip Curl toques keeping us warm as well. Man,
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever been sponsored so well.
We're spoiled here.
I got my Yeti drink.
My board's going to be covered in stickers after this.
I know,
It's going
right?
to be crazy.
Exactly.
So here we go. We got. No, you go ahead.
Oh, man.
No.
After you. We got about 3 minutes remaining here in Open Women's Semifinal Heat number 2. You know, as you can tell up in the booth here, it's not as easy as we make it look. You know, every once in a while we stumble over each other's toes, but, you know, that's what really makes it good quality announcing, as we got our surfer in white, Aqua Breweiler, putting on an absolute clinic here in the Open Women's Semifinal. She's got 2 waves with a heat score total of 13.66, and our surfer in yellow, Jasmine Turner, with a 9.50. No slouch at all either, throwing together some really good waves. Unfortunately, our surfer in red, Kirsten Johnson, hasn't been able to get herself a wave just yet, but there still is 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. So to get herself into that transfer position, she is going to have to drop a 9.5, so that's going to require some pretty good surfing from our surfer in red. So we will see how this plays out, but there is some massive sets rolling through the lineup. So hopefully our surfers can get themselves into one of these guys. As we had our surfer in white have a look at that one. You know, she's not done yet. I mean, she has her throwaway scores are a 5.83 and a 5.17, so what we like to call the Rycam, she can win the heat twice.
Yeah, Aqua dropping some big scores, you know, 7.33 and a 6.33. That's got to be, she's got to be feeling pretty confident here going into the finals with 2 minutes remaining. Jasmine Turner, you know, getting the job done as well. It's not over yet, but she's definitely put herself in a very good position to advance into that final. That'll be going on later today. She dropped a 5.00 on her second wave, and then backing up with a 4.50. 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining left in Heat 2. I mean, and it's still a little bit of time left, and here we go. We got Surfer in red up and riding, getting her first score on the board.
Oh,
yeah,
look at that claim.
She's fired up on getting something. Kirsten Johnson, here we go. She tacked this wave pretty well. She was able to get around that foam ball, get a nice highline, and get some speed. But unfortunately, deciding to kind of straighten out there, getting fired up, throwing the 2 hands in the air. I mean,
having a good time. That's what it's all about.
Eh?
Kirsten, I know the exact feeling. That was my heat to a T yesterday. No waves caught, 1 wave caught. Forced to claim. As we have live action here, Aqua Breweiler doing a little bit of a victory lap here with a lovely little tap off the top. Little claim, no claim. She did the nose wipe claim.
That's almost a little victory lap here. She's riding here with 40 seconds remaining. Nice little snap off the top there and able to finish this one off. Nice check or redirection there. Saying, there you go, judges. I'm moving on. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
Send me into the finals.
20 seconds remaining left in semifinal heat number 2, the Open Women's, and we will be, after this, we'll be moving on to the Open Men's semifinal heat number 1. So don't go anywhere. You know, this is finals day. This is the most exciting surfing that we're going to experience this weekend long. Here we go. Looking like Aqua Breweiler and Jasmine Turner booking themselves a 1-way ticket to the finals going on later today there, Robbie. So I'm excited to see what these ladies will bring later today.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible stuff thus far. And we're going to take a short break here as we head into our Open Men's Semifinal Heat number 1. Tune back in. Stick with us. We are going to be going all day today in pumping Cox Bay Square here at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. And we are back at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals Open Men's. Definitely day 1 and day 2 standout. David Schiaffino, Yuki local, throwing down. Man, he is just manufacturing some kind of score here. He's still going on this left-hander. He did the old right to left, one of my all-time Cox Bay favorites, and I think he had about 8 turns there, Dino.
Yeah, David Schiaffino in the first minute and a half of this heat, coming out swinging here, trying to get a good score on the board. Being able to link, he said probably had 7 or 8 turns there on that wave, going on his backhand, and then switching directions there, having a little bonus section on the inside and going left on his forehand there. So David Schiaffino working some magic here at the first moments here of this heat. We'll get some scores to drop here in just a second here, but man. That was a pretty good wave to open up your scoreline with.
Well, and you know, I didn't even really know who David was. I've seen him out a few times before, but man, if I wasn't a fan before, I am definitely a fan now because he's been doing double duty in the men's longboard and the open men's, and he's been a standout in both divisions. And if anybody's watched his previous heats, he has been doing this time in, time out, where he's literally been comboing the field in the first 2 to 3 minutes of each heat, whether it's longboard or shortboard. So, you know, he knows his game plan. He walked straight, or he's paddled straight out there and just went straight to exactly what he's been doing before. So he's going to lock in a pretty big score, I'd have to assume. But he's also making it challenging here for the judges because, again, shifting into this open men's, they've got to set their scale at a place where they can leave room to grow because, you know, again, he just literally linked together about 6 or 7 turns there. So he's got to give the judges a little bit of room to grow because I've seen him and he's had even better waves than that this weekend, some huge end section hacks and things along those lines. So it'll be really interesting to see where they go as the first of red is coming in. And David Schiaffino, he has dropped a 6.17, so a really solid score there to start off his account. David Schiaffino, our surfer in yellow, Andrew Sadler with a 1.5, Sebastian Duque, our surfer in white, with a 1.0, and Jesse Carson, our surfer in blue, 0.83. And, you know, it was easier in the early rounds for me to talk about standouts in each division, but we've had 4 standouts now that are all in these semifinals. You know, in order to get there, you've got to get yourself through definitely a few different heats. So we've got a good local flavor here in Andrew Sadler and Jesse Carson, a couple of Tofino boys, and then David Schiaffino from Yuki, and then a Yuki transplant in Sebastian Duque. So there's a whole lot of local flavor in this open men's semifinal heat number 1.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. It's almost a little bit of a Tofino versus Yuki little battle here between the 4 competitors. But yeah, you know, David Schiaffino opening up with that 6.17. That was a pretty good score there. And you know, it's got a feel for all the other competitors when you hear that getting yelled out on the speakers. Being able to calm those nerves, block that out, and just kind of focus on your game. That's what you got to do here, especially in these semifinals. You know, only top 2 surfers advance on, and there is a bit of money on the line for these open men. So yeah, we'll see how these surfers can kind of block that out and surf their heat. I mean, they've been doing it all weekend long, surfing to their style. And, you know, we saw Jesse Carson yesterday in his quarterfinal heat coming out with some last-second heroics and being able to push himself into the semifinal spot here. And then, I mean, Andrew Sadler, you can't
Saddles.
You can't leave him out of the conversation there. Andrew Sadler, he's been in this event for so many years, and every single year he's just been getting better and better and better. So it's exciting stuff here for Open Men's semifinal number 1. And yeah, Sebastian, he recently made the move of North Island to Port Hardy for work, and it's great to see him back here in Tofino throwing on a jersey again. He's been a long time friend of mine down in Ucluelet, but he made the move North Island just for you know, sometimes work calls, you know, and you got to go where the money is. But yeah, it's great to see him back here and to put on a jersey and trying to beat these guys down out there and get into the finals.
Well, and Dino, if he hasn't been surfing, man, he does not look rusty. You know, I feel like it's been a little bit of the tail of the tape as we go to live action. Our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, a nice little rider. We got a little split peak here as we got our surfer in white, Sebastian Duquet, with a nice little wrapping cutback back into the power source. And he's got a little end section coming at him. So he's going to go for broke here. Boom, up into the lip, rides out of there with confidence. Great surfing there from our surfer in white, Sebastian Duquet. He knows what these judges are looking for. They want to see committed end section maneuvers. If you've got that wall of whitewash coming at you, they want you to throw every inch of your board and your weight into it, which Sebastian did right there. So fantastic work for him. But like I was saying, there's kind of that, hey, remember me kind of feel to this Rip Curl Pro. You know, people that maybe weren't as much on the radars of the top guys, and you know, they were giving them a little a remember me, a tap on the shoulder. Hey, remember me? I surf real good too.
Yeah, you know, you can, especially the last year and a bit that we've had. You know, it's easy to kind of forget because we haven't had a contest out here on the beach in so long, and then yeah, you know, everyone's been kind of doing their own thing, focusing on their preferred beaches of choice, and I mean, yeah, this is such a great proving ground here at Cox Bay. It's you know, it's one of the most contestable places out here on the coast. It just picks up so much swell, Robbie, from every single direction. I mean, we can see the lines at the north end of the beach just rolling in. That's that big southwest swell. But you do get those wrapping sets that hit the bank straight in front of us here on your screen, and just grooming up everything. And man, this is I can't think of a better beach right now to have a contest and have these guys showcase their skills for everyone tuning in.
Yeah, Dino, we're pretty lucky here to be running this Open Men's semifinal heat number 1. We got about 12 minutes remaining. Our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, with an 8.67 on the strength of that 6.17 that he locked in pretty much right off the hooter. And then our surfer in white, Sebastian Duquet. We got a little bit of a paddle battle here as our surfer in red blue had to get out of the way as Andrew Saddles throws up into the coping. Oh, was that a little fist pump? And then in behind him, our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, heat leader on this little left-hander. And this thing looks like it might open up for him as he gets a nice little wrap back into the pocket, but it looks a little squishy. Yeah, so he's going to turn around and try and sneak his way back out there to improve on that. But really good turn there from our surfer in yellow, Saddles, Andrew Sadler. So that will really improve his score line. So right now, he is looking, oh man, technology, you got me. So Sadler's looking for a 4.51 to get himself into that second position and bump Sebastian out. Jesse, our surfer in blue, is looking for a 4.51. And David Schiaffino, comfortable, not comfortable with that 8.67.
Yeah, you know, he's got that 6.17 to build off of. He backed that up with a 2.50. I definitely want to replace that 2.50. I mean, Sebastian Duke just answered back with a 5.00 on his last ride. He's got a backup of a 1, so he's definitely going to want to replace that 1, which is pretty much you just have to stand up on a wave. He's currently in second place. And, yeah, Jesse Carson, surfer in blue. He's just got a couple of scores with a 2.33 combined heat total score. He's looking for a 4.51 to move up into second place. And Sadler looking for a 4.51. We'll see what the judges want to drop there for his last score. And, yeah, scores dropping in here there, Robbie. Last of yellow. Andrew Sadler dropping a 6.17.
Wow.
Shaking up the lineup here and moving himself right into second place with 10 minutes and 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Andrew Sadler. You know, again, in broken record territory, the judges want to see you go for broke. They're not here to see conservative surfing. And, you know, we've seen that first score of David Schiaffino's, that 6.17 was about 8 turns. And then Andrew Sadler's like, how about I do that in 1? So he does that huge backside hit and almost comes unstuck and just kind of wrangles himself in. And he gets rewarded really handsomely. So now he's sitting on a 1.50. So he put himself in a really good position here. But at the same time, our surfer in white, Sebastian Duquet, has a 5.00, and he's only sitting on a 1.0, so he needs a 2.68 to get himself into that transfer position. So with half the heat gone, there's still so much action to come. And,
oh, man, no one's safe right now.
No one's safe.
This is so tight.
No one is safe.
Everyone has a great score on their score line and the pretty small backup, which is easily replaceable. So, Yeah, Sebastian looking for a 2.68 to move up into second, and Andrew Sadler only looking for a 2.84 to move into first. So, yeah, Schiaffino may have thought he was running away with this one at the start of the heat, but man, with 9 minutes remaining, no one is safe out there right now. And yeah, this is exciting. Jesse Carson still looking for some action out there. He's looking for a good score, or at least a couple of mediocre scores to get himself in the mix there. He's really capable of doing that. We saw that yesterday. He was able to link a couple of waves together to help him advance into the semifinals. So we have sets approaching here. See if anyone can scratch themselves into one of these set waves. And we see the judges reward these set waves. Here we go, David Schiaffino on his backhand. Nice little lip line there. Unfortunately, that one just closing out and stretching out and right in front of him. Not offering up any scoring potential. But, man, David Schiaffino's staying busy out there. And that's what you got to do here. And it's the semifinals.
Semifinals. and we can't forget about Jesse the Cardiac Kid Carson, because he kept us on our seat for both that quarterfinal and round one heat, where he kind of did last second heroics to make himself through. So no one's sleeping on the Cardiac Kid, that's for sure.
The Cardiac Kid.
Yeah, with about 8 minutes remaining here at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals, which has been just an unbelievable event. We haven't even gotten to our finals yet. We have about 8 finals to run still. 8 finals? I mean, I can't even count how many. I don't count that high. But, yeah, some really, really incredible stuff. We have so many good quality events to come. Let's get a count here. How many finals do we have to run? We got 3 more sets of semifinals, 4 more sets of semifinals. Wow. So we got open men's, U18 girls, U16 boys, U16 girls, longboard women semifinals, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 finals to run. 10 finals. That is just absolute insanity. As we go to live action here, our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, had a really nice turn off the top to start there, as he's just trying to kind of manufacture something a little bit more as this thing goes foamy and soupy, but he had a really nice turn right as we got onto camera there. So David Schiaffino, he's just looking for something above a 2.83 to replace. So after judging from that first turn, I've got to assume he's got to improve on that last score. So he just wants to kind of get that lead a little bit cushier than it is right now.
Yeah, he's got to be nervous there with a 2.83 as your backup score. That's not a good score to have as a backup. Here we go, a surfer in blue, Jesse Carson. That's when we thought he was out. No way. Look at this beautiful looking lefter. Oh, unfortunately digging a rail. Uncharacteristic stuff there from Jesse Carson, unfortunately. That was a beautiful looking ride. Man, he had a huge open face there. And unfortunately, burying his rail. I'm not sure if maybe nerves got the best of him there, but man, Jesse Carson going down on one of the more sizable set waves we've seen in this heat. Man, he's got to be kicking himself after that mistake there.
Yeah, that's got to be a case of the jitters there. Getting into that 6 minutes left, you've been sitting out there waiting, a little bit anchored, and you haven't been able to get yourself into something, and you finally do. As we go to live action, we got a split peak here, but we're going to stick with our surfer in red, David Schiaffino, with a huge backside turn. He's got another section here. Oh, wow. Oh, he tried to do a 2-stage wrap there, but unfortunately just coming unstuck. But that was some fantastic surfing there from our heat leader, David Schiaffino. How was this first turn?
Yeah, that's a beautiful opening turn there, right back in that power section there. And, yeah, trying to do a little bit of a redirect there, unfortunately going down on the closing section of that wave. But, yeah, I think the damage was done on that opening turn. David Schiaffino attacking that lip. And, yeah, I love that, how surfers are able to attack the lip and then set themselves up right back into that power section to try to link another scoreable maneuver there. So, yeah, beautiful surfing there from David Schiaffino with under 5 minutes remaining now. He's already got a 6.17 as a high score. He's got a back of a 2.83. You got to think he's going to replace that 2.83 after that last ride.
Yeah, and you know what I'm really liking seeing today is kind of that combination of the right-left, where our surfers aren't giving up on their wave. They'll do a kind of an end section turn and then try and go back the other direction. And Cox Bay has a tendency to give up those kind of waves, as we saw on David Schiaffino's first wave, where he was able to kind of link together, 3 or 4 turns on the outside on the right-hander and then did a little re-entry back to go left and ended up getting 3 or 4 turns that direction as well. So really good stuff there from David Schiaffino, and we hit about the 4-minute mark here in our open men's semifinal heat number 1 with your current heat leader, Surfer in Red, David Schiaffino, with a 10-point scoreline. We're still waiting for one more score to drop for him. Our Surfer in Yellow saddles Andrew Sadler with a 7.67, but he's sitting on a high score of a 6.17, so he's looking to replace that 1.50, and Sebastian Duquet has a 5.00 as well. So really those second and third spots are just looking for a backup, and they could just blow this thing wide open.
Yeah, you know, and here we go. We have lines approaching here. Let's see if any of these surfers are out in position here. We have a couple of surfers scratching their way into it. We've got Surfer in Yellow. That's Andrew Sadler on a bomb, attacking that end section there. Here we go, back getting him on screen there. Sadler just trying to increase his lead and hold on to that second place spot. I mean, he dropped to 6.17. That's a great score to build on. He's looking to replace that 1.50, and I believe he's going to drop that 1.50. That way it was one of the bigger sets we've seen. And yeah, we'll just update you with scores as they drop. But yeah, Sebastian, not far off, still hunting a 2.68 to move into second. I believe the situation is going to change there once the last of Yellow comes in, with 3 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, tense moments here in that second position as we're seeing scores start to drop for the last of Yellow, Andrew Sadler. It's not going to quite shift him into first place, but it is going to improve on his bottom score. So now he's got a heat total of a 9.77. So now we've got Sebastian Duquet, who's looking for a 4.77 to get himself into that transfer position, well within Sebastian's wheelhouse. He just needs to have a wave come through for him. But with 2 minutes and 30 seconds, there's some tense moments here. As we look up to the north end of the beach there, Dino, and I think that's about a 15-foot wave out the back rolling through the lineup. So you can't really see it in your screen, but there's some absolute bombs coming from the south that are just whitewashed through the entire north end of the bay here. So
yeah,
really,
there's a lot of swell out there today.
Oh.
And we're fortunate enough to have that that headland to the south end of Cox Bay here sticking out and blocking a little bit of that swell. So you know, but it's creating some beautiful conditions here at the beach. So we're getting some last of Yellow, and we got a situation update. Andrew Sadler moving himself into first place with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, dropping a 4.60 on this last ride, attacking that end section, pretty much a 1 maneuver wave, but it was a massive wave, dropping a 4.60, jumping up into first place with a 10.77, and last of Red, David Schiaffino bettering his backup score, dropping a 4.00. So now David, with 1 minute and 20 seconds, chasing a 4.61 to move up into first place, and kind of tightening the vice there on Sebastian Duque. That's Surfer in White, and Jesse Carson, Surfer in Blue. Sebastian now needing a 5.18 to move up into second place, and Jesse Carson is chasing a big score. He's looking for an 8.50 with 1 minute left on the clock.
Well, and don't count Sebastian out. He's a frother, and he will charge. He'll get any wave he can. So he just needs to kind of hopefully have the ocean provide, which it looks like there's a couple of sets on the horizon here. So he might get an opportunity, and they look like they're coming right at him. So hopefully Sebastian gets an opportunity to improve on that last score as the final seconds are ticking down of this heat. We have less than a minute to go. Open men's semifinal heat number 1. And after this, we're going to... We'll go ahead.
Sorry, we have a couple of surfers on screen here looking at this set wave here. David Schiaffino deciding to go left. Jesse Carson, Surfer in Blue, going right. Let's see if this thing's going to stand up for him. Jesse just hopping his way to the inside, and it looks like he's going to get a bonus section here. Now this thing's starting to really open up here for Jesse. Beautiful foam climb, being able to ride out clean. And we got David Schiaffino still going left on this thing, pretty much just riding this one in. We'll see if Jesse was able to do enough on that wave, but still unofficial results, looking like Andrew Sadler and David Schiaffino moving on. We'll keep you updated with some scores, but look at this on the replay. Jesse Carson attacking that end section, riding out clean.
Cardiac kid.
Yeah, he's making it exciting here in the dying seconds of the heat. Man, did Jesse have some really high scoring potential waves in this heat. Unfortunately, a couple of them just got a little bit, not sure if the nerves kicked in, but he's got to be kicking himself off that big left. That one was massive, a massive wave, and he definitely could have capitalized on scoring. That last ride was beautiful. there, but we'll see if it's going to be enough for Jesse. He was needing a huge score there. He was needing 8.5 to move into second place there.
I have to say that's probably a little bit too little too late. We definitely saw David and Andrew really do what's been working for them. Saddles with two waves both on one maneuvers. 2 1-maneuver waves where he was able to get over a 10-point scoreline. So really great surfing there from Andrew and David Schiaffino. So we'll be seeing you two gentlemen in the Open Men's Final. The Open Men's Final. Congratulations, and really great surfing there from Jesse and Sebastian. Unfortunately, you will not be making it through, but really incredible stuff in the early heats of this round. So we are going to take a short break, and then we're going to head straight into the Open Men's Semifinal Heat number 2 at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Red Bull and Corona. Stay tuned. And welcome back to the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. We are heading into Open Men's Semifinal Heat number 2, a stacked heat today with our form surfer of the event so far in red, Ryan Cameron, our surfer in white, Sam Riley, and the young guns, surfer in yellow, Clay Chiaviti, and surfer in blue, Shea Breweiler. So it's like you said, it's a really story of the comeback kid and the young guns.
Yeah, a lot of Grammies in this heat here, and I guess you could call him an old vet, Ryan Cameron, surfer in red, out in the lineup right now. And then we have surfer in white, Sam Riley, surfer in yellow, Clay Chiaviti, and surfer in blue, Shea Breweiler. 18 minutes on the clock. It's going to be exciting heat 2 of the semifinals. I mean, the last heat there was so close between first and fourth there for a little bit there, and then we saw Andrew Sadler and Schiaffino starting to put some staples down on that heat. Really wanted to get advanced into the finals, so I'm excited to see those guys perform later today. Unfortunately for Sebastian and Jesse not advancing into the finals, but great surfing from all competitors there so far this weekend. But yeah, I'm excited for this heat there, Robbie. A couple of the Grammies just making their presence known out here at the beach and during this weekend for the Rip Curl Pro.
Yeah, and in this heat alone, you've got some of the form surfers of this open division. When we saw yesterday Sam Riley go into a pretty stacked quarterfinal heat where he was kind of the name that none of us really knew, and then, man, by the end we knew him as we got our surfer in blue, Shea Breweiler, on this little left-hander looking to try and get around the section. Yeah, if you didn't know who Sam Riley was and you watched yesterday, you definitely know who he is now, as he took the boots to a heat of 3 incredible surfers, getting himself into the semifinal. And then we have the young Clay Chiaviti, who is probably on his 46th heat by now, or at least it feels that way, as he's been, again, one of the form surfers of this open men's division. And in that 13-year-old age range, him and Shea Breweiler, and then Shea has been, again, one of the form surfers. So this may as well be a final. It's another one of those situations where we just have so many good guys. We go to live action here on white. We have Sam Riley with a nice little turn off the top. Really great technique, this kid. He surfs really fast and has really good wrapping turns. So as this one's kind of mushing out on him a little bit, as we go to split screen, as we go Clay Chiaviti with a layback snap. Oh, wow. And this thing's standing up on the inside for our surfer in white, Sam Riley. So really great stuff there from Sam and Clay. Oh, looked like he was going to tuck into the tube for a second there.
Yeah, some exciting stuff there in that split screen action there. Yeah, Clay, staying busy on this wave, getting a couple of nice turns at the start there, and he had this big section to stand up for him on the inside. Unfortunately, couldn't get around that section there. And then we had Sam going left there, had a nice wave as well. So we'll see what we'll update you as scores drop in. But yeah, so first a blue Looked like Shea Breweiler dropping a 3.67 on his opening ride. Currently sitting in first place. Still waiting for, oh, there we go. Surfer in blue again on your screen. Coming out swing with a 2-turn combo there and hitting that end section there. So Shea trying to put the pressure on here in the first 5 minutes of this heat. Man.
That was some incredible stuff there from Shea Breweiler.
He's able to generate so much speed, considering how big that kid is. You know,
Yeah.
he just to generate so much speed and just working that rail work and being able to generate maneuvers like he does. It's pretty unbelievable there from Shea, especially at such an early age.
So we got a few scores dropping here. Some big scores right off the bat. Our surfer in yellow, Clay Chiaviti, dropping a 6.17 with that set of combo of turns. And then our surfer in white with that 5.50, that little left-hander. And then our last of blue, Shea Breweiler, comes in at a 7.83 as we go to live action. Rycam with a huge carving turn off the top. That was just beautiful stuff. And back into the power source. So he's looking for this thing to stand up. He kind of does a few check turns. Moving towards the inside, looking to see if he can get a little end section here. Wow, the judges. Oh, beautiful turn.
He's got a
really nice
work there from Rycam. See if we got an end section there to hit. Yes, and Rycam's able to finish strong on that last ride. Okay, here we go. He's got the first 7 minutes of the heat. We've got a couple of big scores dropped already. Shea Breweiler dropping a 7.83 on his last ride. Shea with a backup of a 3.67. He's your heat leader. But Clay Chiaviti answering back, dropping a 6.17 there, Robbie, to get into his scoreline. And then we saw Sam on that left being able to drop a 5.50. We'll see what the judges decide to give Ryan Cameron, the surfer in red. I would see out the back on screen. Just that's rolling in for this open men's semifinal heat number 2. Oh, man. Look at these wide open lefts. This is exciting here. Cox Bay starting to come alive here from finals day.
Man, this might be the biggest set of the day so far as that new swell kind of fills in a little bit. Oh, man, that's like walls of whitewash. Poor surfer in yellow, Clay Chiaviti, getting caught on the inside, but this kid is a trooper, so he will be back out the back. So we've got another wave coming in for our surfer in yellow, Clay Chiaviti, and he has shifted himself into second position. He's got himself a 3.33, and the last of red, Ryan Cameron, is coming at a 6.93. So there's some big scores been dropped. Everyone's got a big score on the board already. So currently we have our heat leader, Shea Breweiler, in blue with an 11.50 on the strength of that 7.83, that massive end section turn. Our surfer in yellow, the other young gun, Clay Chiaviti, with a 6.17 and a 3.3, so he's got a 9.5, so he needs a 5.34 to bump Shea out of that top spot, and we've got Ryan Cameron just dropped a 6.93, so he just needs a 2.57, which he's been dropping 2.57s for breakfast this event so far, so Ryan Cameron just taking his time and just picking off the best ones. And then Sam Riley with a 5.50. So all four competitors have big first scores, Dino. So this is really anybody's game as much as it has ever been before because everyone's got a 5 or above.
Yeah, it's an exciting here we go back to live action with Sam Riley. He's got a 5.50 already on his scoreline. Unfortunately, not being able to link together another turn there. Sorry, we just had some technical difficulties there with the scores getting updated there. Yeah, last of red, Ryan Cameron coming in at a 6.93. Man, this is a close heat there, Robbie. Everyone is dropping some pretty good scores, making it tough for the judges up here and to making it interesting and also making it tough. Now we got some pretty good scores on the board now. I can't wait to see what these surfers are going to bring with 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Yeah, as we see, top two surfers are advancing into the finals. So Sam Riley currently in third place at Surfer in White. He's chasing a 4.01, and Ryan Cameron chasing a 2.57 to move up into second place. So let's don't go away just yet. This is exciting stuff here down here at Cox Bay for day 3.
Day 3, finals day.
finals day.
Just when the judges went home thinking they were at their toughest part at the end of yesterday. Now they just have one extended version of the end of yesterday all day today, as there's just been already such incredible surfing throughout these opening rounds. You know, we've got a few more semifinals to go, and then we're straight into back-to-back-to-back finals.
Yeah,
you know,
it's going to be action-packed day all day long, and I mean the caliber of surfing has just gotten better and better as we've gone on throughout the day. It is finals day, and yeah, a lot of these surfers have surfed a lot of heats throughout the weekend, and now they're able to put everything together that they've been working on and making it count here on these final heats.
Yeah, it's so interesting to look at this scoreboard right now because it really isn't tell you anything. It's really all four of these surfers have a really solid first score, and then they're all looking for a way bigger backup, which all of them are very, very capable of getting. So with half this heat done, we still have 10 minutes to go. Lots of time as we see a few little lines starting to roll through in this open men's semifinal heat number 2. We got a little bit of a lull in the action, but it does look like there might be some sets about to roll through right where the surfers are. So we could get a little flurry here. But Dino, it's never bad to catch your breath after that first 10 minutes.
Yeah, man, that's a lot of waves were surfed there in the first 10 minutes, and a lot of good waves were surfed in that first 10 minutes. You know, we had big scores dropping, 73 there from Shea Breweller, and he's got it back up, and we got surfer up and riding. We'll try to get him on your screen there. Here we go. Ryan Cameron is back on it. Huge snap. Oh, unfortunately not being able to ride to that one. Still tons of time left. 8 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Yeah, he had a pretty nice open wave here, or open section to look at. Winding up, generating a bunch of power there. Unfortunately, maybe coming up a little bit too steep there and not being able to ride clean. But Ryan looking like he's going to increase his scoreline there just with a 177. That's got to be an easy throwaway. He's looking for his 257. But here up and riding, Sam Riley here, currently in 4th place. He's looking for a 4.01 to move up in 2nd place there with a nice wrapping cutback there. That wave, unfortunately, just flattening out on the inside. And we did see that yesterday there, Robbie, as the tide started to switch there. That inside section was getting pretty heavy at times, but it was also kind of being these surfers' worst nightmare as it does tend to flatten out sometimes, depending on whatever way or whatever bank that the waves are breaking on. So yeah, we'll see. That's the nature of the beast out here at Cox Bay. You know, it can be your best friend, it can be your worst enemy. So. Yeah, we'll see how these guys factor that in as we got 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, as we do have a couple of scores that have just kind of snuck in there. Sam Riley has improved on his situation and made himself into that transfer spot by dropping a 4.33. So he now has a 9.83. All Clay Chiaviti needs is a 3.66 to jump back into that transfer spot. And Ryan Cameron just needs a 2.9 because on the strength of that 6.93 that he dropped right off the bat there. And if the last attempt at that backside turn for Ryan Cameron was any indication of what he's going to go for broke on every single wave that he sees. He knows that after watching that last heat, the first semifinal with Andrew Sadler doing those 2 big turns to get himself those big scores, Rycam knows that he just needs to get 1 big turn to get himself up into that first position. And if this weekend has shown us anything about Rycam, he's got a whole heck of a lot of those big turns.
Don't count anyone out just yet. The semifinal heat number 2 is starting to become one of the most exciting heats we've watched all morning today. It's not much separating any of these surfers between first, second, and third, or sorry, first and second. You know, only Clay's chasing a 3.66 to move up to 2nd place, and Ryan Cameron chasing a 2.90 to move into 2nd place. So, you know, if I was Sam, I would be a little tense right now. You know, it's definitely not a comfortable lead, but it still is a lead. With 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens here with these. That's the beauty right now is that there's just so much swell out there, allowing these surfers to post some scores. So,
yeah, everyone's getting their opportunities here today, Dino. And I think for Sam Riley, this is going to be the longest 6 minutes of his life, and for Clay and Rycam, maybe the shortest 6 minutes of theirs. But you know, hopefully we can get a few more sets to roll through the lineup and get some, you know, really let their surfing decide who's going to make it through to that all-important open men's final. As we have about 5.5 minutes left here down at Cox Bay, where it's just glassed off today. We got a lovely, lovely southeast breeze happening here. It's actually quite warm surprisingly warm for how overcast and how rainy it's been. It's quite warm down here on the beach. I definitely recommend to dress for a little bit of rain, even though it hasn't rained in the last 2 hours either at all. So life is pretty good down here at Cox Bay Beach. So, if you get a chance, come on down to the beach, cheer on your favorite competitors. There's so many quality surfers that are going to be coming up today. So don't be shy. Come on down, say hi. And if not, stay tuned on this webcast because we have lots going on as we hit the 5-minute mark of this Open Men's semifinal heat number 2. 2 surfers looking to join Andrew Sadler and David Tofino in that coveted Open Men's final. As currently we have our heat leader, Shea Breweiler, who surfed in 73 different divisions today and won every heat.
Here we go, Ryan Cameron, surfer in red, up and riding. He's hunting 2.90. Nice snap off the top there. See if this thing will stand up for him. Ryan Cameron looking at this thing. It's starting to flatten out a little bit. He might have a bonus section here on the inside. A little redirect. And hopefully being able to ride it, unfortunately going down there with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Ryan chasing a 2.90 to move into first place. You got to think that's going to factor into his score line. He's looking to replace a 1.77. But don't count anyone out there. There's a lot of action being out there. We had a little split peak action there between Sam Riley and also surfer in blue, Shea Breweiler, your heat leader. So here we'll take you to live action with Shea. This is last of blue. Had a beautiful end section here, tapping it off the top there. Riding out clean. Shea just trying to pack on the points there. He's looking pretty smooth right now. He dropped a 7.83 and backed it up with a 3.67. But Sam Riley answered back down to the south end of the beach. He dropped a 5.50 and a 4.33. He's currently in second place in that transfer spot, but we'll see. We'll see if his next score factors into his score line. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And still sets rolling in here.
Oh, man.
The bay just doesn't want to shut off. This is great.
It's like the Energizer Bunny Bay. Just never stops pumping. This has been just incredible with 3 minutes to go. And there's just sets and sets and sets rolling in. So if the judge didn't have their work cut out from trying to judge that last exchange, they better keep their eyes nice and peeled because there's a whole bunch more waves coming through, and I'm sure that there's going to be a few surfers taking a few runs at these last few set waves that come through because everybody is very much in the mix. I mean, this is about as unsafe of a heat as we've seen so far. Really it's anybody's game. Yeah,
it's not much separating any of these surfers. I mean, Shea's got definitely in top form here. He dropped that 7.83 on his second ride. He's still waiting for a backup score, which I believe will probably increase his score line. Yeah, that was a pretty nice looking wave there from Shea. And then, so we got so scores dropping here. So last of red, Ryan Cameron dropping a 4.17, jumping him up into second place with 2 minutes remaining. So Ryan Cameron dropping a 4.17, jumping up into second place. He's got 11.10 heat total. And Sam Riley last of white, he dropped a 5.43, so definitely getting the better of the exchange between him and Rycam, but unfortunately Ryan's still sitting on that 6.93 that he opened up with, which is factoring into his scoreline, so jumping up into second place. So wow, with a minute and 40 seconds left here, Robbie, we got a tight race here between second and third. But I mean, Clay, surfer in yellow, look, he's only looking for a 4.94. So this is one of the tightest heats we've had all day today. Yeah, really, really impressive stuff. This Open Men's semifinal has not disappointed. And just when you thought the scoreline couldn't be blown up, Shea Breweiler drops a 6.77 to increase his lead over the entire pack. So he now has a 7.83 and a 6.77. So sitting pretty comfortably out in front with that 14.60 heat total. And then our surfer in red, Ryan Cameron, he needs a 7.68 to bump Shea out, but that's been well within his range all weekend long. And then our surfer in white, Sam Riley, just in behind Rycam with a 5 points. He needs a 5.61 to get himself into that transfer spot. So nervous moments with 45 seconds remaining. But Dino, there are waves rolling through the lineup, so we are not done just yet as we look to see. And we also have our surfer in yellow, Clay Chivity. He just needs a 4.94, which is also well within. So this is literally anybody's heat at this point. Yeah, we've got lines rolling into the bay here. Let's see if anyone can capitalize on this. Man, here's some beautiful open face waves here. And we got Surfer in red up and right on a screamer on his back end. A nice foam climb there. Ryan Cameron, see if we can get around this end section here. Oh, man, he might have a bonus section to deal with here, Robbie. Nice little tap off the top right now, clean. Ryan Cameron trying to hold on to that second place spot with 2 seconds remaining. Man, I think he might have been able to do enough there to solidify his spot to move on to the finals. Man, this is going to be an interesting open men's final. Still waiting for a score to drop there. Last red. We'll keep you guys updated, but man, it's a pretty exciting heat there.
Yeah, and you got to think that Ryan Cameron did improve on his second score because that first floater was massive, the one that happened off screen, and then
it
to
looked
finish.
like he went like 2 or 3 kilometers on that one.
Yeah, as scores start to drop for Surfer in red, Ryan Cameron with a 6.20, so that's put him pretty firmly in place for second place. So Ryan Cameron, the Dream Miracle run continues as he makes it into the Open Men's Final.
Oh, man.
So phenomenal surfing. That might have been the best heat of the day so far, with our surfer in blue, Shea Breweiler, making it through the Open Men's Final, as well as Ryan Cameron. Phenomenal surfing from our 2 other surfers, Sam Riley and Clay Chiaviti. I don't think it's the last we've seen of either of you, but unfortunately you will not be making it into the finals this weekend. But wow, incredible, incredible stuff there in our Open Men's semifinal heat number 2. And we are going to take a quick break as we shift divisions. We will return very shortly at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals, sponsored by Corona and Red Bull. Thank you so much for tuning in. And welcome back to some live action of the U18 semifinal Heat 1 of the U18 girls. As we, on your screen, Chloe Platinius, wow, throwing a huge end section hack. Man, that was incredible stuff from Chloe. Look as she works her way down the line, sees that end section, boom. Oh my gosh. Just when we thought there was another female, or there were all the young female spots were taking, Chloe Platinius is like, remember me? This is just incredible. I can't believe how many incredible young female surfers there are here. Like, this is just actually ridiculous. As we do shift into our semifinal heat number 1, we've got our surfer in red, Sanoa Olin, surfer in white, Aqua Breweiler, our surfer in yellow, Chloe Platinius, and our surfer in blue, Osha Green. Man, this is just an insane lineup of incredibly talented surfers. Yeah, I don't think there's even a favorite here because every one of these girls surfs so well, and they've all been doing double and triple duty in this competition so far and have had incredible heats. So this is good enough to be a final, and we're still just in the semifinals. So action-packed stuff, really exciting. Man, this is just, I'm almost speechless at this point. Just how many more quality heats are we going to get like this? So we have 17 minutes left. We're just going to wait for a score right now as we wait for a score to lock in for the last of Chloe Platinius. as I am currently joined by none other than the handsome and talented Curtis Parker back in the booth. Curtis Parker, welcome.
It's good to be here. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, buddy. So we are into under 18 women's semifinal heat number 1 as we have a loaded semifinal. Curtis, are you not glad to not be in this heat?
I'm scared just sitting up here. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I was watching on the beach, and the energy is palpable.
Palpable, great term. No, fantastic stuff. We got some pretty classic conditions, classic fall conditions here at Cox Bay today. So as we do have our first wave come in for Chloe Platinius, a 5.17 for that one-turn wonder.
Oh, nice. Chloe.
Yeah, it was
Go.
absolutely incredible stuff there. Younger sister of Reed Platinius, one of our standout form surfers of the event. Chloe obviously has the Platinius blood running in the veins, so again, don't forget about her. Don't sleep on her at any point.
Yeah, she's a good surfer, and like Reed, obviously crazy good surfer. He's kind of the last of the herring community left in the contest at this point too. So shout out to Reed.
Yeah, Reed's, and I think he's surfing in about 17 different divisions at
Yeah.
this point.
Is there like any laws that he's breaking at this point? Like I think he was
No.
in like the women's too. He was like all over the place.
Yeah. As we got a beautiful, beautiful sets rolling in through the beach here at Cox Bay as our surfers try to scramble themselves into position as we look like we might have a surfer up and riding. We got our surfer in red, Sanoa Olin, up on her backhand with a really nice hack off the top there and a little closeout section. Throws it up and stomps it. That is going to be a huge score for Sanoa Olin. Really great surfing there.
We got another one out the back too while we do the replay. There's waves on waves.
Yeah,
Buffet of waves.
so a wave buffet here. Oh, wow.
Oh, Sanoa, that finish was sick.
And then
oh,
Osha.
Osha.
Yeah, just off screen we had Osha, and man, she's been one of the form surfers of the event. If you didn't know who she was, this 12-year-old girl, and look at this end section. Oh,
Nice. Yeah, and like kind of a soft one too. It was a bit like slopey there, and she definitely made the most of that wave.
yeah, she manufactured a really nice score. Osha, this is already her second heat of the day. Sanoa, second heat of the day. Aqua, second, maybe even third heat of the day.
Do these people ever stop surfing?
No, I think that they're giving out performance-enhancing gummy bears down at the Red Bull tent there because these kids are just insatiable. It's ridiculous.
I heard they're doing rabies. Like that's what the
No.
kids are doing now.
Is that the new thing?
Yeah, I saw one kid, what was his name? Clay, I think, in my heat,
Oh,
the
yeah.
young guy. He
Yeah.
was frothing at the mouth. I looked at him and said oh, good luck today, and he didn't even he gave me the slit throat thing, and he was
Oh, my
foaming at the
God.
mouth.
Oh,
here
wow.
we go. Sanoa.
Oh my gosh. As we have our surfer in red, heat leader Sanoa Olin just with a huge layback jam. That is just maybe one of the best
That was sick.
turns of the entire day. Oh my God. Sanoa, shots fired, and crazy enough, she had just dropped a 7.33, so she's going to look to improve on that.
I'm shaking.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible stuff. And our surfer in blue, Osha Green, dropped a 4.17 on that little inside two-turn right-hander. So the action has definitely started to turn on here as we wait for scores to drop. Man, those one-turn maneuvers, the judges have been loving it, and I think that might be the best one we've seen all morning.
That was a nice one. I was actually, she's both of her end section turns were epic.
Yeah, epic stuff.
Killing
So
it.
as we do have our surfer in white, Aqua Breweiler.
Go Aqua.
Yeah.
She was in the herring tent, loving the herring. Also
Yeah.
a big fan of herring, so shout out to Aqua.
Oh my. As we have waves or scores dropping in for the last of red, Sanoa Olin dropping a 7.83 for
Bam.
one turn.
That's a big turn.
That's a smoker.
Here we go. We got Chloe with a 5. If you're just tuning in, Sanoa it's terrifying. Both of her waves were crazy. It's really just Sanoa's game right now. Aqua Breweiler with a 2 on her last wave. We go. We got sets. I'm very excited to be here.
Yeah, so we have about 12 minutes remaining here. Semifinal heat number 1. Sanoa Olin, shots fired.
Yeah, Yeah, it's a
right?
it's a flex. Like
Yeah, that was a huge flex.
like I'm
So-
glad I'm not surfing.
Oh man,
That was terrifying.
I don't
Kids
need
these days.
I don't need my self-confidence crushed any more than it already has been.
No.
Now I stick to the stay out of it and just be excited for Canadian surfing because it feels like, as we go to live action, we have our surfer in blue, Osha Green,
Yep.
with a nice little bottom turn
Nice.
up off the top, and this thing looks like it's going to open up for her.
Go, go, go.
Oh, she just gets the old Cox Bay guillotine there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe a better decision trying not to throw that one up into the coping, but really nice technique here.
Yeah,
See
she's
that?
smooth.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff. Another one of the Shannon Brown prodigies.
Who isn't?
I know, right?
Seems like everybody is these days.
Yeah. So as we hit about the 11-minute mark here, we got some pretty big sets rolling through the lineup, Curtis. I mean, look at that. Pretty classic fall offshore, a little bit of southeast in there. A little bit of the inside-outside Cox Bay thing that it likes to do. But again, you've seen people connecting right to that inside. I mean, there's some big scores out on offer, but really the biggest scores of the day have been those one-maneuver turns.
Yeah, and when you watch them, it's crazy. Like they're all like hammers. So like it's sweet to see. Oh, here we go.
Live action,
Yeah.
we've got Sanoa Olin, our heat leader, with a nice little
Hammer time.
backside. This thing's trying to open up for her. She's going to look for an end section here.
Oh yeah, she wants it.
Yeah, she's going to milk this.
No. Oh, that
no.
one didn't quite work out, but
That's the Cox Bay inside-outside.
you just never know, and you just got to go for it. Like, did anyone get tubed yesterday? I think I saw a longboarder pull into it too.
I saw a few people pull in. I didn't see anybody make it out, but as Shannon Brown told us, if you make it out, you weren't deep enough.
That's true.
That's what he said. As we are surfer in yellow, Chloe
Nice.
Platinius
Yeah, Chloe.
with a nice, trying to get radical there.
Yeah.
Almost a little bit too radical.
Let's get the slow-mo replay on this one.
Yeah, really nice take. Good high line there. Looking for the wrap.
Real pure, real pure.
Ooh.
Oh. I think she was trying to hit the person in front. Like she's obviously
Yeah.
playing mind games.
Get out of the way,
Chloe.
Sanoa. Classic, Chloe. Let's go to a little replay here of our
Oh,
surfer
that's
in
nice.
white. Oh, Aqua Breweiler with a nice little smack off the top. A little rebound into the section, the old right-left.
I like it.
I like that was a left-right.
Count it.
Yeah. Those are my best turns. They're straight. The left-right combined into the straight-hander.
Is that a turn then?
Not really. Not really, to be honest with you. But a guy can dream. A guy can dream.
You got so many YouTube tutorials now, like right, left.
Yeah.
Do you ever do the L? Did you ever have to do the L thing where you hold up both fingers and try and figure out which way is left?
I hope not. I'm scared of trying to do that. It seems a little bit above my brain grade. As we have about 8.5 minutes left here, U18 semifinal heat number 1. And some of the cool things we've been seeing here is almost like a bunch of repeated heats because the girls are so good that they're dominating 3 different divisions. So you have, in the 4 divisions, you have a lot of rematches. You know, we've seen Jasmine and Matea in the first heat, and then we've seen Sanoa and Kath in the second heat, and we've seen Osha and Aqua, and all these girls are kind of like, they're all getting like 3 to 4 heats against one another. So it'll be interesting to see if like one female wins one, and then one's in another. So there's going to be like intermittent banter and bragging rights in the off season.
Oh yeah, they're like it's like some weird mafia that's going on.
Some weird young girl ripping surfer mafia.
It's terrifying. It's terrifying out there.
We'll check in with them later if they're looking for herring sponsorship.
Well, it would be nice if someone got it.
As we hit about the 8-minute mark here. So current situation update, we do have Sanoa Olin on the strength of that 783, that layback snap, which is probably the best turn of the day thus far.
Just
man.
come in.
Yeah, just come in. Relax. You got to manage that energy.
Pour you a coffee, crack a Harrington, just
Right?
relax. You earned it.
You earned it.
Like 7 minutes. I'm not trying to write this off, but like,
No.
how do you beat those? Like, I don't know if we get replays again on those turns, but
Well, that is definitely the highest heat score of the day thus far. As
yeah,
our
15s.
as our surfer in yellow has a heat total of an 11.83, so she needs an 8.66 to jump into that first place spot. Our surfer in blue, Osha Green, she's looking for a 7.66 to jump into that all-important transfer position and get her way into the U18 finals. And then Aqua Breweiler, never count her out because she did just drop a 5.10, so she just needs a 6.73 to get herself into that transfer spot and into that U18 girls semifinal. So a good solid 7 minutes to go here. And if you look out on the camera, you can just see swell lines rolling in. It feels like it just never stops.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
No, it's incredible, incredible stuff. We've just had one kind of consistent swell, and a little bit of overlapping swell even that has just not stopped this whole weekend. So as we're going to got a little bit of live action, we see a paddler here. We got our surfer in yellow, Chloe Platinius, looking to add a little bit, but unfortunately that one doing the old squishy treatment. But there is a couple more right-handers in behind it coming in. Oh, as this one is stacking up on the horizon. Who's going? Oh, everyone seemed like it seemed like everyone was a little bit deep on that one.
Yeah, it looked kind of soft too. A bit of a wave in front of it, maybe.
Yeah, they didn't want that one.
It was a good choice.
That was a good choice.
Wise decision.
Yeah. Sometimes the best wave that you get is the one that you don't take, because it sets you up for the one that you do.
That's a Shannonism.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all we do is quote Shannon Brown up here. Try and act like we really know what we're talking about surfing and just talk about Shannon lines. My new favorite Shannon line is when you get clipped by the lip, it's a reverse hit the lip.
Nice.
Because the lip hits you instead of you hitting the lip. Apparently it's a Snow Olin quote. We're learning all kinds of stuff. So as we are heading into the final 5 minutes here at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. The Red Bulls and the Coronas are flowing. And we have our surfer in blue, Osha Green, with a nice wrapping cutback here on that left-hander, just squeaking herself back in here, looking for an end section. Oh, just in behind it, but does ride out. So she is looking to replace a 4.00. I'm not sure if that's what she needed, but
little two-turn combo there, not bad. Like, kind of board got caught under the whitewash there a bit, so she couldn't get it up over. But
the fact that she's able to, like, wrangle this whitewash at her size is still so impressive as it is.
It's the rabies, I'm telling you.
The
so
foaming,
powerful.
The child's foaming at the mouth. Yeah, there's a lot of froth down here. As Curtis said before, the froth is palpable down here at Cox Bay. As we see a few more sets kind of rolling through the lineup. As we're under 5 minutes here in the U18 semifinal heat number 1. As we have our surfer in white having a look at this one. Unfortunately, that's just going to sneak underneath her. But there is a few more sets on the horizon. Oh,
seems a bit more manageable today. Like less like just death closeout sets out the back. It seems like you can kind of hang out on the inside and pick off some of these fun mid-sized ones. Because towards the end of the day yesterday, it was like pretty manageable, and then all of a sudden it was just mega. And luckily the pros were out like just shredding. But like I don't know if anyone else could have like done what they did with the conditions that were out there. It was nuts.
We can say, because we weren't out there, we can say that we could have done that.
I probably could have done
that. I was saying before to the other guys that it's so great when Pete and Noah are like, yeah, man, it's really challenging out there. I feel like that's a free pass to excuse my surfing. It's like, no, if they said it was challenging, it's challenging out there. And then, of course, you have the U18 girls who are absolutely destroying it, so they're making it looking very unchallenging.
Yeah.
So I feel caught in between two worlds, you know?
It's perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Perspective is everything.
Perspective is everything.
Oh, here we go. Osha maybe turning? No, she doesn't want it.
I think that was a free surfer exiting the contest area. Oh, as we got a little bit of live action, we got our surfer in white, Aqua Breweiler,
here we go.
Trying to manufacture a little score here on the inside as we had a nice little tap off the top, seeing if she can get a little extra bonus section, but unfortunately she just couldn't get herself around that and back into the flats. So unfortunately, that's not going to be the score that she needs because she's looking for a 6.73 to get herself up into that transfer position. As we have about 3 minutes remaining here. Tense moments, Curtis, but lots of waves looking like they're coming through. So
here we go. Yeah,
we're going to get some action.
So yeah, top two are they advance to finals.
Top two are in the finals.
Bottom two go home.
One.
Never easy.
I do know for sure that Osha and Aqua are both in the open women's final as well.
Oh.
So they're not going home. They have more heats to surf.
Yeah, they all are in like 50 heats like today, aren't they?
It's wild. It is absolutely wild.
How do they paddle?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's pretty incredible. Maybe it's hitting up those tough city saunas down there.
Yeah. I was hanging out it's kind of weird being in a sauna in your wetsuit, but like I really want to go for a good soak. The guy like went in and put a bunch of eucalyptus oil, and he's like, put that in the fire, it'll open you up.
Wow.
I didn't even really know what open you up means, but
breathing like a champ. Great. You're breathing like a champ today.
Well, yeah, after the sauna, I felt pretty good. I think what the hotel room we're staying in, it's like there's like a boiler room or something that only comes on at like 3 in the morning, and I woke up like having like PTSD sweats kind of.
Oh, I hate waking up hot. As we got a little bit of live action, Chloe Platinius, heavy drop to this right-hander.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Went for a huge down carve, and it wasn't enough for her, so she went for the Rio as well. As we got more live action.
no.
Our heat
Oh,
leader,
no.
Sanoa getting out of there.
Chloe, it was almost, you could almost say it was a Selly.
Little
Just
bit.
too early,
Yeah,
like a Superman fly.
but that was a beautiful down carve there
That was nice.
by Chloe Platinius. But unfortunately, just not able to get the re-entry. And then Sanoa just a little bit late, just getting out of dodge there. That was almost a Sanoa Olin reverse hit the lip, which she can, at this point, do whatever she wants. So
No, she doesn't.
oh, she's calling it.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, a barrel roll.
man.
She did a barrel roll.
That was a barrel roll. Yeah, that was great.
We
Good
got
stuff.
56 seconds, too. This is,
Yeah, this is tense moments here, Curtis.
like, Sanoa can just keep doing barrel rolls here, but, like, unless Chloe does. Ah, damn. Come on, Chloe. Go, go, go.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too far on the inside to make it out the back to get one of these set waves, but there are a couple of sets rolling through the lineup. Our Surfer in blue and Surfer in white are looking to try and sneak one of these underneath the buzzer. Osha needs a 7.06, and Aqua needs a 6.73. But this is tense moments here in this U18 girls semifinal. And the top two surfers here advance into our final heat for our U18 girls. So a lot on the line here as we are going to count this one down. Looks like the ocean might have gone a little bit quiet for these girls.
Come on. Buzzer beater. Let's go. Turn. Oh, is she going to make it? I don't think she's going to make it. Oh.
And that is the final of the U18 girls semifinal heat 1. So moving on through to the next round will be our surfer in red, Sanoa Olin, and our surfer in yellow, Chloe Platinius. Phenomenal surfing from you two ladies. And then Osha Green and Aqua Brulard did not make it through, but man, is the future of female surfing bright in the world of the West Coast here. Super exciting stuff. So we are going to come back to you with U18 girls semifinal heat number 2 as we return to the 2021 Rip Curl Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. Stay tuned.
Bam.
And we are back at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull. We are heading straight into the U18 girls semifinal heat number 2 as we have a rematch from the Pro Women's semifinal with our surfer in red, Matea Olin, and our surfer in white, Jasmine Porter. And just to throw into the mix, the Princess of the Peak, Kiana Haas, and our surfer in blue, Ella Wallace. Man, this is just full on right off the bat.
It's like Tofino Hollywood. It's crazy.
It's absolutely wild. So the waves are pumping down here at Cox Bay. We just had our women's semifinal heat number 1. Man, it's funny. I've been claiming best heat of the day. I've said it about 3 or 4 times already. I've just got to stop saying best heat of the day because they're all just so good.
Yeah, and like Sanoa that was crazy. She did so many.
Oh man,
Just hammer time. Like, well, bam, bam, bam.
yeah.
Nonstop.
Her 783 that layback snap. That was like
Scared
that was WCT
I
material.
felt it from up here.
Yeah, that was WCT material. If she'd have done that right in front of me as I was paddling out, I just would have paddled
I
back
would have
in.
puked and gone in.
Yeah, I've just been like, I can't do it. I can't do it. As we see some, oh, look at these sets. Is this a great vision, Curtis, of the sets rolling in? Hey, you just see walls of water.
Well, like, just the fact that we're not staring into the sun like day one, like,
Yeah.
my eyes feel better. I can see the TV, or this is a computer, I guess. But
Yeah, my eyeballs did hurt at the end of day 1, that's for sure. But it was well worth every moment as we see a few little sets rolling through the lineup. But yeah, this U18 division, U16, the Pro Women's, the Open Women's, it's just such a free-for-all of so many incredibly talented female surfers. You know, as you go back about 5 or 10 years, and you would always know who the top 4 were going to be.
Yeah.
You know, it was the Kath Brewweilers, then the Leah Oaks, the Hannah Scotts, and the Sarah Taylors. I mean, I think it was those 4 in the final a few years in a row. and then all of a sudden you brought in Matea and Snow, and they kind of upset the balance. But now you've got, the Jasmines and the Chloes and the Kianas and then Osha and Aqua. Like, it's just this division is so ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, and they've all surfed like 100 times in like 24 hours, and they're all so good. It's crazy.
Yeah, just incredible stuff. That women's division is just outstanding.
It's good to see. It's pretty exciting. Like, there's like good future here for surfing in Canada.
I know.
It's like we have like 6 beaches basically.
I know, right? It's poor future for my wave count in surfing.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's super terrifying.
The sun is setting on us, and it's just rising on them.
Well, I'm not going to say the sun really ever came up for me, but
it was an eclipse.
It was an eclipse. Yeah. Now I'll stick to talking. I'm good at that. As we did just have a little bit of live action. I think we had our surfer in yellow with Kiana Haas throwing a nice little end section turn up into the coping there. Definitely going for broke because we have a flying bag going through the judges' tower. Wow. That was like a little American Beauty scene
like
right there. That was incredible. Yeah, as the score is about to drop for our surfer in yellow, Kiana Haas. Again, judges loving that big end section turn with a 4.17. Great stuff from Kiana opening up her account. Again, showing that if you just go for broke on one section, that's what they're looking for today.
Lay it all on the line.
Lay it all on the line. And actually, the viewers out there don't know this, but Curtis Parker is widely known as the guy who will lay it on the line harder than absolutely anybody else.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, my understanding, and again, this was just a around-the-shop talk with Michael Darling last night, but he said there's no one he knows that will throw himself into more violent surf scenarios with no care for his own body's safety than you, Curtis Parker.
Yeah, like turning and stuff is hard, but like if you just throw your body at stuff, it seems to work a lot better. I've definitely I think it's just like I just skipped like the mid section of surfing, and I'm just like I might as well just try and stand up in a barrel.
Yeah.
And usually you 98% of the time, 99 you don't.
Yep.
And yeah, you usually fall a lot and hit stuff, and I bounce good. I'm really flexible. Luckily.
Excellent.
Yeah, my back always hurts though.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the bone density from the quality nutrients in herring.
Honestly, if you crush like 7 tins, my back will feel better the next day. I don't know if it's placebo.
Fish oils.
Yeah. Or if I might die of arsenic poisoning too. It's also a possibility. So stay tuned.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. But there is a good medical tent down at the Red Bull Athletes area.
I should go talk to them.
Oh man, you should go have a chat with them.
Do they do blood work? Because I'm actually dying to get blood work done. I think it's really exciting.
I think that might be more of a hospital type thing. But as we hit the 5-minute mark, we got 15 minutes left here in our U18 semifinal heat number 2. We're still waiting for kind of a flurry of action, but we did have Kiana, our heat leader, our surfer in yellow, as she's going for another one here. Kiana just hungry. As she's looking for this one. It's kind of a little bit soft, but this one's starting to get some speed.
Nice.
And a really nice top turn there. Nice. Hopefully that will reform for her. Unfortunately, she will not ride out of that, so that will not count. But Kiana just needs to replace a 0.00, so she'll improve her situation, so no big deal.
Yeah, just get points on the board. Just
points.
Wave count right now is key. Or actually, we're back to the stand-up strategy at this point. Like, stand up and get points because it's really slow, but... Oh, here comes, as I say that, there's a set coming.
Yeah, it's not slow anymore.
Stupid thing to say. God.
So we have our surfer in red, Mateo Olin, having a look at that one. Unfortunately, that did not come through for her.
Yeah, like if I had to bet, I would say Matea's got the upper hand in this heat, but just because I know how good of a surfer she is, but she hasn't got anything yet. She's waiting for a good one. Patience. Patience she must have.
And we did actually, just to make the drama a little bit higher, is we did have Jasmine Porter take her down in the pro women's semifinal already this morning. Yeah, so this is a big thing as we do go to live action here. We've got our surfer in red, Mateo Olin, just paddling, but can't get into that thing. Cox Bay. Cox Bay, what are you doing?
No, double no.
Oh, man.
Hard no.
Double denial there from Cox Bay as we had our surfer in red and surfer in white paddle for those waves, but unfortunately Cox Bay just not allowing them in. As that southeast wind seems like it's picking up a little bit of pace there, Curtis, which is going to make it a little more challenging to get in. But once you're in, it should hold up these waves pretty nicely for these competitors. But, man, I know for myself, when I try to paddle into one of those super offshore ones and you're getting the water in the mouth and in the face, and it's just like you can't get yourself over. You're paddling super hard. Cleansing, but also a little bit devastating at the same time.
It hurts. You're paddling, and all you can see is water.
Yeah.
You panic. It's terrifying.
Terrifying stuff.
Surfing is scary.
As we see
Where?
we had our surfer in blue just
Ella.
off screen there, Ella.
Nice.
Throwing a nice
I
little-
didn't really see it, but it looked like she kind of had a nice little finish there.
Yeah, as we go to a little bit of live action, we got Jasmine Porter looking at this
Jasmine.
section.
Oh, it's
She's
reforming.
gonna hope that this
Nope.
thing doubles up, but it doesn't. Oh,
That's tough.
man.
Yeah, they're just having a tough time getting waves right now. It's definitely not easy. Like,
Yeah, it's not easy out there, Curtis. You're absolutely right. It's again, the beautiful part about these beach break conditions is it's not always going to be the best technical surfer. It's the person who can navigate the lineup the best. You know, you really got to navigate that Cox Bay lineup, and sometimes it can look so good and just be so challenging out there. And then you'll watch a heat like yesterday's pro men's that's just so good. And then they'll come in and they'll be like, man, it was really hard out there.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, you didn't make it look very hard.
yeah, that was you struggling.
Don't
They
look,
just know.
Yeah.
They know it hurts. You're like,
or
stop.
they want to make us feel better about themselves. No, it was really hard out there.
It was hard, guys.
Yeah, it was hard for me to throw 8 turns into that wave.
Yeah, Pete's first wave was crazy. And
Yeah.
it's crazy too, because like you look at yesterday, it was actually really difficult conditions, and like Pete and Sept were the ones who crushed it.
Oh
and those
my
guys
God.
are like the OGs. I was so stoked for Sept. That was
Oh,
epic.
man. That first wave of Seps was the best wave of the day, in my opinion.
I love it when
My
he does
very
turns.
humble opinion. Oh, man, so critical. And I also loved how he didn't nail it, but he threw down his patent, his 360 rotator. As we go to a bit of live action, yeah, Sept threw down and attempted the 360 rotator that made him so famous.
Yeah.
Oh, as here we go.
Here we go.
We got our surfer in red, Mateo Olin,
Come
trying
on,
to open
Mateo.
up her account.
Little Schwab
We're
here.
very, little.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, wow.
There
the
we
left
go.
right.
There
yes.
it is, the left right.
It's the left right.
Ah,
Wow.
She can hear you probably.
That was the 2
Coach.
turns. Look at this.
Coach Robbie.
As she drops into the bottom, stays high, hits that top, but then she just gains a bunch of speed and
Bam.
boom. Oh,
Daddy's
man, that was beautiful.
That was amazing.
Outstanding stuff there from our surfer in red, Mateo Olin. That was her first wave. That's got to really up the confidence there.
That was a quick 6.5.
Oh,
They
man.
had already completed the score before she even stood up. They were like,
Yeah.
it's going to be a 6.5.
That was incredible stuff from Mateo Olin. That 2-turn combination of the left-right jumps herself straight into first place with that 6.5. So now we've got Kiana Haas sitting in second with a 5.84. She's looking for a 2.34 to get herself into that first position. Jasmine Porter just sitting on a 2.33, so she needs a 3.52 to get in that second position. And then our surfer in blue, Ella Wallace, is looking for a 4.67 to get herself into that second and advancing position. Remember, this is the semifinals, so you just need to get into a top 2 position to get yourself a shot at the coveted finals. And we got 10 minutes to go here, and I feel like there's going to be a flurry of surfing here because we really haven't seen a lot ridden throughout this heat, and these are phenomenally talented women, so there is going to be a lot more surfing to be done. So you just stay planted, grab the popcorn, grab some hot chocolate, and don't worry about it because the action's going to come.
Yeah, it's a slow start, I guess, but the pressure's probably on, too, because they got under 10 minutes left, so they're all probably just like, I just need waves.
Just give me a wave.
Just need a wave.
Oh,
But
it looks like
here we go.
decent set rolling through here. Oh,
Oh, I love that offshore wind. Looks so nice.
just so picturesque.
It's beautiful.
So beautiful.
Here we go.
Oh, we
Yellow.
got our surfer in yellow.
Hello.
Kiana Haas looking at this right-hander, and this thing looks like it's
Go,
stretching down the beach if it stays up for it, but just gets a bit squishy on her.
Damn. Yeah,
So
it's so hard to say. Like, classic Cox Bay, you just never know.
you just never know.
Only like the wave whisperers, like Pete and those guys, they always pick the right ones.
I know, right? Leave some for us, bro.
Are you allowed to like have like a coach out with you in comps, and he can just be like the base guy in baseball? You know?
Totally.
He just stands there and has like
Gives you the signals.
got chew. Yeah. Why is there hand signals? Do they utilize that in surfing? I haven't seen many hand
Oh,
signals.
they have. I was super lucky. I got to go join the ISA Worlds in France, and I got to watch Shannon Brown throw the audible to Noah Cohen to paddle down to an opposing bank. It was so great, and he ended up getting the winning score to make it through the heat right at the buzzer.
That's crazy.
He did a shore pound floater into like 500 French people into the shore pound. It was
That's extra
so
points.
unreal. Yeah, it was super, super awesome. So there is hand signals.
What hand signals did he utilize? Was it like the bird flying kind of?
I think it was like the double fingers, like go this direction.
Very obvious.
Go this,
not
yeah.
trying to hide
No,
what he's saying at all.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't very hidden. It was a long time ago now, so I don't really remember. Maybe it was.
The game's changed since then, though.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have microchips. You'll probably be able to like talk just by looking at each other.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Yeah. And then you can be like, go
Or
left, go right.
read
and no
each
one will
other's
know.
mind.
Oh,
As
here
we go to a bit of live action. We got a little
Nice.
right-hander opening up for
Matea.
our Heat leader, Matea Olin. She has a nice little wrap into the pocket there. And she's looking for
calm.
an end section.
Angry.
Boom!
Bam.
Oh,
That was sick.
man. Come on. And then off screen, our surfer in blue, Ella Wallace,
Oh.
throwing it up into the coping as well. Man,
Nice,
really
Ella.
great surfing. But that's that patented Matea Olin slam the door shut.
Yeah. that
Oh,
was-
man, that poor wave.
yeah.
That was just devastating.
Call the police.
Right? Just outstanding stuff. So we are waiting for scores to drop for our surfer in blue, Ella Wallace, and our surfer, our Heat leader, Matea Olin. And that is going to improve on her total as we have about 7 minutes remaining of the U18 semifinal, Heat number 2 of the girls. And, wow.
Yeah, Matea.
If that was a slow start, man, I'll slow start all day long.
Like, does she only have 2 waves? And
Only 2 waves.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, she's being patient, but she's picking like good ones.
As
and
we go to live
Here we
action
go.
here, Jasmine Porter kind of on a bit of a soupy one. So not giving her a lot of scoring potential, unfortunately.
Get there.
She looks like she's going to try and make it
Milking
around
it.
this section, but that one's just not going to provide for her.
Oh, she's going right now. Switch it up.
Oh, yeah.
Go back. Okay.
The left,
that's-
right.
That's tough. That's always so frustrating when you just like you're hoping the wave's going to do something for you, and then it doesn't, and then you're inside. Hopefully, she doesn't get slammed by any sets or anything. But
Yeah, where you pump your way for like 27 pumps all the way to the inside, and it just gets soft on the inside for some reason.
Oh, where are we going? Moving so fast. It's so immersive. The screen.
So we do have the last wave of Matea Olin coming in at a 6.93 for that little 2-turn combo, that massive hack at the end. Shouldn't say little 2-turn combo, it's a massive, massive hack.
Yeah.
And
she could buy a house with that turn.
oh, wow. Man,
It's a down
you
payment.
heard it here first.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that down payment. That's
Yeah.
good, Curtis. I like
Mhm.
that. And our,
Investing in her future.
right?
Uh-huh.
And our surfer in white, Jasmine Porter, just locked in a 4.67, so she's put herself
Nice.
up into second place. Surfer in yellow, Kiana Haas, she's just looking to replace that 1.67, so she needs a 2.84. And our surfer in blue locked in a 3.00, Ella Wallace with a 3.00, so making things interesting. She needs a 4.01 to pop herself into that second position as well, as we pretty much just had one of the biggest sets of the day absolutely annihilate all the competitors.
Could it be a Cinderella story for Ella?
Cinderella, Ella, I'm pretty sure that's how the song goes.
Oh, it's the movie. Oh yeah, I forgot the song too. That's
Yeah, we just-
Umbrella.
Yeah.
I was talking about the movie, like Disney.
Why? Yeah.
Cinderella.
I don't know any of the songs from the Cinderella song.
It's like a Cinderella story.
right,
Dave,
right,
fourth
right.
to first, she's gonna get like a tube, turn, something crazy.
She's gonna get the other glass shoe. The
That
other
is Cinderella.
That's her second. Her second wave is the other glass shoe, or the diamond shoe.
Disney punts are not working for me.
Man, and I
Can't
just
do it.
I am so not up to date on my Disney, which is
I got Disney Plus. It's
my
kinda
daughter.
nice.
My daughter would be offended because she's so down on her
She-
Disney. She knows her Disney.
She's cursing you right now.
I know, right? As we hit about the 4 minutes and 15-second mark remaining here in the U18 girls semifinal heat number 2, Matea Olin getting a little bit of vengeance on Jasmine for her victory in the pro women's semifinal today, hitting with a 13.43. So Jasmine needs an 8.76. That's a big score.
She could do it though. She's got
Oh,
some
man.
hammers of her own.
Without question, that's definitely well within her range. And we have our surfer in yellow, Kiana Haas. She's just looking for a 2.84. Kiana Haas, also a wonderful young woman, probably about the smiliest girl I know. I know she's been helping run the door at Shelter throughout the summertime. Man, what a challenging job that is, just dealing with so many people. And she always has a bright, shiny face. I was lucky enough to get to train her and Jasmine in the gym. And, man, these are like not just incredible surfers, but really, really great young women, really good ambassadors for the sport, and definitely both wise beyond their years. So, man, I've said it before, but I'm just so excited for the future of women's surfing in Canada. It's just incredible. So much talent, but just totally great people as well.
It's so stacked. Yeah, like like you said, all these heats. There's just so many good surfers. It's kind of scary. Like I have to surf here too sometimes, and you're gonna have to paddle out and.
Yeah, maybe we should just get it on a group chat so we can not be out there when they are, so we can actually get waves. I struggle enough as it is when no one else is out. So we do have 3 minutes remaining here. Semifinal heat number 2 of the U18 girls. Mattea Olin with a pretty commanding lead here.
Yeah, 2 waves and yeah. Oh, here we go.
She ain't done. So we got live action
that's
here.
Nice. She's
Mattea
so calm.
Olin.
Good,
Oh.
like great style. Here we go. Yeah.
Oh my. Just when you thought you had seen the best end section turn, Curtis.
Here we go.
What's your punchline for this one?
I don't even know. I'm scared. I'm shaking.
I'm pretty sure we just got sprayed by some of the water on that turn. Mattea, we're trying to stay dry up here, girl. Come on. That was
terrifying.
insane.
I'm sweating.
That was insanity.
I'm perspirating.
Man, Curtis,
crazy.
I'm going to let you tell the viewers out there where that score came in at.
Is that a record?
That's definitely the best wave of the entire comp thus far.
We're gonna. It's not 8. It's not an 8. It's not a 10 though. It's a 9.
It's a 9.00. Mattea Olin with the highest wave of the entire competition so far.
Save some points for someone else. Like,
Man, they should have had like a Red Bull competition for whoever does the hugest end section
that
turn.
was sick.
Oh, it's Jasmine just
we
off
go.
screen there. Throws a little
She's not
end
done.
section hack of her own, looking to build on that 2.33, but
Oh man.
Is
she
right
coming
at the
in?
end there.
Just come in.
We're going to show it one more
We'll
time
embrace
here,
you.
Curtis. Look at this, pumping down the
yeah.
line, eyeing it up. She's like, here it comes.
Yeah.
Wham!
Boom.
Oh,
Equity.
man. That is just insanity.
Somebody just give her money. You just like give her money.
Oh,
Pay her.
man.
Pay the lady.
Dude, that is, if she hadn't had a Red Bull before this heat, I'm very surprised because that is about as
is
much
Red
energy. That is as much energy as you can throw into a turn, period, end sentence.
She's not done.
No.
She's going again.
She going to go for one
Oh
more
my
here?
God. Stop it.
No.
I don't want to see it. Don't even bother.
Oh, I thought she was going to do the little victory lap in.
Still could. 39 seconds.
As we do have the last of Jasmine Porter, that
Jasmine?
huge. She had a good end section hack of her own, and she ended up locking in a 5.17 for a
Nice.
single turn there. So
Yeah, and the wave wasn't great either, so she made the best out of that one.
it was
But
a little bit of a manufacture there.
if she gets a good wave, she could definitely I don't think you can score 15 points on one wave, unfortunately. But if she gets a good wave, she's gonna put down a big score.
Oh yeah,
She shreds,
outstanding stuff.
See her out there lots, and it's just like, damn.
As we count down 10 seconds left here in our U18 girls
Go yellow.
semifinal, as we have our surfer in yellow trying to get something under the buzzer.
Oh, that's tough. That always hurts. I know that feeling.
As we come to a conclusion here
Wow.
for our U18 girls semifinal, some incredible surfing here as we have our surfer in red, Mattea Olin, and our surfer in white, Jasmine Porter. You will be moving on to the finals of the U18 girls. Kiana Haas and Ella Wallace, fantastic surfing, but unfortunately you will not be making it through. We are going to take a short break here at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull.
My body hurts.
My body,
hurts.
don't turn away.
Oh.
That is just some incredible stuff.
I'm in pain.
And we will be right back after this quick break. And ladies and gentlemen, we could not take a very long break because we are straight into the U16 boys semifinal where we have action already happening in under a minute. We have standout surfer Wheeler Hasberg getting his feet in the wax, trying to throw something really quick together there. But in our U16 boys semifinal, our surfer in red Wheeler Hasberg, we have Tristan Day, who we've seen a lot of as well throughout this weekend, and our surfer in yellow, Julian Sylvester. And I am super excited almost as excited as I was for that last turn of Mattea Olens to be joined by none other than standout surfer, Rip Curl representative, Reed Platinius.
Oh, thank you, Robbie. It's good to be back here. I love doing this.
How do you find time in the 800 heats that you've surfed this weekend, Reed?
Oh, I don't know. I came down and watched my sister's heat earlier. Chloe, she killed it.
Killed it.
Yeah, she was ripping, and then just came up here to get out of the rain and, stay warm. It's actually funny. I thought it was going to be raining a lot harder today, and it's kind of cleared up a little bit for us.
Yeah, it was fantastic. As soon as we left the competition site, it just started to downpour last night and then poured all through the night and basically stopped raining once we got set up here again.
Yeah, I don't know if the rain woke me up last night or if it was excitement for today, but I woke up at 3 and it was pissing rain.
Yeah, so we got to see you in that U18 boys semifinal, which you did extremely well on your heat. What's it like out there in Cox Bay today? Some pretty classic fall conditions, but tell us what it was like out there.
Yeah, you know what? This wind, it may look nice, but it makes it really. Oh, looks like we got Wheeler going here. Okay, up and out. Yeah, the wind looks good out there, but it makes it hard to do actual turns, to hit the lip, because the lip just crumbles a little bit. There are good ones to be had for sure. I saw Pete ripping down the beach earlier, and
Pete who?
Peter DeVries, Big Pete, Daddy. But yeah, he was ripping. So I think it'll be who can really find ways that'll open up. There's lots of closeouts out there, but there are diamonds in the rough. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had Noah up in the heat, up in the booth commentating your heat, and he made mention as you had a backside 3 that you went for, and he said when we get these southeast winds on those right-handers and you're able to get the board in the air, it's almost like there's Velcro stuck to your feet.
Exactly. Yeah, I've grown up obviously surfing here my whole life, and this wind happens, as you know, a lot in the winter, and it is a really good wind for airs on the right. So I've come to kind of learn those backside air revs, and I'd be really stoked to try and pull one off in one of the finals I have later on.
Oh yeah, we're going to be cheering for you there. So you are in that U18 and the pro men's. So exciting stuff for you. You're with the elder statesman in the pro men's final there.
Yeah, it's funny. I think all those guys are at least 20 years older than me. It's hilarious. I got Coach Shaz, Sept. Sept was shredding yesterday.
That was insane.
He was ripping, and then obviously Pete. He's always ripping, but he was shredding yesterday also.
Yeah, but as good as they've been, I mean, you've also been a standout surfer this entire event. So, and really once you get out there, the only thing that matters is the 2 waves that you get. So
exactly, yeah, it's the same waves for everyone, and you got to play your own game. Oh my gosh, we just saw a wave reel through the lineup. Yeah, you got to play your own game and don't get in your head about it. Obviously Pete is Pete, but I don't know. I'm here to win this thing, and I want to try to do my best.
Yeah, no, it's been awesome to watch, and really I think it's anybody, because all four of you guys have been incredible surfers throughout the entire event. It's like we've been talking a lot about the women's divisions, and man, I remember when you could tell who the top 4 final was going to be every single time, and now we're looking at semifinals that are just like finals.
Yeah.
And the young and up and coming crew that are all kind of in your age range are incredible.
Yeah.
Chloe, your sister, Mattea, Sanoa, Jasmine, Kiana,
Yeah.
Aqua, and Osha, it never ends. It's so good. As we go to live action here, we got your buddy Wheeler Hasberg, who's been the closeout guy of the entire comp so far, looking for that end section. Oh my goodness, man.
That's exactly what I was talking about, Robbie. When that lip comes down, it looks like it's a buttery little section to hit, but it just throws your board a little bit too much and you get off balance. As we see the lip, it kind of crumbles here, and then right as he goes to hit it, it backs off a little bit, and that's exactly what happened. He got pushed out the back by the wind.
Yeah, but I was saying this in one of our earlier heats. Wheelers can, what's been scoring really a lot this weekend is those huge end section turns, and Wheeler has just literally set the bar.
Yeah.
Incredibly.
He had a backside hit on a right in our quarterfinal of men's that was just absolutely insane. I actually went back home and watched the live replay, and I was tripping. It was a really sick turn.
Yeah, and it's really awesome to see, because the last couple of heats of the U18 women's, we saw both of the Olin sisters have 2 of the nicest closeout turns of the entire comp. I mean, that last was the last one of Matea's was the highest wave score of the entire competition, and literally it was 1 turn.
Yeah, I think the judges dropped a 9 for that score, and well deserved. That thing threw buckets, and it was on a bit of a meaty section too. And then Sanoa, in her heat, she had that crazy layback finish that was just nuts.
That was definitely shades of, that was almost Andy Irons, that was incredible stuff. As we hit about the 6-minute mark here of our U16 boys semifinal, currently our heat leader, Wheeler Hasberg, has a combination score of a 9.67, and Tristan and Julian, our other 2 surfers, are just kind of waiting for something good to come in, as the ocean has gone a little bit quiet here.
Yeah, I'm hoping Wheeler, he has 2 like decent scores on the board, and I think he'll probably transition and try to go to the air for us, which will be super cool to see. He's got a mean air reverse in his back pocket that he was telling me in his semifinal of U18. We were out there because I was the heat after him, and he was like, "Oh, I really wanted to get an air section to do an air." So I'm crossing my fingers we get to see that in this heat.
We definitely saw him attempt one pretty big air reverse, but unfortunately just coming unstuck. You know, he's such a little froth monster. I don't know him super well, but just by watching his surfing, he's just one of those kids that just like, he's just like on go, like full send all the time.
For sure, and his personality is exactly like his surfing. He just wants to always be doing something, if he's like on the beach, he's throwing a football or he's kicking around a soccer ball, and yeah, just a little ball of energy. I don't know how he does it. Looks like we got him going right here.
Oh, nice little carved setup turn. He's got an end section.
Oh, that was a clean finish. That's going to be probably his best score, I would say.
Yeah, that was some really, really great stuff from our surfer in red, Wheeler Hasberg. As we watch him set up for this, tell us what you like about this one,
Yeah,
Reader.
this was a good adjustment from the one before. It was a similar section as from the one that took him down, and you could tell he adjusted and hit the lip a little bit lower than that first one, and yeah, that was just perfect timing and good spray on a critical section.
Yeah, so we will see another score come in for Wheeler Hasberg. I think that might be his best score of the competition so far.
Looks like we have yellow up and just a little up and out.
Just up and out.
That wind pushed him out the back, it looked like.
You know, I was telling Dino one of my favorite moments of yesterday was after your guys' pro semifinal heat, and Shannon was just buzzing off of his win, just losing his mind, and Wheeler walks up to him and looks at him, and he has these like just crazy eyes, and he's like, "Next year, coach." Next
That's
year.
hilarious. Yeah, me and Wheeler were changing, and Shannon came up to us and just chugged a Red Bull one sip in our face, and just was like, "Rah!"
Yeah.
Just no words. He was out there to take us down, and that's exactly what he did.
Red Bull, you got a little sponsorship opportunity there with Shannon Brown. You know, he definitely was telling the whole beach, "How'd you win it?" "Well, I crushed a Red Bull before I went out."
There you go.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he crushed the can in front of you guys
yeah,
as well,
100%. Just straight in the palm of his hand, exactly like what he did to us in the water.
Oh, Reader, big score getting dropped.
There you go. Oh, looks like we got yellow up and down, but yeah, Wheeler got scored well on that wave. That's exactly what I thought that was going to be.
Yeah, so last for red, coming in at a 7.5. Oh, he just comboed the entire field in a span of 4 waves here.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking for Wheeler. If you can hear us out there, we're going to be looking for you to warm up your air game, bud.
Yeah,
let's
put
see on a show.
Wheels, that's what I call him, his nickname, because he's just always moving fast.
Yeah. And what's his go-to air of choice? He's got a pretty good air reverse on lock.
I think he'll go air reverse. He does a really good air reverse with an indie grab. And with this wind, like you said, it just makes the board stick to your feet. So I think if he gets a section that allows him to do it, he'll pull it off for sure.
As we go to a bit of live action here. Our surfers in white and yellow. Unfortunately, they're just getting a little bit blown out here. You know, in this under 16 division, these are both quite young kids, and you know, it makes it so challenging when you have that howling southeast wind. It just can blow you right out of the wave.
Oh, for sure. It's super tough. Tristan, actually, I think is from California. I just met him on the beach. He's from Malibu, so this will be a bit of a shock for him to be in this cold water. Looks like we got Julian up and riding. Yuki local. Oh, that was one good hit and another little. That'll be his best score for sure. I guess he hasn't even got a score yet. So
yeah, it's gonna improve on his 0.00. Yeah. So no, really good surfing there from our surfer in yellow, Julian Sylvester, getting up to the top. Nice little tap there, but unfortunately that wave shutting down on him pretty quickly. But he will get a nice score on the board just to kind of get those nerves as we hit the halfway point of the U16 semifinal heat number 1. We've got our surfer in red, Wheeler Hasberg, just putting on a clinic out there with some big end section hacks.
Yeah, Wheels has got a commanding lead in this, and he'll definitely be comfortable. And this will give him lots of confidence going into that final. And into our final, too.
I was saying, I gotta find out what the diet's like with you under 18s and you under 16s, because I think the lot of you have surfed we'll end up surfing about 3 to 4 to 5 heats today.
Yeah, Wheeler,
Man.
Looks like he might get an air section for us here. Come on, Wheels. Oh, I haven't picked him quite up on the camera yet. Here we go. Yeah, you know he's searching for it.
Yeah, he didn't even do any turns. He's just like, where's the air? Where's the air?
There's a little replay. But yeah, Wheels is, I don't know, when I hung out with him when we were younger, we were just like little groms, and we would just eat as much sugar as we can. And I would always go down and stay with him, so we would just be like bean burritos, sodas, M&Ms, like just everything that we can get in our bodies, and then we just go surf all day long. and I'm sure he's no different. But hey, it works for him.
You know, it's funny. I was talking to I was really lucky at the gym. I had one of the fittest men in the world, a guy by the name of Patrick Vellner, who was last year's second fittest man in the CrossFit Games. As we go to live action here, our surfer in white, Tristan Day, paddling his way down the line, trying to look for an end section.
Little finish there. That'll be a good start for him.
Yeah, that'll be a great start for our surfer in white, Tristan Day, opening up his account. But I had this gentleman. Oh, we got Wheeler.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there it is. Just off screen, we had Wheeler. Was that the indie grab?
That was the indie grab.
That was the indie grab air reverse.
We'll get a little replay on this, hopefully.
Maybe. If not, I mean, maybe that should only be seen by raw eyes, right? Maybe the screen couldn't handle it.
For you guys back home, Wheeler just did a clean air reverse that he's going to get rewarded for.
Attaboy Wheels. No, I had this gentleman up at the gym, and he's one of the fittest men on planet Earth, and he said that in some of their workouts, they would literally, just to get quick sugars, just hammer gummy bears. And these are grown men.
And
they're hammering gummy bears, because if you're burning the calories that you guys are burning, just get as quick a sugar into you as humanly possible, and stuff that's not going to bog you down. And man, there's nothing that's going to get quicker to the veins than some gummy bears.
Oh, for sure. I actually, Miles, your good friend who I was working with in the gym, he was saying the same thing. Like, if you're down at the beach all day, just pound some candy. That's the best thing for you. If you're just going out for 20 minutes, may not last long, but it'll give you a good little kick of energy.
Yeah, attaboy. Shout out to Miles Jeffers hanging out in Saskatchewan. Don't worry, he's coming back in a couple weeks here. Yeah, one of the fittest men I know on planet Earth, as well, as we've got some scores starting to drop. Last of Wheeler Hasberg dropping in a 7.83. So if you didn't think that was real, the judges told you it was real. Wow.
That was a good air, and I don't think he's just going to be satisfied with that. That was a good air, but he can do way better airs than that.
Go bigger.
That was a challenging section for him to hit. It had a little bit of crumble on it, and it was not that much of a meaty section, except I don't know. He'll do a better air.
It was a little more manufactured than
for sure
having the perfect section.
And you know what? If you can manufacture airs on a section like that, you know that he's good when
you know that you're super good at surfboard riding when you can do that.
Exactly. He's been doing it for a while.
Oh, so we got a little bit of live action. We got someone looking at this left-hander. So we got our surfer in white up and riding. Oh, beautiful hack off the top. It was just off your screen, but that was a huge hack by our surfer in white, Tristan Day. He only has one wave, so that's going to improve. He just needs a 1.84, and there's no question for me that he's got that score.
Yeah, that was a solid turn for a small guy like Tristan. That was a sick hit. Threw some spray too for how small he is. Looks like he'll be out the back, and he's going to look for a backup to really take over this second spot.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough because Wheeler set the bar so high.
Yeah, for sure. You know, like Wheeler surfs beyond his years. It's crazy to think this kid's still U16.
Yeah, that boggles my mind. As we have the last of white coming in for Tristan Day, a 4.67. So that one hit wonder, he's got a 4.67. So really good work there from Tristan, knowing he just needed to get the board up into the lip. So good turn, got himself into that second all-important transfer position.
Looks like Wheeler might have lucked into a little gem of a left here. Oh, it's going to mush out a little bit. We'll see what he can do with this. This thing's going a little soft, but he might be able to redirect and go right and do an air for us, hopefully.
Come on, Wheels.
Just one hit. Wow, that was sick.
Oh.
That was a good finish. That's just...
Man, he's got to save some of those for the rest of the heat.
He's just having fun out there right now. He's tiring himself out.
Oh, look at this closeout turn. Oh,
wow, that
come
was crisp and clean.
And the timing was just perfect. He's just got the nose for those end sections. Like I was saying, he's kind of the guy that's really set himself apart as the end section guy all weekend.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? The coach that he works with down there, Rusty Philippi, shout out to Rusty. I've worked with him a little bit, and he really is big on angles. So he says, draw west, go east. So just like big direction changes. And that's exactly what Wheeler did on that wave.
Let's go to a little live action. Oh, Julian Sylvester, unfortunately, just can't quite get into that one.
Hopefully we'll get one more little exchange for Tristan and Jules here to really finish it off, or for Julian to get back into that second spot. I know he wants this.
Yeah, and he's been surfing really well, and unfortunately he just hasn't got a chance to really open up. I mean, it's such a huge area to try and get yourself into a quality wave. I mean, we get the cameras on the quality waves, but man, it's such a giant space, Cox Bay, so you have to be really on it. It may not even be the most technical surfers that actually make it through in these. It's the ones that can manage the Cox Bay lineup the best.
Oh, for sure. It's a massive playing field out there, and it may look easy for us up here, for you guys at home sitting on your couch, but it is far from that. I was talking to Radcam, who surfed in his open men's
Yeah,
heat.
he's
Shout out to Rye.
the people's champion.
Oh, for sure. I'm hoping he takes it out. Looks like we got Wheeler going here.
Oh, here we go.
Doing air
Wheels.
for us, Wheels. Oh, one big hit. Oh, he's going to go to turns, I reckon. Wow. Oh, just going down there. But yeah, Rye was saying the rip is actually really strong out there, which I believe.
He's got a little replay here. Oh, still tap off the top. Going for broke on that one.
That would have been a solid score if he would have landed that.
Not that he even needs any more solid scores, because he does have a 6.5 throwaway and a 5.5 throwaway.
I think he
so Wheels is looking pretty good. Oh, as we go back to a replay of Tristan Day looking to build on his total.
Yeah, that was a solid wave for
wow.
Tristan. He's going to be really satisfied
Tristan, phenomenal
with that. Looks like we
surfing
got
there.
Jules out the back. Hopefully we'll cut to this on your
Jules.
screen.
Oh, unfortunately just comes through. But, man, we've gotten a flurry of action in the last 5 minutes here.
Yeah, that's
as the
exactly
last
what we
wave
want.
coming in for our surfer in white, Tristan Day, with a 5.10. So he's improved his total to a 9.77. So Julian Sylvester is left needing a 6.1. As we go to live action here, we got Wheeler. Ooh.
That was a
Got
critical section.
We call that up here, that's the reverse hit the lip, where instead of hitting the lip hits you.
Yeah.
So we can get a little replay here. Man, Wheeler's got the highest wave count, I think, of the entire event right now.
Oh, he's just playing with everyone right now.
Man,
Yeah, I think he'd be winning this heat with his throwaway scores.
he would. And again, it's not even a knock against the other surfers. It's just the level that Wheeler's on right now.
Yeah, for sure. And he's lucked into those waves. Like I said, it's so easy to get lost out there, and it's also so easy to just be in the right spot for waves. Wheeler hasn't surfed out here much, but you can tell he really knows how to read the ocean.
Oh man, he's just incredible. Really, really good stuff as we hit the final 2 minutes here of our U16 semifinal heat number 1 of the boys. We got 90 seconds to go. Our surfer in red, Wheeler Hasberg, putting on an absolute clinic, just giving the fans everything they want to see. I mean, it just feels like the heats are building one after another after another.
Yeah, and as they should throughout. This is finals day for everyone, and we're getting into the last couple heats. I think we maybe have a couple more semis after this, and then we'll be straight into finals, and that'll be the best surfing of every single division, and as it should be.
As we go to a little bit of live action, our surfer in yellow, Julian Sylvester, looking at this end section. Oh,
just going down there.
Good try, Julian. Unfortunately, it just didn't have enough meat to throw him back in. Really good setup, got up into the lip, but unfortunately just couldn't get him up there. And then off screen, oh my goodness. Just off screen there, we had our surfer in white, Tristan Day, going absolute ham on a closeout section, but unfortunately just coming unstuck.
Our replays can't keep up with
They
how many
can't
waves
keep
these boys
up.
are getting.
Oh, as we got Wheels
Looks like we got live action.
charging down the line. Wheeler.
Doing air for us.
Oh,
wow. That would have been
man.
psycho.
That was just devastating.
Hopefully he doesn't injure himself
Yeah.
before he's got another final after this.
Come on, Wheels. Oh, Reader, how do you like this?
This was a heavy section to do an air on. I am surprised he survived that one.
Oh, man.
Wheeler's really throwing no caution to the wind here.
Oh, man. He doesn't even know what caution is.
No.
Man, that was just incredible
We see a
stuff.
little victory lap for Wheels.
As we finish our U16 boys semifinal heat number 1, Wheeler Hasberg with an absolute dominating performance. Our surfer in white, Tristan Day, also making it through, and we will return just after this with our U16 boys semifinal heat number 2. Do not turn off the dial. as we head back to live action here with the U16 boys semifinal heat number 2, as you come back to your replay and you see Clay Chiaviti absolutely going to town on this left-hander. Wow, incredible surfing from Clay Chiaviti, who's been a standout this entire weekend, but that was just incredible, incredible stuff. After our surfer in red from the last heat, Wheeler Hasberg, just put together an incredible heat. Clay's like, not so fast, bud, as we have our surfer in red, Shea Breweiler, throwing caution to the wind on this right-hander. Oh, another big turn, unloading on this right. Oh, my God. Turn 5 closeout section. Oh, my goodness. Dino, we just saw maybe one of the best exchanges of the entire weekend to start this under-16 boys semifinal.
Yeah, we'll have a look at this replay here. Shea Breweiler's backhand just looking super loose there and able to get up to the coping there and cutting right out clean on that one. Shea Breweiler. Are you kidding me? He dropped an 8.33 on his opening ride. Shea Breweiler. Man, he's been dropping some of the biggest scores we've seen all day long here in both open men's and U16 boys division. It's just it's incredible stuff there from Shea Breweiler.
Dino, this finals day is just insanity. Every heat seems to be getting better and better. It's just absolutely, it's ridiculous. Like, if you don't watch a lot of competition surfing, and this is what you've decided to tune into, you give yourself a little pat on the back because you made the right day to tune into surfing.
Oh yeah, you know, the finals day is always one of the best days to tune in. You know, everyone's here for a reason. Here we got surfer in white. That's Kyton Travis there on his backhand. See if he's got something to work with here. Oh, unfortunately going down at the end there. Oh, kind of wearing that one on the head. Hopefully he's all right on that one. That looked like a pretty awkward fall, but here we go. Getting back to that power source there. I know Kyton kind of bringing that new school approach there. I know this little kid rips on a skateboard.
Oh,
so
he's incredible.
It's great to see him out in the water there. And man, it's crazy he can translate all that style and confidence from on his skateboard into the water there. But yeah, Kyton, hopefully he's all right after that awkward fall. Kind of wearing that one right on the head, but you know, that's a nice thing about these Grammies. They you almost can't slow them down, no matter what you throw at them.
No.
That froth level is just maxed right out. Yeah, and you know, it's nice stuff there from Kyton. We still have tons of time left with 16 minutes remaining left in this heat. Man, I can't believe Shea Breweiler dropping that 8.33. Kidding me?
Yeah, that was some pretty incredible stuff, because right off the bat, Clay Chiaviti dropped a 6.83, kind of a little bit of that shots fired field, and Shea was like, you got this, I got that, you know, and these two have been battling it out a whole bunch in this weekend. You know, Shea and Clay have been both incredible standouts in many different divisions at this point, so I think Clay's looking for a little bit of revenge. I think he lost out in the U18 boys semifinal, so he's looking for a little bit of vengeance here.
Yeah, unfortunately he came up just a bit short there. It's unfortunate because Clay's been surfing so well all weekend long, you know, but just something to build upon for next year, you know, get that fire going again. And you know, he's sitting pretty comfortable right now in second place with that 6.83 as an opening score. You know, when you're dropping scores like that, Robbie, especially on your opening ride, man, things got to be feeling good out there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and that's about as good as you could do to open up a heat. So great work there from Clay and Shea to give themselves a little bit of breathing room right off the bat, as we had some pretty big sets just roll through the lineup and kind of wash these surfers through. So there should be a few more waves to come through. Pretty ideal conditions here at Cox Bay today as we go to a little bit of live action. Clay looking to build off that 6.83 on that left-hand side with a really nice drawn-out cutback and back up into the lip there, looking for another couple of sections. Oh, man. All of a sudden we're getting these crazy runners. Oh, Clay almost pulled. That was almost an aerial.
Clay feeling it out there right now. He's trying to back up that 6.83, and here we got Shea Breweiler. That's your heat leader. Did a little bit of damage there at the start of that wave. Unfortunately, that wave just flattening out there on the inside. But, man, Clay going for broke on every single wave that he's popped up on there. He's got a 6.83. He's looking to back that one up there. We'll see. We'll update you here. I think there might be a little bit of a situation change out in the water. But, man, Robbie, look at these sets rolling in there.
Wow.
These kids are gonna have to wear it on the head, unfortunately. But man, this is great. We're coming off a low tide here, so the swell's starting to funnel into the bay here, and the tide's starting to push. So we'll probably see a bit more sizable swell, you know, with all that energy funneling in along with that tide. But man, I feel like there's a little bit of clearing going on right now with the in the weather here.
Are you claiming sun coming out?
I mean,
not that far.
I wish I could. I wish I could claim that. You know, it's. I mean, we're just blessed today with the weather. It was supposed to hammer down rain, but it opened up last night, and it's holding off. It's supposed to start raining, I think, later this evening. So I don't want to jinx it. But yeah, we've got some ideal conditions here for finals day. So take you back to the water here. 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Situation update. So last a yellow, Clay Chiaviti dropping a 5.60 on that last ride. And Shea just with a little backup score of a 2.10. So currently in the water, Clay, that surfer in yellow, taking that first spot. And Shea holding on to that second transfer spot. Shea's just looking for a 4.10 to move up into first place. And Kyten needs a couple of scores. He did get that 2.83 earlier in the heat. Unfortunately, going down kind of rather awkwardly. But, I mean, look at these sets just funnel in here. Hopefully, Kyten can scratch his way into this one and get a score on the board. Here we go. We got Clay. Again, hold on. We're deciding to kick out. It's probably a good idea because there's a couple of sets approaching here, Robbie.
Oh, there are a couple of bomb sets coming through. It's been really interesting to see because, you know, we'll get a lot of like kind of head high, and then all of a sudden you'll get one of those massive groundswell sets just wash through the lineup. And as we saw in our last heat, Wheeler-Hasburg, when you're in the position for that, you can kind of get one massive maneuver, and the judges will reward as we go to live action. We have our Shea Breweiler up and riding. Really nice kind of layback drop wallet there, and a nice wrapping turn as he's looking for another section here. Hopefully this thing will stand up for him, which it looks like it's going to. Oh no. Goes into the coping there, but it looked like that wave, the bottom dropped out on it, and he kind of just did a nose pick to face plant.
Yeah, hopefully he's all right there. He had tons of speed building up for this end section there. Beautiful tap off the top there. Unfortunately, yeah, that the bottom just coming out from underneath him and digging that nose down. But look, there he is, shaking that one off and paddling right back out there. That's what we love to see there. I mean, hopefully every single surfer there can escape injury today. You know, it's always tough to see one of the competitors go down, but looks like Shea's able to shake that one off there and get back out there with 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
And he's just looking for a 4.1 here to improve his situation, so or to get himself into first place. And I dare say that he probably has done that, because that first layback drop wallet that he did there, followed by that nice wrapping turn, were both really, really nice. So we'll wait to see what the judges have to say about that and see if that changes up our situation. And we do have a wave coming through for the last of red. Shea Breweiler dropping a 5.10. So that has shifted him up into that first position. Our surfer in yellow, Clay Chiaviti, now needs a 6.61, which is obviously well within his wheelhouse, as he's already dropped a 6.83. So our surfer in white, Kyten Travis, he's still looking for a 9.6 to get himself into that second position, when realistically he is looking for two waves. Kyten really hasn't had a chance to kind of open up on something, but it is tough out there. And again, with that really hard southeast wind, especially for the smaller kids, these U16 boys, you know, you got to be pretty tactful and you got to be pretty smart about how you're getting into those waves and getting over that ledge. So we'll hope Kyten will get another couple opportunities to improve on that scoreline.
Yeah, you know, he's probably just biding his time out there a little bit. Hopefully that first wave he caught in that end section kind of closeout didn't shake him too much. You know, there's still quite a bit of swell out there. Kyten Huntington a pretty big score, or he can get a couple of mediocre scores to get himself back in the mix with 9 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Man, some pretty crisp surfing there from all these surfers here. We've got surfer in yellow up and riding Clay Chiaviti, the beautiful wrapping cut back there. A nice high line attack there. Here we go. He's got a beautiful open wall ahead of him. Man, Clay is ripping the bag off of this thing. Look at this wave still standing up for Clay. Going to get a nice bonus section on the inside, and we got Kyten trying to answer back there. I'm going to stick with Clay there. Nice
Oh, is
tap
that a claim?
off the top. Standing up tall. Flexing his muscles to the judges there. Clay Shioviti, man, he's already got a 6.83. He's got a backup score of 5.60. I don't know where this one's going to fall into his scoreline, but that was a beautiful, beautiful looking wave by Surfer in Yellow there.
Yeah, really, really incredible stuff from Clay. You know, he's been, like I said, he's been a standout all weekend, but this has been by far his best heat that he's put together. And we have score coming in for our last of Yellow, and we have a situation update here. Clay Chiaviti just dropped himself a 7.33, putting him into first place. Shea now needs a 5.83 to get himself into first position. So really tight race up at the top there. It's a little bit of a race for 1 and 2.
And that's exactly what you need to do to get into Shea Brewweiler's head, because, you know, in these previous heats, it looks like he's been kind of running away with some of them. But there you go, Clay answering back with a 7.33, Robbie. Are you kidding me?
This is insanity.
Putting the pressure on Shea Brewweiler and the rest of the heat here. Clay putting a stamp there on his scoreboard. And, yeah, with that backup of a 6.83, he's sitting pretty comfortable out in front. I wouldn't say too comfortable, but, you know, he's got to be feeling super, super fired up on that last ride there. That's your Surfer in Yellow, Clay Chioviti. Man, exciting stuff here in semifinal heat number 2 for the U16 boys. Are you kidding me? This is like these top dogs going head toe-to-toe. This finals is like going to be going on later today is going to be incredible.
We're only in the semifinals.
I know, this is insane. It's almost like we're running through finals every single heat here on day 3.
Man, it is. Thankfully, we are sponsored by Red Bull, or else, holy cow.
Maybe that's what these little kids are getting into their veins there.
I've noticed these kids spending a lot of time in the Red Bull Athletes Lounge. So, as we got a live action here, we got our Surfer in White, Kyton Travis, with a nice little check turn at the top, trying to get himself down the line. He's going to get caught up in the lip there. Oh, just kind of almost gets dragged over, but hopefully he was able to make it out of that one. Unfortunately, that one not giving him a lot to work with, doing a little bit of the Cox Bay inside, outside.
That's unfortunate for Kyton. That wave offered up a lot of scoring potential. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. Maybe the wind played a factor in that, kind of trying to maybe take too much of a highline approach on that wave. But, I mean, we still got 6 minutes left, and he's a conveyor belt of sets that are rolling into the bay there. He'll definitely get another chance there at getting a score. So, yeah, Kyton, I love the commitment, though, on that was a pretty sizable wave there that Kyton took off on.
Yeah, really, really solid stuff. But unfortunately, that southeast wind just wouldn't let him into it, which is too bad, because Kyton, again, he's been one of the informed guys of the event, and we know if he gets himself a canvas, he can really unload. So it's been a little bit challenging. We know they're out there, but that's just it speaks to the difficulty of this lineup. You know, seeing both Clay and Shea putting together some really quality waves. But unfortunately, Kyton just not able to get himself into one that will open up, but hopefully he will. I'll hold my tongue as Kyton looks into this beautiful right-hander. He's got a lovely little tap off the top there. Another little cutback, throwing some serious spray. Oh, and then just getting that riding out. Oh, and just coming unstuck on the foam climb there, but Kyton able at least to get a few turns there, so nice work there from Kyton Travis. Will definitely improve his situation. He'll improve on his 2.83. He definitely, like you said, he's got the commitment on those end sections, that's for sure.
Yeah, you know, he almost was able to stick that landing there and ride out of it clean. You know, Kyton has dropped a couple of scores and clawing his way back into this heat. He's not going away without a fight. He dropped a 3.27. He's got a backup score of a 4.00. He's trying to claw his way back. Shea's got a pretty good stranglehold on that second place spot. He dropped in an 8.33 and has got a backup of 5.10. So Kyton's I mean, he's committing himself, though. He's dropping into some of these more sizable sets. And, you know, we've seen these sets offer up tons of scoring potential. So hopefully Kyton can get out past this set here and give himself another chance with 4 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, and there's some pretty massive sets rolling through the lineup right now, Dino. This lineup has just been inundated with massive swell all weekend long. Cox Bay, we asked, and Cox Bay has done nothing but deliver every single moment, every single heat of this entire weekend. And as you look on your screen here, it looks like it's not going to stop as we see our surfer in red, Shea Breweiler, looking at this right-hander. Oh, but down the line, we got yellow up. Oh, big turn from Clay Chiaviti. Oh, man.
Oh, it's that re-entry from
Oh,
Shea Breweiler and that
my
re-entry
goodness.
from Clay Chiaviti. Are you kidding me?
This is just
a back and
a
forth
battle
action there. This was unbelievable.
man.
Shea taking off a little bit farther down this wave there. Had the beautiful end section here, smash off the top there. Full commitment. And then Clay coming out swinging.
Is this the pro men's?
Back.
Is this the pro men's right now?
That is insane.
That was absolutely
What
ridiculous.
in exchange there from surfer in yellow and red. They've already dropped some pretty good scores. Clay's already got a 7.33 as his high score, and Shea Breweiler's got an 8.33.
And I dare say he'll improve on that 5.10 because that closeout turn was maybe the best one of the heat.
Yeah, and here we go. We got surfer in white trying to answer back here. Kyton Travis. Oh, a beautiful
wow.
end section there. Tapping it off
Not
the top
so
there.
fast.
Running out clean. But 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. The boys are starting to come alive out there right now and go toe-to-toe here in the dying minutes of this heat there, Robbie. This is crazy. Kyton is chasing a pretty big score, but he can also put together a couple of mediocre scores to get back in this heat. So we'll see. We've got some scores dropping for both yellow and red, and it's looking like they are going to extend their stranglehold on this heat. But back to live action. We got surfer in red. That's Shea Breweiler going for broke. I love it.
This is great. This is just great. As we did have the last for red drop in as a 7.10 and the last for yellow with a 7.70. Man, this is like the two highest heat totals of the entire event in one heat.
I was just going to say, yeah, I think, Shea with 8.33 and his 7.10, giving him a total of 15.43, put him up in first place. I believe that's looking like the highest heat total score we've had of the day. And then Clay Chiaviti dropping a 7.33 and a 7.70, answering back. That was insane, that combination of maneuvers there from Clay and Shea on that same wave. Shea taking off a little bit deeper and farther down the line there, and that was a beautiful exchange there from both surfers there. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, Shea was like, "Don't worry, I'll warm this one up for you, bud."
Yeah. We got 50 seconds remaining, and the situation out in the water looking like red and yellow, putting a strangle in his heat. Here we got Shea Breweiler on your screen. Beautiful snap off the top there, working his way through that foam bowl, and Clay with a
Paddle in, boys.
tap there.
Paddle in.
Not sure, a little bit of a victory lap there, working their way to the finals. Unfortunately, Kyton, man, he had the opportunity, and he did capitalize on a few of his waves, but unfortunately, he did go down on a couple of them and wasn't able to get the score that he needed. But
and credit to Kyton, he surfed super well, but Shea and Clay, I keep saying this is the heat of the event. I keep saying, I've said it like every one of the last
look at the
6
scores
heats.
for first and second.
But that was heat of the event.
So far, that's got to take the cake for heat of the event. Semifinal U16 boys, heat number 2. Looking like Shea Breweiler and Clay Chiaviti booking themselves a one-way ticket onto the finals that will be going on later today. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with you in just a minute.
But no worries, plenty of waves behind them.
Checking in, Aqua Brew Waller, soon to be birthday girl Lily Frost and OSHA Green.
What? Checking in. I didn't hear what you said. Something about Ocean Green.
Checking in to semifinal Heat 2 U16 girls is Aqua Brewwaller, Lily Frost.
All right, welcome back in the water. We've got semifinal heat number 1 of the U16 girls. Joining me to my left, the one and only Liam McDonald. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, so happy to be here. Feeling a little nostalgic. Seeing people back on the beach. Definitely been a minute. And yeah, no, great conditions for the event. It's been super exciting so far. And yeah, just super happy to be here. Happy to be with my good buddy Dino and commentating some heats.
Yeah, man, it's been a good. It's been a great weekend of surf. It's probably one of the best weekends of surf we've had in a long time here for the Rip Curl Pro. Great decision there from Rip Curl and Nick at Rip Curl there and Dom at Surf Canada for deciding to pick these dates there. And it's so awesome when everything kind of lines up. You know, as you know, surfing is it's a sport and a sport where when you plan something so far in advance and you're at the mercy of Mother Nature.
Oh, how about it? You know, September. It is the best time of surf, debatably. I think it's the best time of surf in Tofino. And Exhibit A, you know, look at the conditions we got. It's pumping.
Man, it's unreal.
Offshore. Finals day. Let's go.
Couldn't ask for anything more, you know. And let's introduce these girls out in the water there. So we got 18 minutes remaining. We got out in the water. Surfer in white, Chloe Platinius. Surfer in red, Sanoa Olin, and surfer in yellow, Ella Wallace. It's a pretty good U16 girls heat here. You know, a lot of you viewers are out there probably familiar with the Olin sisters. You know, we've got Sanoa out there right now, and then Ella Wallace. Looking at something here on your screen there. Nice up down, but yeah, you know, these got to be. It's got to be exciting, though, you know, when you're going up against the likes of these two girls. And Chloe Patinas has been ripping all event, man. She's looking so deadly out there.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was an awesome, pretty vertical turn from Chloe there. Yeah, it must be awesome to be rubbing shoulders with Sanoa out there, who's kind of been leading the charge for all those girls. She's been surfing amazing the past, especially the past year, like really coming into her own and getting really strong out there. The power surfing coming from that girl, it's amazing to see.
Her backhand has been looking so lethal as of late, and yeah, you can just see that that the confidence in her surfing there is just getting better and better. And here we go, up and riding Sanoa Olin on her backhand. Getting a little caught up in the foam there, going pretty vertical on that last maneuver. Unfortunately, going down.
Yeah.
He's gonna want that one back, but yeah, you know, she's definitely been every single year. And it's crazy that she's still in the U16 division.
Yeah, right.
And the way she's surfing, it's
certainly doesn't look like it.
No, not at all.
She looks like one of the strongest in the pro women's at 16. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, being the sister to Matea, though, that she's always nipping out the heels like a younger sibling does, and yeah, we got evidence right in front of us here. But Chloe is leading the charge right now. That one turn she laid down was pretty vertical and pretty critical. So
yeah, we got some scores we can update you with here. So the last of white there, Chloe Patinius, on that left there, dropped to 6.00 on that last ride.
Wow,
dropping a pretty big score there. I mean, we saw this a little earlier. You know, if you could stay busy out there and start to build that foundation of your score, you can kind of tighten the vice there on the rest of the crew there. And I mean, I'm sure she's trying to plan that right now, going against Sanoa. Sanoa is definitely pretty calm and cool when it comes to contest situations here and here. Speaking of Sanoa up in her backhand here. Beautiful open. No, unfortunately getting a little caught there.
Yeah, I think on the inside here, it's starting to flatten out a little bit. Kind of awkward spot between the tides, but definitely still a lot of nugs out there. So I'm sure she'll be able to find some. I think we got Chloe up here.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
Oh, yeah,
Chloe
here we go.
Ripping into your screen here. She's got a beautiful section to deal
Wow.
with. Huge smack off the top there.
So sick.
Holy Petinius, man. She's
Yeah.
coming out with a vengeance here, trying to get herself into the finals.
Yeah, in form for sure. Making smart decisions, playing it really safe with her surfing, but also, you know, that was a strong maneuver from her, strong finish. Definitely looking like she's taking notes from her older brother. What do you think?
Oh man, we're gonna see her older brother going surfing later today in a couple of events, or sorry, divisions. U18 boys final, the pro men's final as well. But yeah, that whole Platinius family
Yeah.
they've just been ripping every single year. And
Yeah, something's in the water over at the Platiniuses. I don't know what's going on over there, but
yeah, I'm gonna have to go chat with them because yeah, it'd be nice to be able to surf like these two. They've been and they've been ripping all events. So yeah, it's exciting stuff. And we got a score there from Chloe dropping in at a 4.60. So last to white, 4.60, extending her lead over the pack. Man, you definitely think she's gonna be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah,
putting Sanoa in a bit of a tight spot here in second place.
yeah, definitely a strong start. We haven't seen much from Ella Wallace yet, but the conditions are deceptively difficult out there. Trying to find a good takeoff spot, it can be kind of hard when Cox Bay is like this. As much as there's some amazing waves coming through, oftentimes they'll kind of be breaking in the same spot, and it's really easy to get in your head or think that you can kind of get away from the pack here. But sometimes when it's like this, you know, you kind of have to be right on top of each other to find those good waves.
Yeah, totally, and that's the tough. That's where that local knowledge comes into play. You know, having thrown a contest at a beach break, you know, 20 minutes to get a couple of scores on the board. You know, you got to really find that peak that's working for you.
Totally.
And you know, having a contest at a beach break, it's just so random out there. So that surf knowledge comes into play. And
totally, that competitive knowledge it's key when it's like this, because you know, with priority going around, and you know, it can be really tricky at times, and you can really find yourself in a tight spot, especially when you've got someone like Sanoa out there who's got a lot of knowledge, a lot of experience competing, and then you've got, you know, Chloe as well, who's around it all the time, and I'm sure like surf talk is pretty regular over at the Platinius' house.
So Liam, you've thrown a jersey on a couple times. What's it like shifting gears from just going out and surfing with your buddies at the beach, but then throwing a jersey on?
You know, it's pretty funny of like sometimes taking it a little too serious, really thinking I could break into some later heats, but I think it's one of those things. It's tricky, and sometimes when you feel like you've really got it, you've really been putting in the hours, you're surfing well, it's that can get in your head. You know, you can get out there, and if the waves aren't coming to you, you know, your flow can be damaged pretty quickly. I found that with myself in particular. I feel like I'm about to go out and slay a heat, and next thing you know, I'm just paddling around like a chicken with my head cut off. So that's kind of been the theme with my competitive history.
I mean, yeah, we you know, when you're out in the water, 20 minutes could sometimes feel
feels short,
like forever, but it also can feel like 20 seconds,
yeah.
Especially when you're you know, when nothing's really going your way. But I mean, with conditions like this, it's just been non-stop funneling sets rolling into this bay here. It's
totally
it's been pretty ideal.
Yeah, no,
especially having day 3 like this, in conditions like this, it's awesome.
Oh, debatably the best conditions that we've had in an event in the last probably 10 years.
So we got 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Situation's still on the water. Chloe out in front. Man, she dropped that 6.00 and backing it up with a 4.60. Sanoa is looking pretty quiet out there. She's just kind of looks like she's biding her time, waiting for one of those set waves to roll through.
Yeah.
She's definitely capable of throwing up some big numbers there. So.
Oh yeah, she's. I'm sure she's still feeling pretty comfortable that if a wave comes, it'll go her way. Obviously, a little bit of pressure coming from Chloe there, but oh yeah, Sanoa's just so dialed that it can off. She's lethal. Can take
Yeah.
one wave. And
It seems that it's really, really hard to shake
yeah,
Sanoa or her sister Matea. They're just so calculated and dialed when it comes to
totally.
not just contest surfing, but just surfing in general. They know exactly what they need to get done out there, which makes it tough for all the other
Yeah.
competitors because, if you have that
Totally.
in the back of your mind, it can really kind of shake you a little bit too if you've got a game plan going in, but then you just focus on them. But here we go. We got Surfer and Red up and riding Sanoa.
Yeah, looking like she's having a bit of a hard time out there. Sometimes that offshore wind, if you're not getting up to speed real quick, it can kind of knock you down. So I think she's probably going to change up her strategy here and look for a different kind of wave.
Yeah,
Would be my guess.
You'd think you kind of want to get off that inside bank there and try to go pick off one of those set waves because we've seen Chloe picking off these set waves, and
Yeah.
unfortunately that one just kind of flattened out in the inside there. But I mean, she dropped a 6.00 on an earlier set
Yeah.
wave and backed it up with a 4.60. So it just shows that degree of commitment that Chloe's kind of bringing it right now.
Oh yeah, she's ready. She wants it for sure. It's easy to see, and yeah, wow, she's actually I haven't seen Chloe surf in a while. I haven't been in Tofino for a little bit, and to see the improvements, it's crazy.
Yeah, it seems like just a few years ago, commentating her in the Princess of the Peak and all the the Grammy sections here, the Rip Curl Pro, and now she's starting to kind of put a staple
For sure.
under her name in these categories of the U16 girls.
Yeah, potentially a threat in the years to come too. For sure, if she keeps progressing at this rate, she'll just kind of keep going and getting better and better. I'm thinking.
I feel like the same thing happened with her brother Reed. Kind of was hovering around the Grammys. You knew he was going to be a threat, but then all of a sudden he kind of just filled out.
Yeah, wow.
And grew like 6 feet, and then now he's just like going bananas out there, and it's just crazy.
I swear I left Tofino for like 2 months, came back, and he was like I left, and he must have been like a foot below me, and I came back, and he's like looking down on me, beanstalk giant man. Got all the muscles too. He's gonna be a real threat, I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast these Grammys grow up, and just how fast they can excel at something that they're passionate about, and
Reed epitomizes that. I think he's he's really passionate, and he'll definitely be a figurehead in Canadian surfing for many years to come.
Yeah, the whole Platinius family really putting a staple out here, trying to shake things up a bit. We've had those families of the Olin family and the Breweiler family, of course, and but yeah, the Platiniuses are starting to make their mark in their divisions here. So it's pretty cool to see just the rivalry that we've got going on in Tofino with all these up and coming surfers and also the current surfers that
Totally.
just is so much skill level on all in all of their divisions.
Well, it's just crazy. Like Tofino's really become a great place to develop your skills. And, we got waves year-round here, which is in a lot of places in the world, it's just not like that. They've got to wait for storms and wait for systems, and like we've got beaches for every swell direction, every wind direction, and we got guys like Shannon Brown around who are really helping push the level of Canadian surfing. It's just getting better and better every year.
Yeah, it really is. It's awesome to see just the whole community out here just getting behind each other and just pushing each other in every single aspect of this sport. Not solely in the water, but also out the water, and just becoming just awesome individuals.
Yeah, totally.
And carrying themselves into just successful people at life. It's just awesome.
They're killing it for sure. There's no better way to put it, I guess. It's crazy to I feel like I came to Tofino and at like a pretty young point in my life, and all these kids were they were like little kids, and now I come and they're like the next, they're they're here to take over for sure, and yeah, it's just a bunch of awesome people, and it's cool to have it as kind of like a national format now, because there are so many great surfers in Tofino now, and in other parts of Canada as well, and I think in the years to come, like I said, it'll just keep getting better and better, and hopefully we'll just continue being an international threat as we've started to be in the last couple of years, and who knows, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, we're definitely Canada is starting to, starting to awaken the beast here. Canada's got a lot of passionate supporters, passionate fans, and also passionate athletes that really, really care once you put that represent the Maple Leaf. And what better place here to showcase their skills down here at Cox Bay. This is the premier contest spot in Canada, but it's great to see that national format that Rip Curl designated the Rip Curl Pro as the Canadian Surfing National Championship. So we're pulling more and more competitors nationwide, not just in Canada from both coasts and the lakes, but also down south as well with people with dual citizenship. We have Wheeler Hasburg coming up, and we've seen Bethany Zelasco as well from California coming up as well with a Canadian passport. So just fired up to throw in that Maple Leaf, and represent. It's awesome, and it's also pushing everyone else. It's pretty easy in a small town to kind of get a little bit inflated in the head there with your confidence, and then you see some of those surfers come up there and kind of shake up the storm. And you're like, oh man, I really got to bring it. So
they're here to humble, that's for sure. And wow, that one of those last heats with Wheeler. Wow, he is. His surfing's come a long way as well. It's and it is awesome to have those international surfers in there, because like they bring a whole lot of knowledge from a whole lot of other places, and they may have grown up in more competitive surfing environments than Tofino, which is just kind of starting to become better developed to produce these more competitive surfing athletes. So
exactly. Yeah, it's good. It's nice for a lot of these young kids too to learn from that stuff and kind of take a page out of their playbook and see how they approach throwing on a jersey and getting out in the lineup, and just the whole mental preparation to getting out in the water. It's everyone's different. Everyone has their own tactic when it comes to contests and surfing. So here we go. We'll take the live action. Chloe Ptins, it's your heat leader, surfer in white. Oh, just a nice little smack off the top there. Almost a bit of a victory lap. There were 2 minutes left in the heat. I mean, it's still pretty early to call that, but she's standing pretty strong there. She's already got a 6.00 and a 4.60. And I want to say it's a little bit of a sleeper heat there for Sanoa. Only dropping a 2.93 and backed it up with a 3.77.
Unfortunately, just not finding them yet. Looks like there may be a couple lines on the horizon here, so I'm sure she'll probably sniff something out for us. We got a minute 30 left here, and she's going to be wanting to drop a good score here for us.
Yeah, this is top two surfers advance on to the finals, and we're hoping that Ella can kind of get in the mix. And Ella's not really needing that big of a score either there, Liam. She's only needing a 4.93, but here we got surfer up in Radians. That's surfer in red. Sanoa just chasing a 6.83 to move up into first place. Had a couple of nice maneuvers there, riding out clean on that one.
It'll be interesting to see where that goes.
Yeah, it'll definitely increase her score line. I'm not too sure it'll factor into pushing her up into first place, but definitely looking like she's going to hold on to that second place. Ella just staying patient out there, looking for a bomb. He's trying to scratch into that one. It's got to be a tough conditions there with that howling offshore wind. When you're trying to paddle in there, you got the spray off the lip, blowing you in the face. It feels like people are throwing gravel at you sometimes. And it just kind of holds you away from that face too. So if you're not in the right position there, it's tough to get into these waves out there. But
the ocean certainly likes to give you a slap in the face on days like this.
That's the beauty of these surf contests here. With here we got 10 seconds remaining. It's not easy.
No.
You're a product of the elements out there. I'm going to be counting this one down, so it's looking like Chloe Platinius and Sanoa Olin booking a one-way ticket off to the finals of the U16 girls. Unfortunately, Ella Wallace coming up a little bit short there, but I'm sure we'll see her next year. But yeah, that's the nature of the beast, you know.
Nature of the beast. I'm sure getting to surf around these ladies, the improvement will just kind of keep on coming and coming, and who knows the way it's been. Never know who's going to be a threat the next year.
Yeah, so we're gonna roll right on to U16 girls heat 2 of the U16 girls semifinal. Out in the water, we've got surfer in red, Aqua Breweiler. She's been putting on a clinic all day long. We got Lily Frost, surfer in white, and then surfer in yellow, Osha Green. Another strong competitor there. Probably gonna give Aqua a little run for her money. She's been ripping all event. Yeah, Osha, she's been putting up some pretty good scores. So it'd be exciting to see what they can throw down for us here in semifinal heat number 2.
Yeah, looks like we got a couple lines coming in to start things off. Pretty excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, so we've seen Chloe Petinius and Sanoa moving on to the final in U16 girls. Top 2 surfers advance. We got 20-minute heat right now, and look at these lines rolling there.
Yeah.
This is crazy. It's all day long, non-stop swell.
Totally.
Man, it's pretty wild. Since day one, it's just been firing. It's decreased a little bit in size, which is actually probably a good thing for a lot of the surfers out there. And we had a couple of walking down to the beach, talking to a couple of the competitors. I know yesterday and the day before was pretty challenging getting past those walls of whitewash. Where today it's looking like it's kind of mellowed out a little bit, especially as the tide is filled in a bit, which is making it awesome for these surfers, because it's always nice when surfers can get out past the break and not have to deal with that whitewash.
Exactly.
And get themselves into position.
Yeah, get out of the back, ready to go, and not with sore shoulders, you know. Yeah, no, it's Cox Bay can be quite the battle on the bigger days, and it's really easy to get caught inside, and yeah, sometimes it's not unheard of to catch one wave and not even make it out for a second on some days. So it's really awesome to see it tone down a little bit. I think as the tide changes too, we'll kind of see the waves change and have a whole bunch of different kind of waves to for our surfers to try and drop some scores on.
Yeah, so we got 17 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Here we got Aqua scratching this one, unfortunately not being able to get in there. And yeah, we were. I was talking to a couple of the competitors earlier about just the changing conditions out there, and with that tide switch, they said the rips kind of picked up a little bit, and yeah, that as that rip kind of pulls you around there, and along with that wind, it's can make it pretty tough to scratch into some of these waves.
Yeah, seeing it here with O'Shea, and yeah, just this the offshore wind really like even when you think you've got one, it can blow you right off the back, no problem. And it is strong right now, but we got Aqua dropping in here. It looks like we got a pretty solid left. Nice wrap there, and going down with the section.
Man, we've been seeing that north end of the beach. They're just chew some surfers up and spit them out. That in section there is getting pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
Nice check turn there and throwing a bit of spray there. Unfortunately going down hard. Hopefully she's okay.
Those oncoming rights, yeah, it's looking a little bit more hollow down that way on the beach right now. So having those sections oncoming can well, it can provide opportunities for big scores if you time it right, or it can do exactly what we just watched there.
Yeah, and hopefully she's okay. She can shake it off. It looks like she's got a score dropping in for Red there for that commitment on that last ride. She got a 4.67. That's a pretty decent opening score there for Aqua.
Yeah, that'll be good just to start things off for her, and yeah, she can try and improve on that from there. I think she's probably going to be looking at those lefts, though. There's some pretty good ones coming down right where she's at, and
yeah, we've seen a lot of surfers kind of switch up their tactics here and kind of move a little bit more north
Got a
to the
surfer
north
up
end of the
here.
beach here.
Not sure who that was on the backhand. Didn't see it on the screen there. Looked like one solid turn though.
Yeah, I believe that was surfer in yellow just off our screen. Osha Green. Unfortunately, we didn't get that on the camera there. She had a nice looking right. But
bit of an up and down for sure. Got a couple waves going through here.
man, look at these sets roll in. Hopefully these girls are in position to get out past the break here.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we're talking about with these cleanup sets, often kind of blowing you to the inside and making your paddle a lot longer than you'd hoped it would be.
Okay, we got scores from last wave yellow, Ocean Green, last wave of 4.17. 4.17 to go with your first wave of 1.0. You're currently in the lead. Aqua Brewer has one score on the board of 4.67. Serving for Lily Frost to open up her account. It is her birthday. She's probably thinking about all sorts of things.
I didn't say shit. Maybe kind of like going around and seeing. Stop by yet. I can do it.
Number 2.
So we got 14 minutes remaining here in U16 semifinal, heat number 2. Let's see here. We got some scores dropping for we can update you on. Yeah, last of yellow, Osha Green, dropping to 4.17. That was that wave that we couldn't get on the camera there, unfortunately. But yeah, dropping a pretty good score there, putting herself right up into first place.
I did see a pretty solid backhand snap there. Just before that second turn she went down on. So judging by Aqua's score there, I think they're definitely they're scoring those strong single maneuver waves pretty well.
Yeah, you know, we've seen that all kind of as long, and just being able to finish your wave and just ride out with confidence. I mean, it's easy for us to say up here in the booth, but it's yeah, you know, as long as you can ride out clean here. We got Osha up and riding on a little bit of speed wobble there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's probably a good decision kicking out on that one. Didn't really offer up much, but yeah, Osha Green is just throwing tons of commitment right at those end sections. Unfortunately,
looked like she was about to smash that
yeah,
thing.
Just loading up, and it looked like she kind of one of those fins must have just got a little bit loose there. You really wanted to load up there and hit that section there.
Yeah, I think the tide may be causing a bit of warble on some of them. Most of the waves coming through, they look pretty nice and smooth, but can be deceptive at times, you know. It can only take one little bump to throw you off your rhythm, and there you go.
Yeah, so I just want to thank everybody for tuning in today for Finals Day, Day 3 here at the Rip Curl Pro Tofino Canadian Surfing Championship. You don't really want to step away from this screen or turn it off. We've got a pretty stacked day here. We're just starting to finalize these semifinal heats here, and then we'll be moving on into the finals in a little bit. But yeah, it's been a pretty awesome day of surfing here. So we've got the U16 girls semifinal heat number 2 in the water. Then we'll be going on to the longboard women's heat 1 and 2 for the semifinals, and then after that it's on. We'll be crowning champions from 1:30 onwards. We're going to be starting off with the U16 boys, and then followed by the U16 girls, and then the open men's, open women's, longboard women's, longboard men's, U18 girls, U18 boys, and the pro men, women's and the pro men. So pretty stacked afternoon there.
Exciting stuff. We got some pretty incredible heats coming up, and yeah, who you got for open men's there, Dino?
Open men's? Oh man, I got to go with my boy Rycam.
Oh, he's been ripping lately.
I mean, I'm a little bit biased here. He's my boy, but then that is a stacked heat. I mean, Shea Breweller's been looking super deadly.
Yeah.
And David Schiaffino as well is looking pretty calm and cool out there. He's a silent assassin.
Yeah, that's totally this whole event. Just sneaking in behind. He wants it for sure. So it's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, and then you can't count Andrew Sadler. I mean, you feel like he's always been overlooked throughout the years, but man, he's just such a a consistent surfer. You
Yeah,
know, he
that's
always-
exactly what I was going to say.
he
He's like,
shows up and he's just consistent. He knows what
man-
to do, and he just surfs really, really well.
Yeah.
So
the man's consistent, that's for sure. Oh, looking like a pretty committed attempt at a maneuver there.
going for broke
would've-
on that one. That was insane.
Yeah, that could have been like a pretty huge floater there, but just getting blown right off the back, you know. Whoa.
Yeah, Osha Green. I love that. Love that of her showing commitment there, trying to hit that end section. Unfortunately, just
Yeah.
hold the eject button and
Yeah,
went for a little bit of a fly there.
Yeah, the wind hitting that that little body. It doesn't take much to get blown off the back like that.
Yeah, so Osha Green's still sitting out in front there with a 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. She's got a 4.17 and a backup of a 3.33. Aqua is just chasing a 2.83 to push herself up into first place. She already dropped a 4.67, and we're still waiting for some score start for Lily Frost. Just biding their time out there. 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Maybe she's hunting for something we don't quite see.
Aqua paddling, no, just not quite getting that one, but looks like we got one coming in behind. Pretty solid wave here. No takers.
All our needs here at Cox Bay. I want to thank Dr. Matt Moore.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them. Yeah, we got the longboard semifinals coming up here. That should be a pretty interesting heat. And yeah, but all these heats so far, all these semifinal heats have been pretty exciting to watch. You know, it's crazy the caliber of surfing that we've seen over the years, and everyone putting it on the line here on finals day. It's going to be a pretty awesome afternoon once we roll into the finals. These U16 girls have just been throwing their bodies out there. It's crazy. I mean, it may look small when the open women's and men's are out there, and also the longboarders. But man, for these U16 girls, these waves are easily head high or overhead, especially
I'd
on
say
those set
overhead
waves.
for sure on the sets.
We've seen Aqua. We saw Aqua take off on that right, and that end section's got it was easily a head and a half overhead.
Yeah.
And she unfortunately had to wear that one on the on the head as well. But man, it is kudos to them out there for piling out here in some pretty sizable Cox Bay. Here we got Aqua Brewer.
Right on.
Nice little tap off the top there.
Tap.
She's just chasing 2.83 to move up into first place.
What do you think? Do you think they'll give her that? 2.8?
I mean, I think so. That was a pretty nice maneuver there. She was able to ride out clean.
Got Lily paddling into one here. And again, that offshore just holding her off. And unfortunately, probably getting the old smack in the face from the offshore breeze on the other side.
Yeah, it can be pretty annoying, you know, when you're trying to scratch your way into one of these waves, and that wind is just whipping that water right back at you. It's kind of almost paddling in blind sometimes. It can blow so hard, but it's also kind of a double-edged sword, you know. Those offshore winds do groom the faces up quite a bit,
for sure,
and make things pretty contestable out there, and keeping those faces nice and open. And but we got 6 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in the heat. Still out in front, Osha Green in yellow with a 7.50. Aqua Brewer currently in second place with a 4.67.
O'Shea going for a right. Nice little high line there, getting some speed going. Whoa, beautiful, committed backhand snap, and just not able to complete on the end there. But great first turn on that wave for her.
Yeah, he's walking through this first turn there. Just a huge jam off the top there. Fortunately, couldn't get that board up above that foam climb there to finish things off, but I think the damage was done there on that first turn there. I was pretty committed there from Osha Green.
Absolutely. I would say that was probably the best maneuver we've seen this heat so far.
It's looking like we got a little bit of a position change here for in this heat.
Couple scores rolling in.
Oh, we got a couple scores rolling in. Sorry, my apologies. we had a score from Aqua Brewell. They're dropping a 3.83. They put her in the first, but then we just got lastly yellow. That's Osha Green dropping a 5.33 on that last ride, moving her up into first place and bumping Aqua down.
Got a bit of a battle going on here.
Yeah, we got going toe to toe here, trying to get to the finals here. And I mean, I know that the top 2 surfers advance, so if you do get into second place, it's not too much of a worry because you will be surfing again. But man, it's got to be feeling pretty confident if you could take a heat, and you can build off that working into the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty stacked finals heat for these ladies, and I'm excited to watch it.
Yeah, so we got about 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining left in semifinal heat number 2. Still anyone's heat out there. You know, all Lily really needs is a couple of mediocre scores to get her right back into the mix.
Yeah, not huge. So far, we've only really had 1-turn waves. So if you can turn it up and drop a couple more turns on one wave, that might be all it takes to bump you up into the top spot. So got a couple of waves coming in. Some beautiful left peeling through the bay right now. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. Hopefully, Lily can get a score on the board.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty good scores drop this heat. Osha Green dropping that 5.33 on that last ride. Man, she's been so good at picking off those set waves and capitalizing on what they've had to offer. And yeah, Aqua Brewer there dropping a 4.67 and a backup of a 3.83, solidifying her in that second transfer spot. With 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Again, this U16 girls final will be going on later today at around 2 o'clock, 1:54 to be exact. You definitely don't want to go away from your screen. That's going to be a pretty awesome final there. We've got Sanoa Olin from the previous heat booking her ticket onto the U16 final, and as well as Chloe Platinius moving on as well. So with 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, looking like Osha and Aqua are going to get their chance to compete in the finals, but we've still got a bit of time left. I can't count anybody out here on the beach just yet. 3 minutes is still tons of time to get a couple scores on the belt.
Oh, for sure. One thing I'd like to comment on was Osha's ability to generate speed in that offshore wind, taking that high line for that backhand hack she had there. That was pretty impressive. It can be deceptively hard to generate speed when the wind's like this. Even though the waves look perfect and groomed, oftentimes that little bit of wind can hold you back. But no, she picked a great line for that wave, and wow, what an awesome turn she laid down there.
Yeah, for sure, and she was definitely rewarded with that 5.33 on that ride. So yeah, it was good surfing from Osha. Yeah, we'll see what the conditions do later on in the day here. We saw the conditions yesterday when that tide filled in. Got a little bit funky on that inside. It kind of got a little soft, and so a lot of damage was done right off the start, right off the takeoff. So we'll see how that tide plays a factor into the conditions out there. You know, there's so many different banks down here at Cox Bay that start to light up on the different tides. So it's just crazy that, you know, the ability for all these surfers out there to adapt their surfing.
Absolutely.
You know, because the conditions are completely different from the morning and going into the afternoon here. You know, so a lot of those semifinal heats and semifinal waves that you saw earlier. It's just completely different going into the afternoon.
I'll tell you what, though, Dino, the ladies of the next heat surely will not be complaining about the conditions out there. We got longboard women's coming up next, and perfect groom offshore conditions for them. They don't really, they certainly don't need the pitchiest and most powerful waves to get going, and I'm sure they're very stoked for the upcoming heat here.
Yeah, I know they're going to be a lot more confident paddling out there than they were on Friday. Friday was a testament to anyone throwing
amazing that they could even drop a score.
Oh man, it was tough. It was Cox Bay was large and in charge. And,
large and in charge.
And it definitely was beating everybody up out there, not just the women but the men's as well. But yeah, today it's been nice. That southwest swell has been kind of funneling into the north end of the beach there, but it's left a nice channel to the south end of the beach here for surfers to kind of paddle around and get themselves a bit into position. So the paddle out shouldn't be too aggressive today, but I mean, yeah, we've seen some of these surfers taking off on some of those lefts and getting worked on that inside. So
yeah, definitely we're seeing a lot of like residual rights coming in from the north end of the beach, and yeah, definitely a bit of a treacherous end section if you decide to go left at the moment.
Yeah, so we got 5 seconds remaining left in the sea, looking like Osha Green and Aqua Brewell are booking their tickets onto the finals. They'll be going on later today. Unfortunately, Lily Frost had a bit of a tough time out there. I mean, the conditions are tough and pretty daunting. It's definitely not small out there. So kudos to all the surfers for being able to paddle out there and throw their bodies on the line. But we'll be seeing Osha Green and Aqua Brewell there later on today in the U16 girls final. So moving on to this next heat, we've got the longboard women's semifinal heat number 1. Out in the lineup, we've got surfer in red, Mateo Olin, surfer in white, Morgan McIntosh, surfer in yellow, Mecca Pearson, and surfer in blue, Don Batenchuk. Don't go away. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back shortly to let you guys update you guys on this semifinal heat number 1 of the longboard women's.
And we are back here at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals, sponsored by Corona and Red Bull, and we are heading into the longboard women's semifinal. The waves are pumping. We've got some glassy Cox Bay action, and I am super stoked to be joined by none other than Mr. MacDon's Liam McDonald.
Yeah, Robbie. We got an exciting heat ahead of us here. We got Mateo Olin in the water. She's actually competed in longboarding to great success in the past. Maybe some of you didn't know that, as you may be more familiar with her shortboard action, but super confident on the longboard as well.
Yeah, we're bronze medalist in the Pan Am Games.
Exactly.
I feel like that's some pretty good clout.
Absolutely.
And this is her third or maybe even fourth heat of the day, and she's already up and firing.
Already on the nose. Just like that.
Oh, my
wow.
goodness.
Already probably going to drop a huge score. just kind of goes to show how these conditions favor different boards, though, right?
Oh my goodness, you're exactly right. And I'm going to go so far as say that was the best longboard ride of the entire competition so far.
Just like that. And the conditions are perfect for longboarding right now. Couldn't be better.
Toes are over the nose. Oh my goodness, that was just absolutely incredible surfing from Mattea Olin, showing us that she doesn't just do it on a shortboard, she also does it on a longboard. Man, that was just an incredible way to start. Where are the judges going to go from there?
Yeah, that's setting the bar pretty high.
Yeah, that was incredible stuff. As we introduce you to the rest of the heat, we've got our surfer in white, Morgan McIntosh, surfer in yellow, Micah Hearson, and surfer in blue, local Don Battenchuk, who also is no stranger to longboard finals here at the Rip Curl Pro. So we've just got scores dropping for Mattea Olin.
Wow.
The last of Mattea, an 8.00. That's a pretty good way to start a heat there.
The girl's not messing around, that's for sure.
Oh, man, that was absolutely incredible stuff.
Hopefully the other girls weren't looking back at that one, because that would be a little daunting to follow up, that's for sure.
No, you're absolutely right, Liam, and I think she might have traveled. Oh, just off your screen there, we had Don Battenchuk throwing caution to the wind and going on a huge end section there. But she also must have caught that wave from, well, it must have been like 200 or 300 meters long.
Yeah, no, that was right out of the frame. It's just kind of popped in there and popped out for us.
Well, so we got some live action here. Surfer in yellow on a nice big left-hander. Got a little soul stance there.
Yeah, she's feeling it.
Ooh, and just gets it swept out from under her. But she did get a little bit of boardwalking happening at the very top there. But Liam, it's interesting to see this kind of inside-outside Cox Bay, and I feel like it's going to favor these longboarders because they'll be able to do a little bit work on those squishier sections and get those firing inside ones.
Absolutely, and gives them time to change up their maneuvers. Oftentimes when you've got a pitchier wave like that, it's a little bit harder to get to turns on the longboard. So when you have that kind of mushy in-between section, you can mix it up and really do a lot to jazz up your score there.
Yeah, which makes some really great spectating for us because, like as we saw right there, Mattea just busted out the board walking and the nose riding, but we all know that she can bring that thing around 180 degrees on the stop of a dime. So, we're just 14 minutes left here in this longboard women's semifinal heat number 1. And man, there's so much more action to come. Really, really beautiful stuff. And as you've seen over the weekend, we've slowly had this southeast wind kind of creep its way in here. It's kind of made it a little bit slopier, a little bit tougher to get into, but on these longboards, I mean,
2 paddles and you're in.
2 paddles and you're in, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, really, really good stuff.
This is definitely what you would call logging conditions right now. I think as the tide changes, we'll start to see some more banks open up and hopefully start to favor the shortboard heats as we roll into those. But for now, we could not ask for better conditions for these longboarders right now.
No, it's absolutely incredible stuff. And then the other thing that's really nice is because all weekend we've had such huge banks to battle through and a lot of really consistent swell. So, I mean, man, if you surfed in the longboard heats in day 1, oh my God.
I'm surprised we didn't see some broken boards.
Well, there was. We had a full broken longboard.
Oh, wow.
Snapped clean in half, yeah.
See, I missed that, but does not surprise me one bit.
No.
It's a lot of water moving out there, and especially when you got a big board like that, you've got a lot to manage. And it's impressive that scores were even laid down on those days. That you got some committed folks out there on those longboards.
Yeah, but it's really nice to see today. We have that kind of long period west swell, and we have really nice flat periods to get these surfers out past the break pretty easily, and then have them sitting and waiting for when one of those big bomb sets rolls through. As we see one of them kind of rolling through the south end of the beach here. As we see on live action here, we've got our surfer in white having a look. She needs to get a couple more paddles to get herself in here, and then this thing looks like it's going to run for quite a while. Oh, nice little turn off the top. A little bit of up-down action here. Morgan McIntosh opening her account with a nice little direction change there as well. The old left-right.
Wow. So this is kind of what I was referring to with those mellower sections, definitely making it easier to lay down some turns if that's what suits your style. We've got Mattea all the way down on the south end there. Saw some toes on the nose, and she's cutting back into the section. I'm sure she'll go right into frame here. And back on the nose and out.
Oh, man, that was some incredible stuff from Matea. Unfortunately, we just missed the first part of that wave where she just hung on the nose on that backhander. Really incredible stuff. Watch her footwork is just so impressive. You know, like, again, shortboarding and longboarding, especially when you're that good, is so different. They're such different sports, but Matea just showing that she has every trick in the game. She basically has mastered 2 sports at this point.
Yeah.
But you got to think that a little bit of exhaustion's got to be becoming a factor, as this is her 3rd heat of the day. And it's not like she's catching 1 or 2 waves. She absolutely blew up in her under 18 heat. Man,
yeah,
that's hard work.
She's not messing around, and she's here to show that she's adaptable, and she's shown it in the past. This is honestly just another day in the park for Matea. She lives right on the north end of the beach there. She knows Cox Bay probably better than anybody else. Surfs here multiple times a day, and yeah, she knows exactly where to look for when it comes to some nice long logging waves.
Long peeling log waves. No, you're absolutely right. And we will do a little situation update because we did have another score come in for Matea Olin. She's locked in a 6.50. Wow. Incredible stuff from Matea.
Got the field comboed at the moment. We'll see how the rest of the ladies cope with the stress of that. It's definitely a scary position to be in.
Yeah, with halfway done, we're looking at a little bit of a race for second place, as we did have our surfer from White have that really nice left-hander there where she had that beautiful direction change, and Morgan McIntosh locks in a 5.50. Our surfer in yellow, Micah Hearson, with a 3.00, and Dawn Batenchuk with just a 1.67 for that big airdrop into the flats that she did, unfortunately coming unstuck. So with half the heat remaining here, Morgan is looking for a 9.00 to get herself up into first place. And as we saw what Matea locked in with an 8.00, she's going to be having to do a lot here as we go to a bit of live action. We've got our surfer in yellow, Micah Hearson, trying to push her way through. Ooh, got the old southeast treatment. Got blown right out of the end of that one.
Oh, yeah.
But don't turn away, because right after that we've got our heat leader surfer in red, and this thing looks like it has a long wall on it if she can get past this first section.
Oh, little uncharacteristic of Matea there, but
when you're sitting on an 8.00 and a 6.5, you're not sweating yet.
No, she might have been trying something a little different, maybe 10 over the nose on that one. That might have been what she was looking at doing, but it's cool the approach with these longboard heats. I often see many different approaches to surfing heats on longboards. So you see a lot of ladies will be turning or looking for turn waves to post bigger scores. You got Matea, who's got a little bit of everything. You got the girls who are a little bit more comfortable doing like cross-stepping maneuvers. So it's cool to see the kind of mix and approaches to the conditions here today.
Yeah, and I feel we've talked a lot about that. Once you start to get into the finals of these longboards, you have to have both. You have to be able to maneuver that board around, and you have to be able to maneuver yourself back and forth on that board, getting some toes on the nose and stuff like that, or else the level of skill is just too high.
Absolutely.
As we go to live action here, we've got Matea on another screaming right-hander. She tries to pull into the barrel. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, still on it. She's not done yet, folks.
Wow. Man, that was commitment there.
Yeah.
Little barrel section there
Going
for Matea
for a little roller coaster ride at the end.
Hey, Shannon Brown always says if you make it out of the barrel, you weren't deep enough.
Yeah, exactly. I know a couple people who say that, actually, and live by it.
Is Curtis Parker the other one?
Kurt, Sept.
Yeah.
There's a list for sure.
Yeah, neither of those last two waves of Matea are going to factor in, as she is sitting on a 14.50 with 7 minutes and 40 seconds left. We are in longboard women's semifinal heat number 1, and this has been just an action-packed day. Felt like every heat back-to-back was getting better and better. I think I've already dropped like best heat of the comp like 6 times in this day already.
Yeah.
As we go to a bit of live action, we have our surfer in yellow, Micah Hearson, getting a nice little high line there. Little soul arch, hands over the head. Very stylish from Micah.
Yeah, she's got some great style. Love to see her on a couple more waves and posting some bigger scores here for us.
Yeah, unfortunately, this one getting a little bit away from her, just running on down the line, but showing a little bit of what she can do with that stylish little hands over the head there. Oh, man, Cox Bay is looking real good right now, Liam.
Yeah. Might have to get out there in a little bit. Hard to do, though, with the way the heats have been going. I just want to sit here and watch them all day, but there's some tasty waves out there, and Might have to get myself a piece in a little bit.
Well, I think it's supposed to get to about 15 foot in the next 24 hours, so you might want to get out there before this day is over, that's for sure.
No doubt.
No doubt, as we hit the 6 minute and 30 second mark here. You guys are tuning in to the 2021 Rip Curl Nationals presented by Corona and Red Bull, as we have our surfer in white, Morgan McIntosh. Ooh, gets a little bit of the Cox Bay slam treatment there.
No doubt.
Unfortunately, she just looked like that was a little bit too heavy of a drop for her, and she just got kind of sucked over. But
almost looked like she was going to pull into the barrel there.
Man, is that where we've gotten now?
Yeah.
The longboard women's semifinal is just a barrel riding competition? We won't be upset.
No,
we won't be
we'd
upset.
love to see it.
Yeah, we'd love to see that. Hopefully they can get the message out to the ladies, and maybe the ladies in this semifinal heat too, that we're looking for some tubes.
Yeah, if you want to take down Matea, pull into a barrel.
Yeah, that's pretty much your chance. As we see a few more waves kind of coming in. I love this view too, Liam. This is super great because you can just see lines coming from like kilometers away.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's just no shortage of swell.
Cool thing about Cox Bay in particular is the continental shelf juts out about 35 miles or so from here, and it's relatively shallow all the way out. And on the bigger days, and especially on those storms that roll through in the winter, you can see waves breaking kilometers out to sea. So when we see those cleanup sets come through, they're oftentimes breaking almost double the distance from the beach out to where the surfers are surfing. So it can be pretty daunting, especially for those longboarders out there who probably out there praying, hoping that they don't see a cleanup set come in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. As we go to a little bit of live action here, we got our second place surfer in white, Morgan McIntosh, doing a little grab rail, no grab here. Having a little end section, tries to hit it, and just gets the rail stuck.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much pocket to make it around there.
Yeah, exactly. But she just needs to replace a 1.00, so I do say that she probably will replace that 1.00, giving her a little bit of an extra lead. But right now we have our surfer in yellow, Micah Hearson. She's looking for a 4.51, and Dawn Battenchuk still looking to replace that 1.67. You know, we have seen Dawn here for many, many years. She's an incredible surfer, so hopefully she can get herself into one as this heat kind of ticks its way down to an end. It's such a challenge. 20 minutes is such a challenging amount of time, Liam.
Especially in Cox Bay, where a lot happens all over the place. It's really can get your head spinning out there. It's oftentimes not the easiest place to surf a heat, but some pretty amazing waves come to this beach in particular. So when people find one, it can really be fireworks out there. Whoa. Micah just getting blown off that one.
Yeah. You know, you're absolutely right, and it's funny. 20 minutes can feel like a lifetime, and 20 minutes can feel so short. As we get a little replay of Micah Hearson, and she just does a nice little dismount, the old barrel roll rollover over the edge there. Curtis would be proud. He loves the barrel roll.
That's his favorite.
Yeah, he loves it.
Yeah.
I think he was actually up talking to the judges, seeing if they would start to add in some sort of scoring for the barrel roll, but I think it might have fallen on deaf ears a little bit.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if he thinks that his double handgun claims will give him an extra point, and I think he might be robbing himself of some points sometimes doing that, but we love to see it, and Kurt is one stoked human being.
Fan favorite, though.
Yeah, fan favorite.
Do you really want to win, or do you want to be the fan favorite? Because Curtis is definitely winning over a lot of fans.
People's champ.
Yeah,
People's champ for sure.
Well, we've dubbed Ryan Cameron as the people's champ of this weekend.
I would have to agree with that. The way he's surfing right now, it's really impressive, and it kind of shed some light on like his short career as a professional surfer back in the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's got that level in him, and I've got high hopes for him for the Open Men's, and I wouldn't be surprised that if he even took a step up to Pro Men's next year.
That's what I was talking about. But he just wanted to get his feet back in the wax because I think it's been so long since he's competed. And, it's just been a feel-good story across the board. He's put together some of the highest heat totals of the entire event so far. So we've been loving the People's Champ. We were talking about a Ryan Cameron Netflix docu-series.
Oh.
I know, right?
Would love to see it.
Oh, as we get to live action here. Oh, man, late drop here from Surfer in White. Oh, just can't get past the section. He gets a little bit of a Cox Bay beating there. As we hit about 2 minutes left here, we've got our surfer in red, Mattea Olin, who's kind of just stand pat the last about 10 minutes or so. She absolutely blew up about 1 minute into this heat with an 8.00 with 2 nice long nose rides, and then followed up with a backhand wave with another nice long nose ride as well. So she's kind of put a stamp on this heat. We got our surfer in white, Morgan McIntosh. She needs a 9.0 to get herself into that first place position. Yellow, Micah Hearson, sitting on a 5.77. She needs a 4.51 to get herself into that all-important transfer spot and book a ticket to the finals. And then Dawn Batenchuk still sitting on that 1.67. She needs a 5.83, which again is very much within her reach. So that race for second place is very much anybody's game. Nervous moments here for those bottom 3 ladies.
Absolutely. We got 1 minute left here, and it's a pretty stacked heat. Anything can happen, and you can really only take one wave now to shake things up. And at this point, tracking down first place might be a little out of reach, but that second place is it's theirs for the taking if they can find the waves.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, it looks like the ocean's going a little sleepy. There might be a couple little sets rolling through here. Oh, maybe I bit my tongue too soon.
Yeah, I think we might have a buzzer beater type scenario unfolding in front of us.
Oh, yeah, as we see kind of one big set wave.
Yeah, right going through the contest area, nowhere else.
We got 20 seconds to go, and I see our surfer in blue, Dawn Batenchuk, spinning around. So she's looking for a 5.83 to get herself into that second position. And we got our surfer in yellow scratching into this one. Surfer in blue also going for broke. Unfortunately, it just looks like this wave is not going to give either of those surfers what they need.
Not quite finding the section she needed with that one, but strong effort from her, and sure we'll see her back next year.
Yeah, there's zero question about that as we come to a conclusion with our longboards women semifinal heat number 1. Surfer in red, Mattea Olin taking it down, and Morgan McIntosh also moving through to that final. Unfortunately, surfer in yellow, Micah Hearson and Dawn Batenchuk not making it through, but I guarantee you that is not the last we have seen of them, as we are going to head into longboard women's semifinal heat number 2 here at the 2021 Rip Curl Nationals, sponsored by Corona and Red Bull, and we'll be back after a short break.
In 3, 2, 1. All right, we are live. We're going to introduce the surfers in the water. In red, Lydia Ricard. In white, Amy Sosa. In yellow, Lena Andrian. And in blue, Isabel Abs. 6 minute abs. Isabel, let's go. 20 minutes. Top 2 surfers move on to the finals, and they are going to join. And I was just going to say, we got the final results. Locked in, confirmed. In 4th place, wearing blue, Dawn Batenchuk. In 3rd place, in yellow, Micah Hearson. And making it through to the finals, Morgan McIntosh, congratulations, and winning her heat, Mattea Olin in red. So there you go, Mattea Olin and Morgan McIntosh into the longboard women's finals.
Isabel Abdurrahman. Another big heat, two very important tickets to be booked into that women's longboard final.
Okay, thank you.
Girls who are no stranger to be being around the longboard
I think they got it somewhere. There's an extra.
I'm pretty stoked to see how Lydia does.
He stole it from me.
Really, her surfing skills over the past couple years. Really impressive this year out there. Yeah, really comfortable on the nose too.
Yeah, congratulations to Morgan McIntosh and Mattea Olin. We will see you in the longboard women's final around 3 p.m. 3 p.m. for the longboard women's final. Following this semifinal heat number 2 of the longboard women, we are going into finals. It's the final round in all 10 divisions, starting with the U16 boys. And here we go, up and riding, surfer in white. That is Amy Sosa on a screamer. So U16 boys, if you haven't checked in yet, please do so. Finalists of the U16 boys. And that would be Wheeler Hasberg, Shea Breweiler, Tristan Day, and Clay Chioviti. Those are your finalists in the U16 boys.
Oh, there you go. That's better. That's better. I'm going
All right, we got scores. 3.17 for Surfer in white, Amy Sousa. You open it up with a 3.17. Surfer in red, Lydia Ricard, just a 1.17. Surfer in blue, Isabel Abs, just a small 0.67, but you got a second score coming in. There it is, a flat 4.0 for Lasta Blue, Isabel Abs. You got the lead right now. Lena Andrian looking for a 3.18 right now to put her into that advancing position, currently held by Surfer in white, Amy Sousa, with a 3.17. Lydia Ricard in third, wearing red, with a 1.17. 16 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. This is your longboard women's semifinal, heat number 2.
About the 4-minute mark of this longboard women's semifinals.
Hey, Jay.
Action thus far already. It's nothing but 5 minutes ahead of us.
Jay, you got your ears on?
And the semifinals have been absolute fireworks.
Jay, you got your ears on, Jay. Yeah, just to give you a heads up, all finals are 20 minutes except for the pros. Pro finals are 30 minutes. Every other final 20. Copy? Come again?
I got it. Pro men's, pro women's is 30.
That's correct. Thank you. All right, that was Lena Endrian wearing yellow on that screaming left-hander on the south bank. And we got 2 servers up and riding. That's Amy Sousa on the right-hander, and on the left, Isabel Abs. Yeah, we've got mid-tide conditions right now, according to my Rip Curl GPS watch. We're at high tides at 4:20, 10.3 high. We're about halfway there, probably around 6 feet right now or something like that. So we do have a push, absolutely beautiful conditions with a southeast wind and groomed 5 foot at 12-second west swell. And it's going to just keep getting better and better with the higher tide. Start focusing all that energy on that inside sandbar, a little bit more vertical condition, wave face for more high performance surfing. Okay, scores dropped in. Last of red, Lydia Ricard, former champion here, a 7.17. Last of red, 7.17. Still waiting for a couple scores from white and blue. Taking a look at this, Lydia Ricard, the heat leader, on her backhand, flying down the line, going on her right, and decides to kick out. Didn't want anything to do with that inside closeout. She's got a good score, saving her board. Yeah, just a little one. Same time as white, or as, yeah, white.
Oh, yeah.
Just Sept is amazing how much that up now.
Yeah.
That one exchange was four surfers sharing.
And there we go. Last of blue, Isabel Abs at 3.0. Combined with your previous 4.0, you're currently in second, Surfer in blue. In first place, Lydia Ricard, still waiting for scores to drop for last of. It'll definitely keep you in first position. In P3, position 3 is Amy Sousa, needing a 3.84. And P4, position 4, yellow, Lena Andrian, needing a 4.33 to find that advancing spot. And there we go. Score just dropped for last of red, a 3.17. 3.17. Added on to your previous heat or wave score of a 7.17. Keeps you in the lead. Isabella Abs in blue is in second place with a 4 and a 3. Third place is white, Amy Sousa. You're looking for a 3.84. And yellow, Lena Andrian, you are needing a 4.33 to move in that advancing position. 11 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. This is longboard women's semifinal. Heat number 2. Next heat, we're going into U16 boys finals and all the way through to the end. Finals in 10 divisions. Thank you for joining us here on Finals Day, Day 3 of the Rip Curl Pro Nationals, presented by Corona and Red Bull. Our event partners, Mill Bay Marine Group, Yeti, and Island Savings. Island Savings matching donations to Surfrider Foundation, who's on the beach, activating just on the north side of the event tower. Go say hi. Blue up and riding. Isabel Abs, currently in second place on a beauty. Looking so nice. And just gets lit up as that lip hits her from behind. It's barely better. Like, something. Maybe not.
And then you gotta compare it to like Friends last one too. Yeah, Friends last one should have just we got a kind of southwest of shifting a little bit bigger. We've seen a couple of sets almost like Frank Island area.
Okay, we're just past the halfway mark of the heat. Scores just locked in for last of blue. 4.27 to connect with her 4.0. Keeps her in second place. That's Isabel Abs. In second place, Lydia Ricard holding on to first. So it's going to a little bit bigger ask for Surfer in white. In third place, Amy Sousa looking for a 5.1. And Lena Andrian needing a 5.6. They've got 8 minutes and 40 seconds to find those waves if blue or red does not increase their heat total.
So apparently there's a problem with the audio.
This is like how you pull into a barrel, isn't it?
Barrel stance, actually. That's solid pig dog style. I love it.
That was fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
We did make mention we were hoping that the competitors, longboard competitors, would go for a couple of barrels. So
Yeah, I fully thought that. I mean, just based on what I was looking at in the screen, it looked like anything could have happened there. But
as we go to a bit of live action here, our surfer in white, Amy Souza, with a nice little boardwalk there, strutting back. Oh, she kind of got a little bit of the buck and bronco, but was able to kind of hold that together. She's just looking to replace a 1.50, which I dare say that she's done. Oh, as we got the floating garbage bag coming back through the screen. It's like American Beauty all over again. As we hit about the 7-minute mark. So we've got a couple of scores still to drop. Last of Blue did come in at a 4.27, so she did improve her score line. So now she's leaving Amy Souza needing a 5.1. We've got a score that's still meant to be dropped for Amy Souza. She will replace that 1.5. With that 5.1, that she might have needed to do a little bit more to get into that second transfer spot as things start to get a little bit dicey here with 6.5 minutes to go.
absolutely. Some of these waves coming in is, like I was saying earlier, is though it looks very clean out there, the tide can definitely throw a couple warbles out there, and especially if you're on a big board like that, things get interesting quickly. So she did manage to complete the wave, luckily, but... Or did she? I think she completed it.
Was that Amy?
Yeah. Yeah, she completed the wave. And, so pretty impressive holding on there. And we'll see what she does to hopefully bust into that second spot there.
So the last wave of white did come through at a 2.77. Unfortunately, it was not enough to get her into that second spot. So she's going to be looking for something in this last 6 minutes here. She needs a 5.1 to get herself up into that second position. And non-surprisingly, Lydia Ricard, our surfer in red, has put on quite a show with a good combination of boardwalking and some really big turns. So really good surfing there from Lydia Ricard. You know, we don't want to be arrogant, but it was kind of what to be expected as I've seen her surf many, many times out here, and she's no stranger to all the different maneuvers a longboard can handle.
Absolutely not. So in form lately, and she'll definitely be a threat going into the finals. Should one of these ladies not take her out, but it definitely is looking good for her with 5 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, as we hit the 5-minute mark. Oh, man, if you're at home and you feel like coming down to the beach, I highly do recommend it because, I mean, with the Red Bull Athletes Lounge, Tough City Saunas, we got Surf Rider down here. I mean, it's not as cold as you might think. It can be a little bit wet. It can be a little breezy, so definitely bring a jacket. But if you're tired of hearing our voices and you want to come on down to Cox Bay Beach, please come down and join us. Check out all the tents, be a part of the action because there's some really good stuff going on here. So we are going to be switching up our heat. We're going to make a new link for the finals just for to kind of work our YouTube magic. So if this broadcast does end, just go to the CSA YouTube website, their YouTube channel, and there will be a new link in the YouTube chat for where all the finals are going to be broadcasted. So if all of a sudden this does end for you viewers, just head on over to the YouTube chat, and there will be a new link put in there for the finals. So don't worry, you're going to get all 10 of the finals. You won't miss a minute of the action. Don't be concerned because it's all, and the waves are pumping, so don't worry. Just don't even worry. There's nothing to worry about at this point. The only thing you need to worry about is maybe if you don't have enough popcorn.
But like Robbie said, it's looking awesome down on here on the beach. It's looking pretty nostalgic. It's been a minute since we've had an event of this size, man, it's so nice to see, and especially with the waves right now, couldn't be better. Highly recommend getting down here if you can.
Well, and it's fun because this is just like the most classic fall conditions you can imagine. Like this is as Cox Bay fall as you can imagine. As Lena Adrian, our surfer in yellow, a little bit of live action. Unfortunately, that thing looks like it's going a little bit soft under. Hopefully she can get over. Ooh,
oh, I like the
nice
dive.
Dolphin dive.
Rate that one 10 out of 10.
Curtis Parker, where are you? You'll be loving that stuff. That's his favorite, the dolphin dive. That's his favorite.
That was graceful.
Very nice. Look, I love how she got everything tight together. Oh, beautiful dive. Could have kept the legs a little bit tighter.
Yeah, maybe
together,
the arms too, but
A for effort there, Lena.
7.5.
Nice. 7.5. as you have a look, this beautiful, great view, because you can see these beautiful lines moving their way in. So with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left, there is going to be some fireworks. There will be some exchanges. There's no question about that. This heat is far from over. Currently, our heat situation is we do have Lydia Ricard with an 11.5 sitting in first. We have our Surfer in Blue scratching on your screen, looking for this bomb.
Lydia's looking like she might be lined up for it here. Oh, maybe a little too deep.
Yeah. We our Surfer in Blue does need a 7.23 to get herself into that into first place. Our Surfer in White, Amy Souza, she's looking for a 5.1, and then Lena Adrian is looking for a 5.6 to get herself into second place.
Very attainable.
Oh, we got some bombs coming through.
Oh,
as we do have our Surfer in Blue. Oh, Isabel.
Wow. We'll get in there.
Oh, is she going to go down?
The southeast wind strikes again, but...
and then off screen, we had our Surfer in White, Amy Souza, with a lovely little boardwalk. Nice little cut down. Oh man, this is going to make things really, really interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately, she just came unstuck at the very end of that wave, but she did some really good work to get herself up to the nose of that board on an absolute bomb of a wave.
Yeah, wow, that's going to be a difficult one for the judges. It was incomplete, but yeah, some pretty significant sections she made it through there and managed them well. So yeah, we'll see where that goes for her.
Yeah, so with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, we're just waiting on a score from Amy Souza and Isabel, our Surfer in Blue and White. So this could change up a little bit of the scenario as the wave does come through for White. Unfortunately, it is not enough. It's a 3.77, so she will not move into that second transfer spot, but there still is 1 minute left as she races herself back out there. And I'm not going to say that the ocean's gone flat, because every time I say that, a big set comes. So maybe I'll just say the ocean's gone flat, because then we can get a little bit of action.
Just, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Jinx it. Jinx it for the better.
Yeah, jinx it for the better. I like it. And we are just counting down the final minute here of Longboard Women's Semifinal 2 here at the 2021 Rip Curl Pro, presented by Corona and Red Bull. And we are looking, there's tense moments here, because all three of those girls in the second, third, and fourth spot all have a chance for that transfer spot and a ticket booked into the final, as there is a couple little lines moving through. Unfortunately, just sitting a little too far on the outside there was our Surfer in Blue, Isabel, but she's still sitting in that second spot. So if one of these ladies can pick off one of these little insiders, they can give themselves an opportunity. But it looks like time is counting down pretty quick.
How good is that camera angle, though? It's really helps out in being able to see what's coming. And looks like Lydia might be trying for a buzzer beater here to really lock in the win. A little victory lap. Just going to go for it anyways. Not quite.
That is the end of Longboard Women's Semifinal Heat number 2. Moving on through will be Lydia Ricard and Isabel Abdurrahman. Fantastic surfing from all four of those ladies. We are going to take a short break before we head straight into all of our finals, so do not turn your dial. Stay with us. We are reporting here from the 2021 Rip Curl Pro Nationals, sponsored by Corona and Red Bull.